Hello, hello, and welcome all to In Time. My name is Nicholas Lamar Suter, and with me today is Isandering. Isandering, how are you?
I'm doing outstanding. Yourself?
I'm doing pretty good, thank you. Doing well. These shows are always interesting. They tend to go on forever, and it's a lot of banter until we find out how the results come in. But there's actually some really interesting election, and I didn't even realize. I was talking to you last week, and I was just like, oh, what are we going to do for next week? And you're like, the elections. I was just like, elections. What? This is not like I run a news program or nothing. Oh, so
Shame on you.
yeah, I know exactly right. Oh dear Lord. So what are you most interested in keeping an eye on tonight? What are you most looking forward to try to see what's going on, and what are you expecting?
There's a couple of interesting ballot measures going through. It'll be interesting to see whether they actually make it through or not. Because it's always interesting when you go to the more statewide elections looking at them, because some of the stuff passes on the up for vote, and that passes or don't pass. Kind of give you an idea of what how people are, the general population, kind of feeling out there. But the one I have to say that I'm most interested in is just from curiosity's sake, who's going to win the Virginia governor?
Yeah, that one's an interesting one. So last I heard, there are two different polls. I guess New York Times had Youngkin down by 1 point, which is within the margin of error, but still worth noting. And Washington Post had him up by 1 point. So I don't know, but in fact, actually, let me bring up, just so we can talk about this here. I'm going to put up on screen for a minute. Actually, I'll just put it up right over. I'm going to put that up over the live chat. Now that's awfully small, probably impossible to read. So let's make this a little bigger. This is how Virginia has voted since 1976, and also the corresponding national election. And you can see they tend to vote very much the opposite of whatever is going on nationwide. So that trend would suggest that Youngkin is going to win if they're going to keep with that trend. Obviously, the Democrats want to buck that trend, but that's a pretty long. That's going back to 1976. The presidential on the left there, and the gubernatorial on the right. So I think that's an interesting one. Now, also, Youngkin was getting a lot of endorsement from Donald Trump, and Trump actually. Let me see if I can get. I have the quote here. Trump was doing his usual Trump stuff. Let's see. Now Youngkin has been sort of trying to thread the needle on that one, letting people know that Trump does endorse him, but Trump's not necessarily very popular right about now. Now Trump did a whole bunch of robocalls for him rather than actually. I want to find. Let me. I got the quotes. He just did the usual Trumpisms, but I'm as well organized as I usually am, which means we'll find this, well, probably sometime next year. So Trump said, quote, "The fake news media would like to say something else." Trump was talking about how he had gotten to know Youngkin well, and that their relationship was, quote, "great." The fake news media would like to say something else because they'd like our big, giant, beautiful base. Is it just me, or does he sound like he's like propositioning his base? He's looking for another wife. He's just like, oh, base, you're so beautiful. Beautiful base, like there's never been before. Oh my God, I have to start this over again because he doesn't speak in complete sentences, and so if I don't do it all in one shot, it gets even more confusing. So, quote. The fake news media would like to say something else because they like our big, giant, beautiful base like there's never been before to not vote as much as they're going to, Trump said. We have a great relationship. He's a fantastic guy. He continued on to say, He's your big Republican leader in Virginia, and they're going to listen to him, and they're going to respect him, and you're going to see things happen in Richmond you wouldn't have believed, especially with regards to taxes and your children's education. He also rallied against McAuliffe and said, quote, she's embraced the far left and, quote, this is a quote, will literally abolish the suburbs as you know them today. That was Trump's endorsement. What were we going to say?
I have, having such an nostalgic flashback listening to you try and parse through what the hell man actually said.
Jesus. Oh, there was what's his name? Patton Oswalt has a great bit on, how he, everyone always says, aren't you going to miss when some terrible president, whoever it is, gets out of office and you can make fun of them? And he's just like, no, what about all the great jokes? Like, I would gladly give up the 20, 30 minutes of material I got out of that guy to not have lived through that experience. That's like saying, okay, there are sodomy demons running around all over the place, just flying through the air and grabbing people off the streets. He was like, well, yeah, but you can make lots of jokes off of the sodomy demon. Yeah, no, thank you. I think that, so, yeah. Oh, and we have Nate here. Nate, good to see you. And the Freak, we've got a couple of people coming by. Thank you guys so much for coming. So now one of the other ones that I've been really interested in. Oh, there is Andrew's got an echo. All right, I will deal with that. Thank you.
Echo.
Yeah, I suspect I know the.
I can't hear it. So I think they're crazy.
Well, those aren't two mutually exclusive propositions. So, your NDI probably opened up when you called in, which it's not supposed to do. But then again, the number of things that this does that it's not supposed to do is really quite staggering. So I'll take a look at that in a second. But the other one that I wanted to, one of the biggies is, and we've got all of the major propositions, by the way, in the description. So if you look at the description, you're going to see all of the major propositions. But one of the biggies is Texas Proposition 3, which was a response to a number of the original COVID-19 restrictions, and where they limited the number of people who could gather, including at a church. And this proposition would make it illegal for any state representative, any lawmaker, or elected official from, quote, prohibiting or limiting religious services of religious organizations. So I guess the non-religious services they could limit. And this is to fight the times when Texas tried to limit, or I don't remember Texas doing this, but okay, saying that, for example, you couldn't have more than 10, 15, or 20 people in a room. Anyways, this is actually a constitutional amendment. This would amend the Texas Constitution, and it would take effect, quote, in both times of calm and times of crisis, and we shouldn't limit the church. So that's what's going on. So, and I guess that you've got an echo, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to deal with that, and while I'm dealing with that, you're going to be talking, and they're still going to get the echo. But, so what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that one's kind of it's kind of weird. It's like, well, doesn't the state? I think the state's trying to set up a preemptive law so that they can take something to the Supreme Court if the federal government decides they're going to try and mandate some of these things. I mean, I think they're a day late and a dollar short for that, but I don't know. I guess we'll see what they do with it. It's never surprising to me when Texas starts passing things in favor of religions or churches. I mean, most of the mega churches are based out of Texas, so that one doesn't surprise me very, very much.
I don't, maybe, but I mean, Texas, as I recall, never really had any significant levels of lockdowns or mandates along those lines. And since ostensibly they would always have a conservative governor, unless this is signaling the fact that they think they may lose the governorship to a Democrat, which Texas, the fact that Texas was even up for was in play, or a long shot, but in play during the last election, tells me that things are changing. Maybe they're just anticipating the future. I don't know.
That could be too. There's still a lot of people out there, especially in the right wing, that are all worried about federal government's going to, start mandating these things nationwide, and they can't even get their vaccine mandate off the ground, really.
Nope, you broke up there for a second. So,
yeah. Somebody was rude enough to call me.
Oh, during a show? Oh,
I know.
That's
what I was thinking too.
Yeah. Don't they know you're live? I keep. I'm expecting somebody who should know better is probably going to be calling during the show. It's like they're probably subscribed too. They should be subscribed. They were like, "Oh, hey, how's it going?"
I called you once during a show.
I sort of
because you were getting like lots of messages. And you were complete. You're like, don't. It's like I'm live. Stop messaging me. It's like you just come see the show. So I called you and told you I was going to call you because you're in the middle of a show.
Oh, it's so nice having you around. It's really delightful. Now I have to expect Maddie to give me a call too, because it was just like, Maddie, you should realize we're live. But he and I were supposed to catch up, and so I'm expecting it's going to be a long show. Got a lot to cover. So there's also reparations in here, which is an interesting one. Detroit is looking at a proposition. It's considered reparations, and it's what it is. Let me see if I can find the wording on the Detroit one. It's essentially, let's see, Buffalo, Boston, Atlanta. There's a whole bunch. Minneapolis. Oh, God, and the Minneapolis one. Let's talk Minneapolis first, because that's a bit of a bigger one. Minneapolis, which, first of all, uses ranked choice voting, which is, I think, really cool. I'd like to see more of that. And the way ranked choice works is if nobody has 50%, they eliminate the bottom candidate. Whoever got the least, they eliminate. But everybody puts in candidates ranked in order. So you could put in 3 or 4 of your favorite candidates, and if your number 1 candidate gets eliminated, your vote goes to your number 2 candidate, and so on and so forth. This, I think, I would love to see this on a national level. I don't think, we can't even, Jesus, we can't even pass. We literally cannot pass. One of the only things that should be, like, every side should agree on, which is a national holiday for voting. National holiday we can't pass that. There's no way we're going to get ranked choice on a federal level. But at any rate, so I'll rip up the entire. Yeah. Wow. That's some comments in the live chat. All right. So at any rate, but the other thing that they're doing is they're talking about abolishing the police department. So they have literally gone full. We're going to defund the police department, and Minneapolis is looking at completely eliminating the police department. They're going to replace it with a community, what is it? I'm trying to find the official name of what they're calling it, but it's going to be basically Minneapolis. So they're going to defund the defund and dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department. And they are going to replace it with a new Department of Public Safety, which will be overseen by the mayor and city council. Now, this public safety department is not actually required to hire police. They don't have to. But they are empowered to, and hopefully will, considering that there isn't going to be a police department anymore. But they don't have any mandated minimums. They're not required to employ any officers whatsoever. They will ostensibly, hire a number of outreach outreach counselors, community outreach, and hopefully other things, and with any luck, a few police officers. The campaign that is urging people to vote no is calling this a dangerous experiment to eliminate the police department with no plan whatsoever for the future public of our city. Those who are advocating yes say the measure does not abolish police, but would lead to more accountable, transparent, and better trained police officers. What are your views on that one?
My views are, I'm really happy that they did it. I'm very sorry for the citizens of Minneapolis, and I'm really glad that it's not in a place that I go to often or live in. But it will be interesting to see how this works out for them. because they tried this already and saw a huge spike in crime. That's not necessarily indicative of their policy, though I have to believe that it's contributed to it, because there has been an increase pretty much nationwide of violent crime. But Minneapolis has gone up a little bit more than the rest. And I find it interesting, too, that in Minneapolis, you'll see them abolishing the police department. And then in Austin, they went the other way. They decided they were going to increase the size of the police department. They were going to require at least 2 police officers for every 1,000 residents, and require them to do community engagement for all the frontline officers, and they want to double the mandatory training that officers get. All of which I think are very good things if you're going to have a police department. Of course, you're going to have to pony up the money to pay for all of that. So it's it'd be interesting to keep an eye on the stats from before and after these 2 measures pass in each of these 2 cities, and see which one actually seems to work the best.
Yeah, so that's one of the. I think that's actually in Austin, specifically in Austin. I could be wrong. I'll try to find that.
The city of Austin.
Okay, the city of Austin. So it is a local proposal in Austin saying that's right. So we have to. They're going to say a minimum of 2 police officers for every 1,000 residents. They're currently below that. An extra 35%. I think it was the doubling of the mandated training per year, and then I forget what the 35% was for. I've got to go look that up. So that was
community engagement time.
Oh, that's right. Thank you. So 35% community engagement time. So it sounds like what they're saying is they want the officers to actually go around and talk to people and so on and so forth, which is interesting because actually that never used to be mandated, but that used to be considered really a daily a part of the job, was to get to know people just in the towns that you're policing, because that's A, how you build trust, and that's B, how you build the contacts you need to be able to understand what's going on, and if something heads south, to know who you can trust and who you can talk to. So I think that's it's unfortunate that they feel like they have to mandate it, but if mandating it works, then I'm glad they're mandating it.
Well, I mean, it's something that you always see, more so in the older, 60s, 70s, even 80s. Well, not so much the 80s. Shows, especially in rural areas where, the sheriff or whoever, the chief of police, will come by and everybody knows who they are, and, they're chatting it up with everyone, between their high-speed bank robber chases out in the middle of, prairie Montana. So, I guess I can kind of see where that practice would fall a little way in a larger city like Austin. You've a lot more people, a lot less, sense of community to Austin, because you have so many people that you don't know. They're all going about their lives. It's big enough. You're not interacting with the overwhelming majority of the people that live in the city. You don't even know who they are. So I guess I can see where that kind of falls by the wayside. And it's interesting that they're mandating the community engagement. You would hope that the officers serving a specific community would want to be engaged with their community, because when crimes happen, and we are talking about a fairly large city, so crime rate is generally a bit higher, you're going to want those kinds of contacts, because you're going to want people to not only know who you are, trust you, but trust that you have their best interests at heart, so that they'll talk to you when they start hearing about things that are going on, or what kinds of problems they're having, who's causing them, etc. It's enormously useful for kind of getting the gossip on what's actually going on out of sight of the general population, and especially out of sight of the police. So, like I said, it's 2 totally different approaches to policing, and it's going to be interesting to see what kinds of results arise from this. I don't think Minneapolis really has a plan. I think that they're just kind of doubling down on the rhetoric of the Black Lives Matter and the defund the police movements, and I think they're in for a hellacious mess. But I don't know, maybe it'll work out spectacularly for them.
I like the concept, but I think you're right. Right now, it looks like it's just a high concept. That's it. We have a high concept, and we're just going to dramatically redo our entire system with a high concept. And I don't think I've ever seen that work. I have never seen that work. Right, left, it doesn't work. You need to have a plan, and I don't see one. I will say, so somebody had suggested, allowing secession. I'm 50-50. I'm for voting most of the states south of the Mason-Dixon line out of the Union, but that's me. That's me. I unfortunately don't speak for everyone on In Time. I'm aware of that, but that's my view. I'd like to see a number of these states that say that they can. Yeah, please.
Well, one of the things that kind of sucks too is because sometimes that high ideal, that kind of pie in the sky concept that people think, hey, wouldn't it be great if it worked this way? Well, let's try that and have no plan going in. The unfortunate part of that is sometimes that might actually be a good idea if they had thought it through and actually laid out a good plan to try and implement it. So they knew exactly what they were going to do. They brainstormed all of the potential problems that they were going to run into. They had, kind of set up canned responses. If something came up, they knew what they were going to try and do. So they weren't taken quite by surprise when something that should have been foreseeable happens. And it's unfortunate when that happens because it really causes a backlash against the ideal itself. So if Minneapolis goes and they do this, and I'm not necessarily opposed to their approach on this, providing that they actually do in fact hire law enforcement officers. But if they fail miserably at this, and I have a sneaking suspicion that it's probably going to fail, there's going to be such a backlash against just even the idea, and somebody else is going to put the effort in to try and think up exactly what they're going to do, a good plan. It's like, okay, we've got this really thought through. We've spent some time. We've gone through this and looked at it every way we could and tried to figure out every way that this could be, this could go wrong. And we've come up with solutions for every possibility that we can think of. And they're going to try and implement it. And there's going to be everybody out there who's like, I don't think I like this. They're going to point to Minneapolis and say, look, this was an utter disaster. People aren't going to really get into the nuance or minutia of the topic. They're not going to really look at all the proposals because they have lives, and apparently the things that actually kind of run the parameters of your life don't seem to matter too much to people when they're voting on them. So it's probably not going to pass because of the fear that what all they're doing is the same thing that Minneapolis did, and it went terribly wrong there. So it's kind of annoying when people just take a concept that isn't fully fleshed out, doesn't have a precise plan, and hasn't had a lot of very smart people thinking for a very long period of time about it, and they go ahead and implement it anyway, more or less because they're doubling down on an agenda, or they're trying to virtue signal or something of that order, and then it destroys the concept for somebody else to try, at least for a while.
No, I think that's an interesting point, and honestly, I think that's some of the like, whether you agree with the policies or not, the socialized medicine and other policies that have failed, I think have often had that difficulty. But that's notwithstanding, there are countries that have tried it or have tried to socialize various elements of their society and failed even when they planned it out. So it's complicated, but I do think if you're going to go forward, make sure you've really planned it out, especially when it comes to public safety, which is this issue. And I do think a lot of people have gotten very caught up in the fact that nobody understood what defund the police even meant. And we've had a number of people on this show explain it, and I think they're credible people. But on the flip side, a couple of them have explained it differently. And it's like, does it really mean get rid of all police? Does it mean just defund them for a certain set? It's a great phrase, but it's only productive if the phrase really shows people what you mean. And, Medicare for all would have been a much better phrase than Obamacare, which was, of course, originally pejorative, but nonetheless. All right, I do want to quickly hit one thing. So you heard about the controversy with Gizmo being Gizmo being barred from entering a polling site in New York City.
No, I did not hear that one.
You didn't hear about that one. All right. Curtis Sliwa, I've never been able to pronounce this name, Curtis Sliwa. I don't know. I actually first heard of this person in the 80s. I was very big into martial arts. I was studying a lot of different styles. I was teaching martial arts, and I had every Black Belt magazine and all the others. And he made the cover of Black Belt magazine for a number of things that he was doing when he started the Guardian Angels, which was, in my view, even then, this is senior year in high school, I think, a vigilante group that was just really out to cause trouble. But nonetheless, he became popular with this. He has decided that he wants to run for mayor as a Republican, which is interesting because I kind of thought he was running as a joke. But all that aside, I'm not a fan. Sorry. Haven't been a fan. I mean, literally, the 80s is when I first heard of this guy, and he is running. But he was barred from voting when he tried to go in. And this is a picture here. He tried to vote today, bringing his pet cat Gizmo with him. And they barred him and said that he could come in and vote, but not if he brought his cat. There was, in fact, a sign that said, "No pets in the polling site." And he replied, "Is this at every polling site or just ours?" Interesting. And that's Gizmo right there, who was barred from the polling place, and he, I guess, got really upset by this and felt that this was impeaching on his ability to vote because he couldn't bring his cat with him. Said, quote, oh, wait, where did that quote go? While trying to vote, suddenly the kitten was a problem and the jacket was a problem, he said. But one thing remains the same. The scanners weren't working. Because of that, it took an hour and a half for me to vote. So he did apparently put the cat back in his... Oh, God. This is basically what I expect of the guy. I'm sorry. I hope they'll... yeah.
Or Gizmo. Denied.
Denied it, so they wouldn't let Gizmo into the polling. And he makes a big deal about it. And apparently, he went around to other polling stations. And there was no sign. And then he came back, and he reports that the sign was gone. So he thinks they put up the sign just to block him from voting. All you got to do is leave
we normally call those unstable mentally unstable conspiracy theorist nuts that probably need to get more exposure to the real world. That's generally what we call those people, but...
yeah, right.
Yes, so everybody was out to stop you specifically from voting, and they saw you get out of your home, put your cat in your car to go with you, so they were quick, write up a no Gizmo voting sign and stick it in the window. We don't want that guy voting.
And he's running for mayor. So we'll see, New York. Good luck. I don't know what the polls are on that, but yeah. Meanwhile, so let's see. They're according to exit polling, most Virginia voters favor vaccine mandates, which would appear to favor McAuliffe, if that's really the case. You try to sort of judge by the exit polls what they're going to do before you know. Before we actually have the data coming in, and sometimes this can tell you. But the other thing is, I want to get the quote. There was a quote, actually, I thought it was from Virginia as well, where somebody had said the reason she was voting for the Republicans was she was so sick of the mandates, which is interesting to me. I'm sick of the mandates too. But on the flip side, it's sort of like, and this is something I was thinking about, because I got into this with Twitter, which I really genuinely need to stay off of Twitter.
Oh,
I'm not going
to. Why in the hell are you doing that?
I'm a masochist, I think. I like
you get what you deserve. The moment you dip your toe into Twitter, that pond scum never cleans off. It grows underneath your toes and starts festering. Pretty soon your toenails are falling off. Twitter is not a great place to be.
I had a bad one. There was one actually I had suggested, and I know this is controversial. I had suggested that people who were claiming they had dysphoria were not only not making it up, but that it was actually a thing. It's a real thing. That was my claim. It's a real thing. And I got some pushback on that. Unfortunately, not only on Twitter in terms of, and then I had suggested, people were talking about bathrooms and all this other stuff. And I said, well, look, let's talk some common sense stuff about all this other stuff. And then they said, wow, if you have kids, you must obviously not love them. I was just like, wow, how did we get to? It's like, wow. It's like, I don't love my kids. That's why I'm talking about gender dysphoria being a real thing. But nonetheless, the other one is, I was talking about vaccine mandates, and it occurred to me, and I tweeted this, a whole thing on the vaccine mandates. Yeah, someone said, well, you're not, this is the first time anyone's mandated you in order to go out in public or go to work. You have to have a mandate. I was just like, well, actually, that's not really true. We've had mandates for children going to school for a very long time, and they're children. But the reason we vaccinate them as children is because that's the soonest we can, and it makes it easier to get it done. And polio, especially, and it also affects children. If there's a disease that affects adults more, and we decide we have to mandate dealing with the vaccine. This isn't unprecedented. We can argue about whether or not we should, but we can't argue about whether this is precedented or not. This is perfectly precedented. We do this already, and we mandate wearing clothing. This is the other one. I mean, if you think of the mask as nothing more than a piece of clothing over your face, we mandate clothing. You don't believe me? Take off your pants, walk into a McDonald's, see what happens. But
hey, there is no signs anywhere on McDonald's that say you must be wearing pants. You must have a shirt and your shoes on. That's it. Oh, and depending upon what state you're in, your mask. So make sure you have your shirt, your shoes, and your mask on, and you can go anywhere. Never says anything about pants or shorts or underwear.
All right. So, oh, so it looks like we're having a little bit of a. Oh no, I thought we were having an echo issue, but I think it's solved. All right. Yeah. No. Okay. I stand corrected. I still think. I mean, listen. You want to try that experiment? You go right ahead. Next time you're at a McDonald's, hop on out and go in without pants. You report back to me. Let me know what happens. I'd be very curious. No, I wouldn't be very curious. I just want to hear about it.
They will be very understanding because they'll realize that I do a show on YouTube, and they'll be like, "Oh, that makes sense."
Yeah, once they find out it's this show, they'll be like, "Oh, we got plenty of other reasons to arrest you. It's got nothing to do with the pants."
Yeah, just don't actually look at the shows, but you just need to know that I've been on a YouTube show. That's where I was coming from. And they'll be like, "Okay, well, we kind of understand that, but you really do need to go put pants on."
Yeah.
Why can't the rest of the world work like YouTube? Actually, for a while it was. Everything shut down. So many people going to work. I called Verizon, was going to upgrade my phone and stuff, and I thought I was calling my local store. It turns out their local number goes to a regular, main hub where they have people who are at home. Because I mistakenly thought I was talking to my local place. I was like, "Yeah, I think I'll come down. Do you guys have them in stock or whatever?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm not at a store. It's like I'm in my apartment in San Francisco." I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well, makes your commute easy, I guess."
The COVID was great for YouTube channels, that's for sure. So we have a couple of interesting. So I guess Virginia voters are saying that, sort of widely saying that parents should have a say in what schools teach, which I think there's.
Yes, that's what's really caused a huge issue in the governor's race. I think that really, really blew up.
Really?
Yeah. Well, because he said right on the was it McAuliffe? I'm always forgetting his freaking name. The incumbent said right openly that
not
parents
technically an incumbent, but yeah. Please continue.
Oh well, yeah, but it has said right out on the campaign trail that parents should have no input to their schools on what their children are taught in school. That they just don't deserve a say in that at all. And he's doubled down on that. He said it a couple of times, and even after some of the pressure that's come out, because they had a really big issue with the sexual assault in one of the bathrooms, and one of the the father of the girl who was allegedly sexually assaulted. I hate that I have to keep saying that because I don't think there's much doubt that the kid actually did this. But allegedly, the father of the girl who was allegedly sexually assaulted showed up at the school board meeting, raised a ruckus about this and saying, hey, this is not right. What are you doing? And of course, the school board is like, well, there's been no sexual assaults, which is a lie. Reported in our bathrooms, and and it kind of dovetailed in with the transgender in bathroom policy discussion, and he got a little upset and was arrested, and I don't think he did anything particularly egregious, but he got arrested, and then he became kind of the face of the homegrown domestic terrorist right-winger parents. They then called the FBI, sent a letter to the FBI, I should say, to have the FBI start investigating any of these people who show up at the town home or at the school board meetings and are unhappy with some of the stuff that's in there. He's also mentioned that I'm having a really bad time remembering. I need to write those two people's names down. The Republican,
McAuliffe and Youngkin.
Youngkin, that's it. You'd think I could remember something like Youngkin.
We're all exhausted. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's come right out and said, also said, hey, your plan is to burn some book, and from not only from a Nobel Prize winning black author, and it's like, which is even like CNN and stuff are like, yeah, that's not true at all, even a little. So yeah, it's been a huge big thing about especially the school districts, and parents saying, hey, wait a minute, we should have a say in what's going on in our schools, and the school district essentially pushing back and saying, yeah, no, you don't. We're going to do what we want to do, and you just have to suck it up. And parents have been getting pretty pissed off about that. And like I said, it really culminated in the whole sexual assault in the bathroom from a supposedly non-binary student who is also charged in another state. Instead of stepping back and deciding what they were going to do, they sent the child, who was accused of the rape, to another school and didn't tell anybody about it. So now they're investigating whether or not the school, because the school wasn't reporting sexual assaults, and they're legally required to, and they didn't, and then told the parents that there were no reported sexual assaults, which was a blatant lie, because there's even a police investigation ongoing for it. So yeah, it blew up a lot, finding out that this isn't necessarily a good thing. So parents are pretty pissed off because they're being told that you just don't have any choice when it comes to the schools, and we're not going to take your input. And the parents are going, oh, no, you don't. You better hold my barbecue tongs because I'm getting pissed now. And have actually started, becoming vocal and involved and engaged and actually concerned about, what's going on in their schools, in their children's schools. It's just a little unusual. So and I think that because it made national news as well, not just local news. A lot of the stuff that's going on there has made some national news. So and I think that's really ginned up, especially the right, but just more or less just simple parents. Whether you're right or left, parents like the idea that if something bad is going on in their schools, they would have the power to be able to stop some of that. And the school district is essentially telling them, no, you don't have that power. Whether something good or not is or bad or not is happening, you don't have that right.
Well, I do think that was sort of like I said, when the woman on Twitter said that I must not love my kids. That was, again, we were discussing the bathroom issue, and I think she was suggesting that because I genuinely would not have a problem with sharing, a trans. And she also said that, I'm not potentially one of the victims, which is really not entirely true, but I will grant that I have probably less to worry about, but I do love my kids, so in some ways I have more to worry about, because I'd much rather anything like that happen to me than to them by a long shot. And that notwithstanding, there are plenty of parents in this country who would echo my sentiment, and they're female and or have even been assaulted themselves. I don't think those are related. And the reality is, and this is kind of hard for people to understand sometimes, it turns out that there are bad people who are trans. And some trans people are bad, but it's not. I don't even. It turns out it's at roughly the same proportion of everybody else, and I don't think that. I don't think you can sit there and say that you're going to be punitive against an entire minority simply because it turns out that some of them on occasion are criminals just like everybody else. The problem is the individual, not the fucking group. But excuse me for being a little triggered about that one.
Well, and I mean, there is, I really should look into this a little bit more. This was kind of a tertiary thing that I heard some people discussing, but there was a bit of a discussion as to whether this particular alleged rapist was, or alleged sexual assaulter, although I still think you would call it rape even if it was sodomy, but
yes,
isn't actually non-binary, and that he's he, she, I don't know what they actually identify as non-binary, so I guess they. So hard to keep up with these things anymore. They weren't actually non-binary. They were already mentally disturbed and already, kind of along that predator type of pathway or mindset, however you want to look at it. And that they were simply using that as an excuse. Although if they were using it as an excuse, they really got into character. I mean, and for a very long time has, been dressing as both masculine and feminine, and so I mean, it's a pretty elaborate if it was indeed just an excuse to gain access to wherever they wanted to go. And so I'm not entirely convinced that that's a true thing, but you're going to have lots of speculation popping up, and people are going to talk about it. So
well, that was the argument. So let's assume for a second, which this person I was engaging with was it seemed ostensibly willing to assume. Let's assume for a second that gender dysphoria is absolutely a thing. Let's assume for a second that people who are born with male genitalia nonetheless can feel, identify, and behave just like any other female. So we have then trans women, and let's assume that they are no more or less dangerous than any woman, and that a trans man is just as dangerous or violent or whatever however you'd like to straw man and generalize the entire gender. Go right ahead. But let's assume that basically all things being equal, the trans woman is identical to a woman and a trans man is identical to a man, then there should be absolutely no problem with a trans woman using a female bathroom and yada yada. None whatsoever. The genitalia would be completely irrelevant. So I was able to have her grant all of that, but her point was the problem is, how do you know that the person is actually trans? Should we do brain scans? Should we have it on their license? How much time have they been living as a trans before they should be allowed to use the bathroom? Because specifically of, and I don't want to stay on this too long because we've got but I think it's we could dedicate easily 3 shows to this. But the argument was that, yes, somebody could fake it just to work their way into the woman's bathroom. Now, my point to that is absolutely, yes, that could. But first of all, that's that person committing the crime, not trans people. And so you're suggesting punishing all of trans people and saying that they cannot behave as women because of the acts of one person who isn't even trans, or because somebody can take advantage of that. And the reality is somebody can already take advantage of it. I mean, there's so many other ways. I mean, any guy could dress as a woman and sneak in there already. This isn't, it makes it a little easier probably, but you know what? Most progress has made it in many cases easier for criminals to go out and be criminals. That's what happens in a society. We have to find a way to deal with that. The answer isn't to take it out on another minority. That's not just because it can be taken advantage of. Everything can be taken advantage of. I don't know. That's my view.
Sure. And like I said, that was a side issue. I honestly, I don't know, and I'm not even entirely sure if it matters that much. But you know, anyway, that whole situation. You know, the person is in court for from 2 different schools for 2 different sexual assaults, and from what the legal analysts have said, of course they're not releasing names and stuff because juveniles, but that they're likely to get conviction, and I think they've gotten a conviction in one case, and they're waiting to sentence until the second case has been concluded. So I want to say that's, don't quote me on that. I believe that was what I had heard earlier today when somebody was talking about it, was that the court was waiting to sentence until the second case was concluded. But yeah, so that caused a big hoopla, and of course the girl's father, who went in and raised a ruckus about this going on, and was painted as kind of the face of a domestic terrorist group known as the American Family, parents. And the fact that they sent an email, I mean, the Attorney General was called in front of Congress to talk about this issue, and it kind of came out that, yeah, really the only evidence they had to start investigating these things, to do preliminary investigations and stuff, was a simple letter from the school board asking them, saying, hey, these guys are terrorists, and you need to investigate anybody who starts, speaking up at school board meetings and becomes a little contentious or heated or anything like that as potential domestic terrorists. And Merrick Garland didn't have a very good response to that, and kind of had to admit that they had nothing there to go on, and yet they did it anyway. So.
Yeah, well, and I'm very ambivalent. I mean, obviously, I think parents should have some say in their education, but not a direct say, and not in the way that they're talking about. I think they should have a say because they vote, and they vote for people who ultimately direct these things. But the reality is, they're not teachers, and they're not qualified. I'm sorry, they're not qualified to any more than oh dear Lord, they're qualified to pick somebody who's going to direct it, but they're not qualified to teach. So unless you're qualified to teach, I don't think you should really have much of a say over what's being taught, how, and why. I think you should be able to air your grievances, and I think they should be heard by a body. But I don't think that's because that's when people start saying, well, this was the other one that I think this was Texas. Somebody can correct me in the live chat if I'm wrong. I think it was Texas, where they decided that now they want the fairness bias, which is, they said now for every single position you teach, you have to teach the other side, starting with the Holocaust. There is no other side to the Holocaust.
Oh my God! Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, and this is what happens when parents get to meddle, and then when all of a sudden, because it's politicized, the school district doesn't want to get into a fight, so they take very vocal parents with extraordinarily minority views and say, yeah, they got a point. We do need to be fair. Yeah, I think we should be fair. The Holocaust happened. It's a reality. There's no other side. I'm sorry. Oh, dear Lord.
Well, and here's kind of my thing. I'm a fan of checks and balances. This is one of the reasons why I think that, the way that they structured the United States government was brilliant. Of course, special interests and personal interests got a little involved. Group interests, I should say, not personal interests, got a little bit involved and kind of sidetracked some things. Plus, a few changes that were made, such as removing senators from being appointed by state legislatures and making them directly elected by the people. I think that did some damage to the way the government was structured. They tried to make it so that there would be checks and balances all over the place, so that one portion of the government couldn't run roughshod over everything else. That there would always be. And I see parents having a say in what's being taught at their school as a check and balance against the possibility of schools going absolutely bat-snot crazy about something that's in any particular topic. They generally don't, because usually the people that are involved in education actually kind of know something. But that's not necessarily true in, I don't know, maybe Texas or Louisiana or Alabama. I'm sure there's some school boards in there that are doing everything they can to try and sneak in a little bit of creationism or the Bible in their teachings. So sometimes it's I like having the check and balance Well, that goes both ways. Just so that it's not just a simple, well, the school board says X, Y, and Z, and that's the end of it, and you don't get any other kind of say. I think parents should absolutely have a voice and an input in their own children's education. But not necessarily being able to direct specific curriculum,
yes.
for example. But
yes.
If they're teaching something that they don't think is appropriate to children, the majority of parents don't want their children to learn. They need to be able to have that voice, and they need to be taken seriously about stuff like that.
Well, I agree, but I think that's so not at the individual curriculum level with the teachers, but with the district, I agree. That's why you have a superintendent. That's why you have, that's why a superintendent really should be elected. That's why. So that's how the parents have their voice. I don't think it should be with the ability to meddle individually at the curriculum level and say, well, this is what we insist be taught or how we insist it be taught. I don't know. I think we're agreeing, right. Or at least we're 80% or 90% there.
I would say. Please. Yeah, I would say we're mostly in agreement on that. I hesitate to say parents should. Well, I would never say parents have no right to have input into their own children's education. I don't. They absolutely do. They're their children, and I think that parents are a good way, not a perfect way, but one of the best ways that we currently have, at least, to put some sort of kind of check and balance to make sure that things don't go off on a skewball sideways trajectory.
I think that's fair. That makes sense. All right, so let's see. So Virginia, as you had pointed out earlier, I think is really interesting. There's a Richmond referendum, which we also have. Like I said, all of the referendums or all the big ones are in the description. So if you want to go through and look at the ones that we're talking about right now, this Richmond one is whether or not they're going to allow a new casino. It will be the first. It will be the nation's only, actually, black-owned casino. That is on the referendum. They're also Eric Adams is heavily favored to be the city's second black mayor. He is going against a the cat man, cat boy.
Gizmo's owner?
Yeah, Gizmo's owner. Jesus, I really...
You couldn't even pronounce his name correctly. Don't even ask me to remember what you said.
Call
him Gizmo's owner.
Gizmo's owner. And you know what? In general, I really would like us to be.
Wait.
Yes.
Wait. I misspoke. It's Gizmo's caretaker.
Oh,
because we're not apparently allowed to own animals anymore because it's akin to slavery.
For fuck's sake. And I mean, don't get me wrong. I really do believe that we should try to be as impartial as we can. Mr. Sliwa or whatever. Like I said, I first heard of him in the '80s, and I've sort of followed him for quite some time. And I think he's I'm glad that if he wants to run, he's running. But he's always struck me as a bit of a dangerous individual. I couldn't even believe. So he founded the Guardians in Guardian Angels in 1979. It was actually a vigilante group, and they got into a lot of trouble. And the idea was they were going to go clean up the streets in ways that cops couldn't. And of course, they were supposed to be kind of like really a neighborhood watch was what they would tell people they are, and that they're just watching and reporting. No, they were getting into fights, and they were taking down bad guys and doing the whole 9 yards. And it was not a good thing. And so he's now running for office. So with his, I don't know if they would let him into the State House with his cat. There's no word on that. We will. I'm sure everyone's dying to know. But let's see. So in Virginia, so a couple of things. As I said, actually, both Trump and Biden have been a drag on their party's candidates. Biden is basically at an all-time low approval rating since he's gone into office. Trump is also really considered a bit of a drag on the ticket, and the Republican candidate was, did you see now? Yeah, Youngkin, that's right. The Republican candidate, Youngkin, you see, Youngkin was really sort of trying to thread the needle of both accepting two endorsements, one early on and then one just as of last night, without actually getting tied to Trump. This is roughly the position Democrats were in after Clinton, and when Al Gore was running for president.
McAuliffe had, McAuliffe had both Obama and Biden come down and give speeches for him. They actually came down and in person to campaign for him. And and I listened to Obama's, and I actually liked it. I've always liked Obama's speeches. I mean, I thought he's a very, very good speaker. Biden, on the other hand, spent pretty much the entire time rallying against Trump. And it's pretty funny. Somebody actually put together a kind of a montage that goes on for like 30 seconds of every time he said Trump, former President Trump, Donald Trump. It goes on for like 30 seconds through this speech, and just Trump, 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 President Trump, Trump, Trump. And they had to speed it up for time because it took too long. So, and I don't think that actually helped anything either. And I always kind of, I guess I understand if like the leader, the president, is popular, you definitely want them to campaign for you because, well, if this guy, because a lot of people are like, well, I really like this president, and he's going for this guy and going out and giving these great speeches for this guy. So it absolutely does sway people. But I'm not entirely sure why people should care whether the president of the United States endorses a specific governor or not, because they're dealing with the United States as a whole, and you have to live with your governor in your own state. And they don't, your goals aren't necessarily aligned there. So I've never quite understood the propensity for people to want to do that or care what the president of the United States thinks about my gubernatorial candidate.
Well, I think there's a lot of there's always the down ticket issue, right? Which is everybody knows that for the most part you're not going to know most of the candidates on the ballot. They're just not going to. So what they do is they try to get everybody to just vote down ticket candidates, which is to say that, listen, I'm Barack Obama, and I'm telling you all the Democrats on this. It just turns out that all the Democrats on this ticket are just great. They're the best candidates you could possibly hope for, so just vote all Democrat. And they kind of try to do that. One of the things that I was going to point out, there's a couple of people that were polled, and they were asking them about the candidates, and they said even with the gubernatorial candidates, they didn't necessarily know a lot about them, but they knew that they were of one party or another, and so they decided to either go for or against based on that. Now, there's the CEO of a cybersecurity company who said that he was actually, in this case, he was just so much against Biden. But this is where so this is what happened to Al Gore. Al Gore actually deliberately stayed away from Clinton because Clinton had just been off of the Monica Lewinsky thing. He had a very tumultuous second term. He was actually still really popular, which was Gore's mistake. And a lot of people say if he had actually stuck with Clinton, he might have won. But Clinton had a lot of scandals, which turns out the Dems didn't really care. So the CEO of a cybersecurity company, Rick Gutierrez. Wow, I'm having a hard time today.
Gutierrez.
Gutierrez. How the hell did you know that?
Because I could. It's a fairly common last name, and just listening to you try to pronounce the first part of it, it's like there's not a lot of places you can go with Guti than Gutierrez.
I am genuinely fucking impressed. I don't care if there aren't a lot of places. I'm genuinely fucking. That's it. That's exactly what it is. Gutierrez, whatever you said. Yeah. Okay. I'm forced to vote Republican grudgingly. I don't even like this guy. But he called the other candidate self-righteous and a supporter of abortion rights. He was troubled by Youngkin's religious views and hopes that he won't make. Called the candidate self-righteous. Oh yeah, no. So I'm sorry. He was talking about Youngkin. He said that candidate was self-righteous. Now he was pro-choice. Okay, this doesn't make. I don't understand what any of these people are saying. Gutierrez called the candidate self-righteous, and that as a supporter of I'm sorry. So Gutierrez is voting for Youngkin despite the fact that he is self-righteous and pro-life, and he's hoping that he won't make abortions harder. He's also saying that, so he didn't like the guy, but he was so upset with Biden and genuinely disliked the direction of the country that's why he was going to be voting for him. The other thing that a number of people have said is that the pro-marriage equality folks have said that they, of course, don't want to vote for him, but they're willing to because he has said that while he is against, quote, marriage equality, he does recognize that it is the law of the land. So my suspicion is that that's making him more palatable to the left. So again, this is very close. I don't think there's any way to predict.
This is another instance of Trump-Hillary election. Youngkin isn't getting the kind of support and close this kind of race. I mean, because you go back a couple months ago, and it was very clearly in favor of McAuliffe. He was leading and he was expected to win, and of course, coming off of the 2020 election, it was pretty much expected. Of course, you can't really expect that with Virginia because they do have a habit of electing opposite parties. But he was expected to win. He was doing fairly well, and Youngkin wasn't doing quite so well. And then, it just seems like McAuliffe has kind of stumbled into kind of one blunder after another. And, it seems that the race has been narrowed down to where you can't call it. All of the polls seem to be more or less within the margin of error. And so it's going to be interesting. I mean, it's not a good sign for Republicans for Democrats in 2022, but he's just it's more that he's losing this race, not that Youngkin is doing so well, or that everybody agrees with all of a lot of the stuff that there's a lot of stuff I don't agree with Youngkin on. He's not a supporter of simply marriage. He wants to restrict it to just those straight white people, but or just straight people. Period. I guess he doesn't really care about race, but I don't like. So, and he's a very religious person, and appears to honestly hold those beliefs. And it almost worries me when it's like I have honestly held beliefs. It's like, yeah, that's what worries me. Because if you come by them and hold them honestly, then you're a lot more likely to fight for them. And I don't think that some of those have any business being in government whatsoever, or in policy whatsoever. So I think it's kind of I think that McAuliffe is the one losing this race, and that Youngkin is really capitalizing on some pretty bad optics errors that have been made.
Well, and that's, of course, the old saying that, somebody is really supposed to be governor or president or leader of everybody, not just the ones that voted for them. And obviously, if somebody voted for you, and if you won, then that means that presumably a majority of the people are interested in your politics and your vision of a direction in general. But that's not a mandate to run over absolutely everybody with either conservative or liberal values. So does that make sense to you?
Yes. And he's getting a little bit of pushback because Biden has lost an enormous amount of popularity. I mean, Biden's got some very, very troubling numbers. I mean, when your own party, a majority of your own party doesn't think that you're doing well, that's a problem. I mean, there was a poll done. It's like 53% of Democrats did not agree with what Biden was doing, and I mean he's got some very, very bad, troubling numbers at the moment. So. Some of that is just an aversion, possibly an aversion to just Democrats as a whole, and it's like, well, we elected you because we had a horrible Trumpster, and we didn't want that policy to continue, and then Biden's this nice kind of mediocre, middle of the road person, and turns out he kind of took it as an imperative, or what is the word I'm looking for? when you think that they voted for you for your vision. I can't remember what the term's called now. So yeah, he decided he's going to do quite a lot of. Well, given like a mandate to carry out your goals because they voted for you. You know, it's like you don't recognize that possibly you got voted for because the other guy was just that bad, and that they're not actually supporting your. They don't actually support your agenda, but you know, you're not the other guy, which is how Biden got elected. So, you know, he takes it, decides that, you know, oh, this means I need to be a transformational president, and it's like, no, actually, we wanted you to just not be Trump. So some of the things that he's trying to do have been.
Along those lines, the Washington Post interviewed a number of people, and I've been reading some of those, but I wanted to credit the Washington Post with the ones I've been reading. But they interviewed somebody from, again, these are for the Virginia gubernatorial race, which we're still looking at and trying to see what's going to happen, because I think it's a pretty decent bellwether of where we're headed. But Melinda Dunn, 64, says that she has voted for the Republican Party her entire life, including a most recent Republican vote for presidential John McCain in 2008. However, this year she voted entirely Democratic all down the ticket, saying the Republican Party had lurched towards Trump and focused on cultural issues instead of sacrificing competent leadership and national security. She said that she came to this conclusion largely by watching the National Republican Party. Let's see, and then there was so that was, and there's a number of people here who say that actually the January 6th insurrection did in fact factor into there. So this is presumably what Youngkin was trying to avoid by not tethering themselves too much to Trump. But it is interesting. It's like, I don't know. It's hard to. How much do you think we should blame a party for a candidate? I mean, on one hand, I tell people this all the time. Every Democrat that I know, every liberal, loves to say that the Republicans were idiots. They're stupid. They're all morons. And the way you know it is because they thought Trump was a man of the people and only an idiot would think that. I agree with them with the second half. Only an idiot would think Trump was a man of the people. Only an idiot would actually believe that. However, while I think most Republicans did say they believed that, I don't think they're idiots. I think they may be liars, but they're not idiots. They knew he wasn't a man of the people, but the biggest qualification he had was he ticked off the liberals. The liberals really got pissed at him, and he was really good at agitating them. And after 8 years of Obama, that's what they wanted more than anything. How much do we hold the Republican Party for having hold them accountable for having elected him, and how punitive are we towards other people running on the Republican ticket for what happened with Trump?
Well, I think that we run into a lot of issues where it kind of sort of depends upon what the party's reaction to a candidate is. I mean, there's a lot of pretty prominent people in the Republican Party that did not want Trump, did not support Trump. There's a reason the whole Never Trump became a thing. But he ended up winning, and he became the party candidate. And with somebody like Trump, I mean, it's like good luck controlling what that man says. I mean, when he got into office, they should have broke his fingers and taken his phone and not let him speak. And he would have had a much better election, much better presidency. And I think that he actually would have had a good chance of being reelected had they taken his phone away from him. And just doing that, just taking his phone away from him, I think would have improved his numbers, his popularity, etc. It would have hurt him in some of the very right people who only cared that he pissed the liberals off. And a lot of people voted for him simply for that reason. So,
normally, I would say it kind of depends upon what the overall party's reaction is. You know, they have a candidate. They say, all right, here's our candidate. Our candidate's doing some crazy crap. And are we going to actually censure our own candidate or not? And I think that's, you know, an important to the at least appearance of integrity. You know, if you can say, yeah, he's our candidate, he's the one that won, we put up, he's done some shit that we don't like, and we're going to let you know that we don't like it. You know, and we think that it was a wrong move. You know, I think that would go a long way for people to have at least the perception that the party itself is, I just suddenly lost the word I wanted to use. Has integrity.
Okay, yeah.
So, yeah.
And is at least trying
to...
So,
you know, it's...
maybe at least trying to recover, too. I mean, you know, there were so many... you know, Mitt Romney has never been one of my favorite guys. And to tell you the truth, I've been very frustrated by, you know, his whole thing with Bain Capital. And, you know, he sat there and talked about how much money he made at Bain Capital and said, well, it was legal, so it's okay, neglecting the fact that Bain Capital was one of the organizations that made what he was doing legal by essentially bribing politicians. All that aside, he was the governor of my state, Massachusetts. He did pretty well over here. He actually gave us socialized medicine, which has been working out in Massachusetts pretty well. But you know, he actually did the right thing by Trump, and so did McCain. And it seems like really the loyalty to the party is the single most important thing. And if you have John McCain, Trump, or Colin Powell standing up and saying you cannot, I mean, this is just a fucking fact. I'm sorry, you cannot have Sarah Palin a heartbeat away from the White. You can't do it. You can't. Sorry, done deal. And look what happened to him for that. So. How do they make up for? Yeah,
they look at it. Yeah, they look because they look at it when you're criticizing your own candidate. You see it as, you know, creating discord on your own side. You need to prevent a united front and unified, and it's like, yeah, but you're sacrificing integrity when you do that. And I think that people would. I mean, maybe they've got good polling. Maybe have done a deep dive research into this and found out that, you know, if you just brush off the bad things that your candidate does and you stay united and you don't criticize your own candidate and your own party, maybe they have good reasons for doing that that I have not looked into and don't know the research on. And it seems like they would, because you would think that an organization like that with the kind of money and influence that they have, you'd think that they would spend time researching things like that. But I still think, at least in my opinion, the way I see it, and the way I view it, is that when your candidate does something crappy and you call them out for it in your own party, that, you know, it shows quite a level of integrity that I think people are itching for today. You know, I mean, politics have gotten pretty damn jaded.
Yeah. One second. I was just way up. There was another one. So this is Ohio. Right now, I'm voting straight Democrat. I'm so disgusted with Republican politics. I want no part of it. And then let's see, another business owner said he voted for Kerry. This is for the Ohio congressional district. Said he voted. It's a state rep. Yeah, it's a state rep. It's a mess we have at the top. Biden cheated to get in. Biden cheated to get in. We have to clean up the cesspool and the far left crud. I'm disgusted with everything right now. Trump had this country running like a well-oiled machine. I would like to discuss with the Washington Post having interviews with people who are certifiably unhinged from reality. All that aside, wow. Okay. Never mind. Okay. Sorry. Shouldn't have said that. I'll be good. No, I won't. I'll try. Wow. Does anyone have any comments on that?
Well, I mean, Biden did have quite an advantage. I mean, coming in, I mean, he really had everything set up for him. He should have had the easiest presidency, like in the history of ever. You know, he is coming in at the tail end, kind of a pandemic where they had already developed a vaccine, were beginning to get distribution out, whether you believe Trump and said he actually had a plan and was working for it or not. It should have been super easy for him, and it really wasn't.
Trump had a plan. It was to infect the max, and we know this now. I mean, we people already suspected this. When I first heard this, I said, no, he's just an idiot. But we've learned since that there was, in fact, the several meetings, and the CDC said, no, this is how we're going to deal with it, or this is how it should be dealt with. And then some politician who had no background in any of this shit said, no, we needed to go for herd immunity. That means we need to maximize the number of people who are infected as quickly as possible. And that was Trump's unofficial policy. That was what he was trying to do. And so he was trying to find ways to actually maximize the number of infections in order to get herd immunity to kick in as rapidly as possible. And you could see all his policies essentially appear. They certainly appeared to have that goal. And again, when conspiracy theorists said, "Oh, he's trying to maximize infections," I was like, "No, he's just stupid." No, he was actually trying to. I underestimated. Oh, dear Lord. Let's see. All right. So, he definitely had a plan, but it wasn't a particularly good one. All right, so we don't have any. I'm hoping. Let's see. It's 7:00. I know some polls close at 7:30. At 7:00, we have a couple other ones. Let me try to figure out. I want to get a list. I've been going through. There was actually a very poignant story of a woman who was voting for someone because he'd actually gone to her door, and I'm not sure. I'd like to discuss the value of these kinds of stories and the value of these kinds of incidents, or whether or not they're even tenable going forward. But there was a man, I think he was running for, I forget, it was governor or state rep. But what he did was he had gone door to door himself and was meeting with people. And they don't usually do that. They sometimes do on occasion. Usually it's just a publicity stunt when they do it, but this one woman felt like it hadn't been a publicity stunt. Of course, she gave him publicity by going out and saying that. So you got to take it with a grain of salt, but nonetheless, it was an interesting story. So I would like to try to find this. And in Buffalo, they are looking to get the very first socialist mayor of any major city in the U.S., at least in several decades here. And that's India Walton. So she won a victory in the Democratic primary and is tonight trying to become certainly got to be the first socialist mayor of Buffalo. And so that's where we are. All right, and then the casino one, I don't know. I'm in general against casinos. For any number of reasons, but it's probably like the guns thing. I'm not going to get my wish.
Well, I don't like the social ill. I mean, there's definitely issues with gambling and addiction, but there's issues with addiction, period. And some of the casinos and the building of casinos have really rescued many native tribes in the United States from being places of abject poverty. And kind of the libertarian bent, if you want to go gamble money, you should be able to do that. But there's a lot of negatives associated with it as well. So, I try and err on the side of, more freedom, give people the freedom to go have a casino if that's what they want to do. And, recognize that there's going to be some social ills, and you're going to just have to deal with that because people want to go gamble.
Yeah, gambling is one of mine, in my view, that's pretty close to an absolute evil. I'm not sure it has any redeeming qualities, at least just straight gambling. Betting on teams, a sports team to win or something like that. I don't think I have nearly as much objection to, but betting on whether a roulette wheel is going to come up black or, games of pure chance where there's no skill involved is I'm not sure that there's any redeeming quality. And the problem is we know how our how our neurology is structured, and we're aware that it triggers, and especially in some people, boy, does it trigger a reward system that, again, for some people you can't beat, they can't really resist it. Others, it's a temporary thing. So, okay, well, if it's a temporary thing and they're getting a reward for it, should they be allowed to do it? Well, I sympathize or empathize with the libertarian position, but there are plenty of other ways to do that, and it seems to me that if there's any net positive in the society, I'm unaware of it. Gambling is one of those. That's pretty close to an absolute evil. But you're right, because you can't really do it for the most part in the United States, with a few exceptions. That's the one thing that's kept casinos afloat. But it's like, okay, if you're doing it through if the means are to the ends justify the means. But I don't know what would happen to Indian reservations if you got rid of it. But the fact that it's what's keeping Indian reservations afloat is part of my point. I'm like, okay, that's how powerful it is.
Yeah, but it also goes to your rant on sweatshops as well. It's like, yeah, there's a big problem with the reservation system, and anytime somebody says that they want the government to run all of these different programs, I point them to the reservations and all of the stats for the Indian reservations in the United States. It's like the only ones that are doing well are the ones that are that allow gambling and have casinos. The one, take a drive through New Mexico. It's one of my least favorite states, and sadly, it's because it's got a lot of very poor reservations on it, and so you'll see people wandering up and down the highways trying to hitchhike. You see a lot of people with alcohol and drug addiction problems. You see a very poor area, and it's very sad. And the tribes themselves have come out and said that they're dealing with things like crisis of suicide. The suicidality on the reservations is higher than the average population. The drug abuse, substance abuse is higher than the nation's average. They suffer from a lot of problems. And, the Bureau of Indian Affairs manages all of these places, and they have access to quite a lot of government-funded programs. And, and I have to be really careful talking about this because I grew up next to the Wind River Indian Reservation. Take away the casinos from all casinos, period, and I think you're going to see some serious problems in many of the reservation areas and many of the tribes losing that funding coming in. And it is indeed indicative that there's a huge problem that they need the casino in order to be successful. And we should be addressing the problem, not covering up the problems by letting them run a casino and get this big, huge cash flow in. So. But again, I like to err on the side of we need a little bit more freedom. It's like I'm not sure. It's like, are you really hurting somebody else? I understand that the dopamine hits that you get from winning, and that they've done quite a lot of research into drawing you in and trying to get you to play as much as possible and spend as much money. It can be abused. But I don't want to live in a place where they said, no, you can't, you're like, no, you can't gamble at all. And the only reason a lot of these casinos are still running around, the only reason that Las Vegas has the kind of tourism and ability to survive that it has is because it's very limited. It's a very limited supply, and you have to go to special places to be able to do it.
You done now? You done?
I'm
done. You sure? Because I'm rewriting the staffing policies on In Time to include not pointing out when certain people are hypocrites. I'm not going to tell you any more of my positions on sweatshops or anything else like that. Yeah. Sorry, I had to mute my microphone to quickly go deal with something, and I accidentally muted I hit the master mute, so I do apologize. So his entering was muted there for a couple of seconds. I'm so sorry. It should have been much longer than that, but at least he was muted for a few seconds.
Yeah, it should have been.
Oh, well, especially when I can't believe you just did that callback. That's okay. I got a couple other callbacks. I got some ammo I'm saving too, but just that callback to the sweatshop argument. Yeah,
I love
nice.
it when people I love when people are pointing out when I'm holding contradictory beliefs. So I love being able to examine why is that? Why is it in one instance I'm for, in one instance I'm against? And
you should be pretty happy then.
So yeah, you bring them on. You bring them on.
Okay. Well, now let's just see if I got time for this. I want to see it's 7 o'clock, 7:01. I want to see if anything's come in. Let me just check this real quick. Son of a. Let me just. Let's just see if we got anything. We should have something coming up soon. Let's just see. Some Buffalo residents. Referendum. Okay, no, we're still waiting. We'll get a couple in. So I did want to ask you. What are your thoughts on voting for candidates who really have no shot of winning because they're so low they've got no shot of winning? But if you vote for a candidate who's a really good candidate, not your best candidate, but a good candidate, but what happens when ones who have no shot of winning are peeling off votes off of that guy? What do you think people should do in that situation?
I think in an ideal world, and this is my own personal philosophy, what I personally do, and I did in the last 2 elections, because I didn't like Trump and I couldn't vote for Hillary or Biden. I voted for the Libertarian candidate, Gary Johnson, and then Joe Jorgensen, respectively.
Mm-hmm.
I think that in a perfect world, and if you're going to look at what the ideal would be, you should be voting for the candidate that best represents your positions, or at least the positions that are important to you. Because people rank different kinds of topics and different kinds of policies as more or less important than the other. So if you take your top beliefs and it's like, all right, well, this candidate represents these things that are important to me. That's who you should vote for.
Okay, but those
also
candidates will never win.
Well, that's because people aren't necessarily voting for the person who they think best fits their values. They're voting for people who they think can win, and they're getting fear-mongered into, we can't let the orange Mussolini win again. So you have to vote Biden. You have to vote Biden because Biden's the only one that can beat him. You don't let the marmalade Mussolini win.
Okay, so so what you're saying is
people start.
Let me just understand it. So what you're saying is people are saying we'll never get rid of all the guns, but that's really because individuals won't give up their guns because they say, I'm not giving up my guns because we'll never get rid of all the guns. So shouldn't a person of conscience be willing to give up all their guns because that's the only way we'll get rid of all the guns?
This is a cart before the horse or a chicken and egg issue.
Yes.
Because the reason I have guns is for protection, not just from other people with guns.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, when you look at, it's like I own a rifle, a semi-automatic rifle. And when you look at the number of homicides committed with rifle.
I want to be protected from Trump getting into office because he is bad for the country. So vote for the person who could win, which would be Biden.
Sure. And that's a valid, I said, the most ideal, this isn't what necessarily happens in reality. There are sometimes, like for a lot of people, Trump was so bad that they couldn't take any chances on him winning again. So they're going to vote for the person, most likely to be able to beat him. And a lot of people did, which is why he didn't get elected again. But we're also never going to have more choices, because I hear a lot of people talking about how they don't like the 2 choices presented to them. I didn't like the 2 choices presented to them. So I voted for a third choice. Now, will that ever actually work? I don't know, but it certainly will never work if we don't start voting for more choices. We're not going to get more choices. So
And
at
we'll
some
never
point,
get the guns
you've got to
off the
bite the bullet.
street. We'll never get the guns off the street if we don't start giving up our guns, as Andrew. I'm just saying.
You think the criminals are going to give up their guns?
Well, I'm saying I think we can mandate it and get them to get rid of their guns, but we need to start with people not supporting the Second Amendment and realizing that we need to get rid of the guns, and the best way to do that is to not sit there and say we can't do it, but to actually start to go forward and try to get it done, because that's the only way we'll ever get it done. That's all I'm saying, but that's okay. I know you're not that much of an idealist.
No, because reality tends to bite you on the ass.
Because
Bites
reality.
realists on the ass.
Oh, yeah.
Idealists on the ass.
Yeah, idealists bite you in the ass like a sweatshop. At any rate, all right, well, let's just see. I want to quickly check. Let's see. Oh, no, we don't have that. We're supposed to be getting numbers in by 7 o'clock. I don't know what this is. No, we still don't have anything in. So Virginia, polls have closed in Virginia. So we're going to look at the races for governor and state house. Oh, the other thing, which I haven't mentioned, which is actually really interesting, which is there's a tremendous amount of redistricting going on. And so far, a number of states have had a good deal of success in reversing gerrymandering. In some cases, Democrats have made gerrymandering worse. The net result is so far for redistricting this year, Democrats have picked up 1 seat, and Democrats have picked up 7 seats, and Republicans have picked up 1. And I think there was a net loss of a seat due to a shrink in population. Not sure. I've got to check out where that one was. But, my hope is gerrymandering. We should do an entire show on gerrymandering. One of the reasons I've been reluctant to do that is because to do that right takes a tremendous amount of research. I can speak on it, but that's different than doing a show on it and the amount of research graphs and all that other stuff we need to do. But I don't know. What are your thoughts?
I think that you could probably fill an entire week, every Monday through Friday, 3-hour show every day with just gerrymandering. Because it deals with the whole United States, and it's done at every level. So,
is that something
it makes it really difficult?
It does
take a lot of work because because everybody sees the those special cases where you have a district that looks like a crescent moon because they're trying to hit very specific people, or some that resemble possibly, I don't know, who's that impressionist artist that I don't remember now.
Picasso,
and now that I have to try and think about it. No, he was an eccentric and just like threw paint at, now that I have to explain it, it kind of kills the whole. So yeah, you have gerrymandering districts that are just weird ass shapes, and and they're doing that specifically so they can try and net the people most likely to vote for them. And both sides do it, and when they're in power, they try and get it to their advantage. Republicans are in power, they try and get it to their advantage, etc. Where the idea was originally that your district would be made up of the constituents around which you're going to actually represent, and stop making these funny looking districts and make them a little bit more uniform so that it includes all the people in like one neighborhood. So you don't have one neighborhood that's split into this section over here and then to this section over here, so you can just carve out those kinds of people that you want in your district because they're most likely to vote for you.
Well, and that's what you're getting is you're getting elected officials picking the voters, not the voters picking the elected officials.
Yes, that is exactly what starts happening. And then you have to look and see, okay, well, where do these things really happen the worst? And then it takes a lot to go through and find all of these places because there's so many. I mean, it happens everywhere.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's trying to go through and point out where these problems are, and then trying to go through and say, okay, well, how should these districts look instead? And so yeah, it's really a difficult one to get into with and actually cover well, because there's just so much information in so many different places for this, and it's not a fairly easily centralized thing. I mean, you could just take a look at it from the, gerrymandering on just the federal level, and we can say, this also trickles down into the state governments do this as well. So, it's kind of in this federal level but even if you just limit it to the federal level, you're still like, wow, that's, there's a lot of districts. There's a district for every single representative in the House of Representatives. So it's like, holy crap, that's a lot of them. Well, let's get 435 different places and see how each of those different 435 places look, districts look, and go over them. And so, yeah, you can go on and on and on and on about it.
All right, and what I'm going to do is, so it looks like we've got a couple of things coming in. They're starting to get the Florida House. A couple of the others are coming in. There's no victories or anything. What I'm going to do is I think I can get the ticker up on the bottom of the screen, so I'll get that. I'll go for that in a couple of minutes. But yeah, the gerrymandering. So, for example, one of the favorite tactics is, let's say that half a district, or sorry, half a state is of a particular minority. Choose your minority that you really want to exclude from it. What they'll do is they will cede one district to that minority, put as many minorities as they can in that district, and just say they will get that minority. Then split all the remaining ones with the remaining districts, so that if you have, say, 10 districts, one district will be filled with nobody but that minority. And then of the remainder, it will be split amongst the 9 districts, and they can't possibly have, if it's evenly split, they can't possibly have a majority in the other 9 districts, meaning even though they are 50% of the state, they only have 10% of the representation. 10% of the representation for 50% of the state. That's gerrymandering, and that's just one of.
And Republicans are famous for doing that. Yeah, Republicans are famous for doing that because minorities in very large proportions vote for Democrats.
Yeah, it's a serious.
Republicans are pretty keen. Yeah, and all those racist people. Like for instance, Black Americans are very unlikely to vote for a Republican, so they want to get the Black Americans out of their districts, and it produces a lot of problems. Just like you said, where the politicians end up voting for selecting for their own voters instead of the voters selecting their politicians.
So let me ask you this: would you be for a what is it I'm looking for? Would you be for trying to fix this on the federal level?
Yes.
But for our new,
I don't think you should be able to have.
For our newer audience, that's a statement. That's a bold claim. I agree with you. But I don't like the. Please.
Yeah, I don't like because you're supposed to have a representative government, and gerrymandering is specifically designed to give you not a representative government. It's a way to manipulate the election in order to elect who you want to get elected, instead of you should have, your district should be as uniform in shape and size. Shape, not necessarily size, because it's based off of population. So you should have as uniform a shape as possible. You shouldn't ever have a district that looks like somebody wrote the Constitution on it.
Well, and you bring up a good point too, which is that there are reasons why sometimes you have to make it look really crazy, because there are geographically, if there's a lake right in the middle of a district and you're trying to even out the population so that each congressman represents roughly the same number of people as another congressman, sometimes you can get a couple of odd looking shapes. But it's not the crescent moon. It's not the one that looks like a jigsaw puzzle from hell. I mean, it's that doesn't happen naturally. That's people messing with it.
I mean, I've seen some districts that look like a acid tripping spider accidentally stepped through some paint and then skirted across your paper.
That's the metaphor I was looking for.
I think ridiculous.
That was the yes. I was looking for one. I couldn't come. I came up with Jigsaw Puzzle from Hell. Yours was a lot better.
Oh yeah, it's just like I said. It's not very representative of the actual people, and they need to and there are definitely geographic features. There's population issues where it makes it really difficult, So yeah, it can be difficult to get these things apportioned. You can't just make grid, slap the grid down and say, here you go, because representatives are apportioned via population. So, each representative has to have a district of approximately the same number of people. And it can get difficult to get, nice, consistent shapes, like a square or rectangle, for example. Well, but they need to make it as consistent as it can possibly be, and I think that districting should be, a nonpartisan, independent process. I don't think politicians should have any say in it. So
yes, yeah. I think you need to have a committee or somebody who is completely independent and has nothing to gain from it. But I think that's really hard to do. But yeah, no, I agree. All right, so what we've got now is we've got a ticker. This is from CNN. It is showing the results. You should all be able to see that. It is the results of, so we've got Virginia up there right now, governor of New Jersey. This is going through. There are 0% in on most of these. Virginia polls are closing. They are not officially closed. They're not accepting anybody else in line, but they still have to finish off the lines. I'm not usually... So exit polls tend to, not always, but they tend to be very, very accurate, and you can usually tell who won by exit polls. That's why, you do the exit polls and you have a very good idea of what's going on before the counts are even done. The problem is in most states, and rightly so, you're not allowed to give the exit polls until everybody has voted. Sometimes it's when the polls close. Sometimes it's when everybody's voted. Those are two different numbers. But at any rate, this is to prevent people being influenced by the result of those polls. So it's a good policy, but that's why we don't have anything yet. The exit polls probably, I'm hoping, will tell us on Virginia, but who knows. But we're going to start getting some of this in, and I'd also like to start going over some of the other propositions. So before I go hit all I'm going to go hit, I think, just about all the propositions that we're looking at, and then we'll start to figure out if we know anything. But before I do that, was there anything else you wanted to add or say or discuss before we start to break any of this down?
No, there's a couple of the propositions that we one you touched on, which was the Detroit, deciding they were going to be socially equitable and essentially pay reparations. It's not really paying reparations, but they're kind of moving that direction. It's reparation-ish with their housing policy. They got plenty of real estate to do it with. So, it would not be difficult to give them 20 acres and a mule in Detroit because that place is so abandoned.
It's in rough shape. It was listed as reparations. So that's in terms of the category of it was listed as reparations. I don't know where. Again, that was Washington Post. So I don't know how or why that claim is made, but I can see the argument. So I understand. It's essentially saying for historical inequities, So I guess that is a kind of reparation, no matter what you do. So let's figure out. So Texas Prop 3, which is a statewide proposition. We've discussed this one before. It's a constitutional amendment that would ban the state and anybody who represents the state, any politician, any elected official, from adding any restrictions in both times of calm and times of crisis on churches, which would include but not limited to, and this is a direct result of COVID-19, it would include but is not limited to mandating how many people can meet in religious gatherings, and would bar, let's see, so it was in response to stay-at-home orders and to minimize non-essential gatherings to help spread the virus. The church would be exempt from that and could not be barred from meeting and or could not have limitations based on the number of people who were present. Also, Prop 6 which would codify the right for long-term residents to designate essential caregivers for in-person visitation. This was also the result of COVID, and specifically when patients could not have caregivers and family come see them. Texas had restricted in-person visits from family and friends not designated as essential caregivers, again, in order to stop the virus. This would allow, in fact, this would require that hospitals and long-term caregivers allow for facilities. Thank you. Must allow residents to designate at least one essential caregiver for in-person visitation. And I presume, I think for now it's one. I think somebody's been talking. Yeah, critics have argued that the limitation of only one caregiver is insufficient. So right now, that is just the proposition. That is not a constitutional amendment, unlike the first one. Minneapolis Question 2 would defund and dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department. Gone. It would. This is a response to the George Floyd murder by police officer Derek Chauvin. It would replace the police department with a new Department of Public Safety, which would be overseen by the mayor and the city council. This department would not have any requirements for police officers. They don't have to have police officers. There's no minimum requirements. However, they could, if they chose, hire police officers, and they would need a new public safety commissioner. People were campaigning for no, argued that Minneapolis needs comprehensive reforms, not a, quote, dangerous experiment, by eliminating the Minneapolis Police Department with no plans for the future public safety of the city. Those advocating yes on Question 2 said that this does not abolish the police, but would lead to a more accountable, transparent, and better trained officers. Meanwhile, in New Jersey, let's see, the Democratic incumbent is being challenged by a Republican, early voting. Now, this is in New Jersey. Biden won by 16 points last year. And Murphy, who is the Democratic incumbent, does have the lead and is expected to win. In Virginia, which Biden won by 10 points, it is neck and neck. Nobody has any idea what's going to happen in Virginia. It's neck and neck. And if the Democrat who's running, and I wanted to make this correction earlier because you had said the incumbent. It's an interesting. So the person who is running, the Democrat, Terry McAuliffe, is the former governor who is now running for governor. The reason is because Virginia does not allow governors to run for 2 consecutive terms. So you can be governor as many times as you like, but they can't be consecutive. So it's the former Virginia governor, but it's Terry, but I think it's a he. He was governor. He was also former head of the DNC, but he couldn't run for a consecutive term, so he is back running again. He is the former governor, but he is not the incumbent. So that's how that happened. Let's see. Minneapolis is also, let's see. I want to see about the, actually, no, this is, okay, let's get into the proposition. Sorry, I wanted to, Cleveland ballot initiative, issue 24. Now, this is similar. This is splitting the difference of a couple of the other ones that we've talked about. This initiative would establish a new civilian commission called the Community Police Commission, whose members will have final authority over the police department's policy and procedures, hiring and training, and disciplinary action. That's all of it. With the city council's vote of approval for a 4-year term under the initiative, the Office of Professional Standards, an independent agency that investigates non-criminal complaints against the Cleveland police, would report to the Civilian Police Review Board instead of the chief of police. The agency would also be allowed to expand its investigations beyond what is in the complaint. So the proponents of issue 24 say that this measure will ensure, quote, real accountability for police and any investigators of police misconduct and make sure that they are all truly independent. Opponents say that this will give too much power to an unelected group of civilians with no police training or expertise and no checks and balances. I do want to get your take on that one, but so it's basically creating a new police commission, community police commission, that would have oversight over, basically, that I can tell all of it, all the policies, procedures, hiring and training and disciplinary action. If there's anything the police do that's not included in that, I don't know. Proposal 7 in Albany, New York, would expand the Civilian Police Review Board to investigate oversight, review, and community complaints alleging abuse of police authority. Under this measure, the Community Police Review Board could conduct independent investigations even if there are no complaints filed with the board, and would have subpoena power. The proposal would include allocating funding of no less than 1% of the Albany Police Department's total budget for the board's operation. And, all right, let's see, Texas Proposition A. It's another, oh yes, this is the one that you had brought up earlier. To deal with the city's, quote, crime wave. It would require the Austin Police Department employ at least 2 police officers for every 1,000 residents, would mandate 35% community engagement time for all frontline officers, and double their yearly mandatory training. It would also create an incentive program for officers who are in good standing, mentor candidates, or are proficient in foreign languages most often spoke in Austin, which is another one that you and I both missed, and I think is well worth noting. New Jersey is opening. New Jersey has a proposition on gambling to allow gambling on college sports. Detroit has what we said earlier, a task force that would recommend housing and economic programs that, quote, address historical discrimination against the black community in Detroit. Richmond, Virginia has one that would construct a new casino, 250-room luxury hotel. This, as I said before, would be the first. It's owned by a media company called Urban One, which would be the first black-owned casino in the United States. Urban One is saying it's going to generate a total of roughly $50 million in revenue for Virginia and create 1,500 jobs. Opponents to this say that the casino would be exploitive and would be detrimental to the Richmond black community. Let's see, is there anything else here that I think the other ones are reasonably small. There is a redistricting one. New York ballot proposal 1 is actually has a number of proposals, but the biggie there is the redistricting, which I think we spoke about already briefly. We're not going to dive into that one tonight. And let's see. I think I've hit enough for tonight because I did those at kind of rapid fire. So let's see what anything there that you didn't know about or you wanted to quickly hit.
Well, there's several. Probably coming out of the defund police and what we saw happening in Minneapolis over the summer, to try and make police a little bit more accountable. And some of them go really far, like Minneapolis, and some of them are like, okay, well, we want to put a civilian board in charge of this, similar to the theory behind civilian control of the military. That's the kind of idea. And some of them just want to expand some of the civilian, portion of oversight of the police. So they've got quite a gambit of police reform measures up. And of course, we keep touching the Detroit thing, but never really go into it.
I don't know a whole heck of a lot about it. I don't know enough to because it seems like it would be a difficult one. Let me grab my copy of it here. Of course, I'm going to have it right there. So let me get that. While I do, actually, to tell you the truth, I'm surprised to say this, and we do have people who are regular viewers who actually live in the Texas area. I'm curious to know whether they are more for the Texas version of the law enforcement bill or the Michigan one, because the Michigan one, on one hand, for me, is the ideal, right? But that's if they pull it off, and I'm not convinced that they have any idea what they're doing. I think they've got a high concept, and they're going with that concept, and that can be a recipe for disaster. On the flip side, the Texas one, while not going as far as the ideal. Seems to me to actually do a reasonably good job. So if there's anyone in the audience or in the live chat who has any thoughts on that, I'd be most interested in hearing it. So you were interested in, okay, this is key races, Detroit. Okay, so I will read the entire summation of the proposal. It's obviously not the entire proposal, but the summation of the proposal as I have here is called Proposal R. It's in Detroit. Anybody wants to look this up and tell us anything or get any advance? I have not done a deep dive into this proposal, so I don't know where they are. But so here's the summary. A yes on Proposal R would be in favor of the Detroit City Council establishing a task force that would recommend housing and economic programs that, quote, address historical discrimination against the Black community in Detroit, end quote. The City Council has been behind Proposal R, with President Pro Temp Mary Sheffield saying in a statement that it would, quote, help move the conversation from talk to action and towards making amends for the most egregious discriminatory and racist practices of the past. Ultimately, this is about repairing the damage done to the African American community and leveling the playing field so the aggrieved have an equal and real opportunity for success and a better quality of life, end quote. That is Detroit Proposal R, which is on the ballot for today.
And the interesting thing about that proposal is they couched it in ideals. They didn't couch it in actual legislation or actual policy. They want to create a task force that would recommend these proposals or recommend policies that are in favor of this goal. So it's an interesting one because you have no idea what's going to come out of this. It's like it's going to depend heavily on who's on this task force and, exactly what the task force is set to look at, and so you can end up with a veritable grab bag of God knows what. There's no real, it's like we're going to build a group of people that are going to look and propose policies that we can institute that will, hopefully rectify some of the historical injustices and of, creating current injustices to try and fix, things that were going bad that had gone bad in the past. And as a general rule, I think that's very dangerous to do. It's like if there are current injustices, those should absolutely be addressed and fixed. But if your current system isn't, disadvantaging certain people based off of immutable characteristics, and you've placed into laws that stop this, or make it illegal. Their individuals are still individuals, and you can't always know their motivation, so you're not necessarily going to stop all injustices. And I'm not sure that you ever could. But
yeah.
When you run the risk of creating current injustices to try and rectify a historical injustice, I understand that if you're a member of the, historically oppressed or historically, been a victim of unjust practices, you kind of have that feeling of, well, wait a minute, we need to kind of correct some of this stuff. The problem is the time that you can actually correct it is when it's a current issue. Once it becomes a past issue and is no longer an actual issue, you run the risk of creating injustices in the now to try and offset. And it's like, okay, well, one was wrong. You would think that making any injustice at all would be wrong. But that's not really the way that it's looked at. It's looked like, well, we're trying to balance the scale out. For a long time, the scale was essentially placed, or weighted heavily towards essentially white Americans, and that blacks were discriminated against heavily, which is true. That happened. Does that happen today? I know there's certainly laws that are on the books to prevent that.
Well, and
what they want to do,
please.
in many of these proposals. Oh, go ahead. I don't want you to lose a thought.
Well, and let me suggest that. So a common counter is, so well, you had said you were talking about the injustice, and I think it's sort of so correcting the injustice versus the consequences. So even if the injustice is presumably at least far better, it is at least illegal to do those kinds of things. You still have the consequences of when they've been done in the past, but that it sounds like you're suggesting can get thorny, and at a minimum, what was the thought I was going to say? I'm going to need 1 second here. At a minimum, while I think it is undeniable that there are people who have benefited from these injustices, in many cases for modern Americans, they've benefited without consciously. They've committed basically on the crimes of their forefathers. So you have to be very careful how you try to rectify these inequities so that you're not aggressively damaging people who, through no fault of their own, received these benefits. Is that roughly where you're going?
Yes.
Okay.
It's like you have to be because you're just going to create more injustices by trying to fix the consequences of historic or past injustices, and it kind of comes up to that kind of cliche quip, two rights don't make or two wrongs don't make a right.
Yeah.
So you have to be careful, because you certainly are still rippling consequences from a lot of those policies, but most of the people today, especially the younger generations today, they're not taking advantage of, racist policies, for example. I mean, that we've specifically codified in law that you can't discriminate, but there have been past generations that had, very racist policies in place that greatly advantaged whites over blacks, and there are the consequences of that ripple through the generations. One of those things is like generational wealth. Like, well, how do you fix that now? Because you're going to, if you're just going to take wealth from, people who were beneficiaries of it that never participated in the system, but were beneficiaries of a past system, well, now you're victimizing them. They didn't do anything wrong.
But now this is the
you have to be. Yeah,
you gave a great example of this earlier, which was this is the Monopoly example, right? So if you have people who've been playing Monopoly for generations, and for the first however many generations, blacks weren't even allowed to play. By the time you get it so that you have the rules set that everybody can play and we're not going to have any bias for anybody. Yeah, but you have all these white players who have 16 monopolies on Park Place, a boardwalk, the whole 9 yards, and black players coming in cannot compete. So even though the rules are now completely fair, that's not how Monopoly works. If you've already got the established, if you're already an established player, that was an example you gave earlier that I thought was interesting and compelling. Is that accurate?
Yes, and that was the best explanation that I heard. Describing, or trying to lay out the concept so you can wrap your mind around the concept of, how historical injustices have trickled down to cause current inequity, and how, it can end up, even though that nobody's actually participating in those injustices anymore. We're all playing by the more or less the same rules. There's obviously arguments. People have arguments against that, saying that there's still injustices, but if that's true, then they need to be pointed out, and I think the majority of Americans would stand with you to correct that injustice. But the consequences still ripple down through time. It's kind of like talking about, when we were talking about the debt ceiling and stuff. It's like a very small action in this one little area, or like the housing market issue that we had in 2007. This one little policy here can cause ripples, and those ripples start to build as the farther through time they go, and pretty soon you've got these tsunamis rolling through, and you're like, how do we stop these tsunamis? And it can make things very, very difficult, because whites have been playing the game the entire time, and minorities, for the first half of the time the game is running, weren't even allowed to play at all. For the next quarter of the time the game was playing, they were playing at a severe disadvantage, where if they did manage to get ahead, white players had a little trump card where they could come in and kind of destroy it. any gains that were made. And then it's only in like the last 25% of the game being played where there's a more or less an equal footing, where everybody has to abide by the same rules. But the consequences mean that, well, the white players have all of the best properties on the board already. And now you have blacks scrambling to try and pick up the little nobody properties that nobody wants anymore, and try to compete
bought in the first
against
place.
those holding Park Place. Yeah. And then trying to compete, and they have a very valid point when it comes to that. But I'm not sure how you fix that without victimizing people who are playing by the rules, want to play by equal and even rules, and you're going to, take their gains away and give them to somebody else, because their forefathers did something bad. You're perpetuating crimes through the generations and making, the children responsible for the parents' actions. And that's a really dangerous game to start playing, because once you do that, you start building more resentment, and there is always a lashback to things like that. It's like there have been many cases of entire civilizations collapsing because of policies like this. It created a huge amount of resentment, and you ended up with things like the French Revolution. Let's go ahead and kill off all the bourgeoisie. Off with their head.
I want to call back just a touch to, it's kind of ancillary to what you said, but it's along the lines, just because I'm a big fan of it. We're going to have to, I'm writing these down. We're going to have to do, I think we have to do, reparations is a really complicated one. So I think we should do a show on reparations, and I think we should also do a show on gerrymandering. So, and Titan recommended somebody that I'd like to reach out to for that. But all that aside, the housing is a great example, because I am a liberal, which means I tend to think with my heart and with my ideals first, and not with necessarily my brain or experience first. And I think that is probably one of the sort of arguably a bastardized way of talking about the differences. But, when Clinton did that and said, I think we should get every American into a home if we possibly can, I love that idea. I know you do too. Even Republicans, probably most of them, were huge fans of that idea, of the idea, but not of trying to do it. There's a difference between being a fan of the idea and being a fan of actually trying to do it. I was a fan of trying to do it. I was like, yeah, let's go do that. And the problem is, and I didn't understand economics nearly so well, and now I do. And I'm like, when you do something like that, first of all, the economy is a lot like science. Science is amoral. It's just as easy to build a nuclear bomb as it is to build at least in principle, or to discover how to build a nuclear bomb, as it is to discover how to create an antivirus or something that will cure the world of AIDS or whatever. They all have complications, and one's not easier or harder based on the moral implications of the work. Has no impact on it in science. It is amoral. Morality does not apply to science itself. Also does not apply to economics. It's not necessarily easier to create an economic outcome that is unfavorable to a certain group of people than it is to create one that is going to repair previous. Economics doesn't work that way, and morality doesn't figure into the economic systems themselves. It does figure into trying to figure out how human beings might act, but that's a different thing. So all that aside, when Clinton decided that he wanted to get every American into a home, that was one of the things where I was actually really proud. I was just sitting there going like, yeah, this is kind of why I voted for the guy. But what he was doing was he was putting his hand on an economic scale, and he did not understand where that was going to come up. In fact, nobody could have really predicted it. Probably some people accurately predicted where it would end up in the long term. Now, there were a lot of other people doing a lot of terrible things that made this problem worse. But the reality is the housing market, one way or another, was exactly where it should be in an economic sense. And if you want to fix that, you don't put your hand on the scales. You don't sit there and say, I'm going to artificially essentially increase demand beyond what the market can legitimately support. Because you do that, the only way to do it is to do what ended up happening, which was to give it to people who couldn't actually afford it. Because if they could have afforded it, they'd have already had one. So, and therein was the roots of the 2007-2008 disaster, which, yep, there are a lot of there are bankers, there's unscrupulous people selling these mortgage-backed securities and derivatives and all this other stuff. Companies leveraging themselves way more than they were. Oh, yeah, lots of other people. But it started with a mistake Clinton made with the best of fucking intentions. And he essentially caused, in the stroke of one pen, the disaster of 2007, 2008, which could have destroyed our economy. I mean, does that sound fair and accurate to you?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think there was any maliciousness behind it. I think there might have been a bit of cynicism about some of the investing that happened afterwards, and that was probably, like they knew this wasn't a good idea, but they could make money, so they did it anyway.
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
Type of issues.
Well, there's a lot of blame.
But the original idea,
yeah,
the original ideal was, again, it was an ideal without a very clear plan, or without a whole bunch of people spending a very large amount of time looking at all the possibilities that this could go wrong. Because just like in science, economics has actions and reactions. And a lot of times actions may seem small and they have enormous, over time, they'll end up having an enormous ripple effect. So you have enormous reactions. And it can take a while for these things to become evident. And sometimes you can't see it happening while it's happening. Sometimes it's only through the clarity of hindsight and being able to take in a holistic view of everything that happened and being able to look at everything that you realize, oh, wow, yeah, this was really kind of a bad idea. And
it's the butterfly effect. I mean, it's just over time, these tiny things just add up to a huge, something really big. All right, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pause and just look at, so we've got, in terms of the votes here, Virginia, 26% of the ballots are in, and they're updating that one every 10 seconds. So I think they're recognizing that one people want to know about. Again, the reason that's important is because that's one the Democrat really should have easily won this one, despite the and we can bring up that graphic again if we need to, but despite the fact that Virginia does have a 50-year legacy of going against whoever the incumbent president is. This was McAuliffe's to lose, and McAuliffe was already previously a reasonably popular Virginia governor. McAuliffe had the experience. McAuliffe really, I mean, it's Virginia. You'd think Biden won Virginia by 10 points. You'd think McAuliffe should be doing well. And I think you pointed this out, right? This isn't so much about Youngkin winning. It's about McAuliffe losing. And that's a little surprising. A lot of people have said we're sick of the mandates. A few have actually said, some of the interviews I've seen, people have said, well, we're for the mandates and we're for aggressive. We're for the government being far more aggressive about picking a solution and going with it to fix COVID. But far more complaints that I've seen. This is just anecdotal, but the people who've been giving interviews, far more of them have been saying we're done with the mandates and we want to get the economy back on track. And so I think this is causing a bit of a shift into the conservative direction. But in Virginia, both McAuliffe and Youngkin appear to have suffered from the endorsements of their candidate. McAuliffe's numbers went down when Biden endorsed McAuliffe, presumably because Biden's approval ratings are at an all-time low, and Youngkin's numbers went down when Trump endorsed him. So, yeah. All right, that was something. All right. So I don't know. Any thoughts? Was there anything else you had said you wanted to cover? Detroit, and I think we hit that briefly. And I think the general consensus I think we did is that it's a good idea, but can it be implemented in a way that doesn't continue to cause damage, just sort of allocates that damage to other people? I think that's the consensus. Is that about right?
Yeah, you have to be really careful when you start doing that, because it can so easily go wrong. And you might not necessarily even notice it this generation, but it like I said, you're creating ripples every time you start intervening. You create ripples, and you want those ripples to be good ones. And a lot of times there's a lot of good ripples and a lot of bad ripples, and you just want to make sure your ripples are. Why am I on a ripples kick?
All right, and actually there's an interesting, I guess there's a Pence reveals why he broke with Trump over the 2020 elections. Well, presumably because what Trump was asking for was fucking illegal, and Pence didn't have the authority to do it. That's going to be I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's why he did it. And this was one of the things I got into this argument all the time, and I'm curious to know, because I've been asked to do a panel with New Mexicans for Science and Reason. New Mexico, your favorite state. And so I was on this panel, and one of them had asked me about Trump and Pence, and they're like, well, you hate Trump, but, just imagine what would happen if Pence came into office. I said, oh, I would be so thrilled if Pence came into office. I really greatly preferred Pence, and everybody was just like, oh my God, how could you possibly say that? He's a horrible human being. Oh yes, he's a horrible human being. Had his views. I'm closer in ideology to Trump. I am closer in ideology to Trump than I am to Pence, with one exception, which is Trump does not believe in the rule of law, and he does not believe in ethics standards or anything like that. He believes in just get what's mine, me, at all costs. That's Trump. Pence doesn't do that, and I'm not a big fan of people who sit there and say that God tells them how to behave and tells them to tell me how to behave, but Pence really does believe that, and he believes that God wants him to act honorably and to follow the Constitution of the United States. So, while I disagree with his position on absolutely everything else, and he's a horrible human being, that one's the most important one. And it was funny because I had been on that panel just I think a month before, what was it, before the, that whole thing happened where, it was the insurrection a month before the vote and the tally and the whole 9 yards. I was just like, this is why Pence. This is why if I had to vote between Pence and Trump, it would be Pence. I loathe the guy, but he's predictable and he's reliable, and he will put the country first. So our ideology is going to have to come second after that. That was my view. I don't know about you.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I actually do like about him is that he believes deeply in the Constitution, and he is not going, and he proved it. He put his money where his mouth is, and did not violate the Constitution for political expediency. You can't say the same for Trump.
Well, and his boss ordered him to break the law. His boss ordered him to break the law in a way that ostensibly, at least short term, would have been favorable to Pence, would have been favorable to their party. Where they would have ended up long term is a good question. I don't know whether or not that thought crossed his mind. I don't think so. I think he was just like, no, I am not permitted to do this, so the answer is no. Yeah. So, anyways, I got to call up the New Mexicans for Science and Reason, and just not to be like snarky, but just to say no. Which, now that I say it, sounds kind of snarky. That's good.
You snark? Never.
I know, me never, right? Well, I learned from Porpoise, who's cornered the market on snark. I started getting really snarky, and she was just like, "Come to the dark side." I was just like, "Yeah," because she's good. She's good though. She's very humorous. She's found a way to do snark in a way that's both funny and humorous. And what she says is joyful. She's the joyful snark. I'm the begrudging curmudgeon. I'm snarky because I'm grumpy and I'm mad that nobody's doing what I say. Snark. That's my snark. It's a very different thing.
You're not the joyful snark. You're the cynical snark.
I'm the cynical snark. Exactly. Yep. Oh, dear Lord. So I'm actually going to go pick up some water. I have something to drink right here. I was tempted to but I know last time I drank that, tons of my screenshotted it and just put it up everywhere on the internet. So I think I'm not gonna make that mistake again. So Youngkin is currently ahead, 33% of the votes cast, 54% to 45%. So I haven't checked how Gizmo is doing in New York. We'll get to that one. Yeah, I'm sorry if you're trying to bring your cat to vote. Yeah, I think you're right. I think from now on, Gizmo, everyone will know who we're talking about. Yeah. So let's see, and then where are we? I don't see the New York one yet. I'm sorry. What were we gonna say?
It's not really germane, but it's like I'm kind of torn on the. It's like you should have gotten him a service animal vest to put on, and because a lot of places that don't allow pets will allow service animals or therapy animals. But and I'm kind of torn on that. There's definitely some service animals, for example, specifically service animals, not therapy animals, where you're like, okay, it makes sense. I mean, a seeing eye dog is a service animal, and you should absolutely allow that dog to go anywhere. And then you have some of the therapy animals where I'm like, okay, I understand. I have somebody who has a therapy animal, and it does help tremendously. And then I still kind of get stuck with that whole. I guess it's my more conservative upbringing where it's like, buck up and stop bringing your animal places. So yeah, I have a hard time with that. I get split. I've seen the benefits and I'm still fighting against the whole, you just need to buck up and suck it up, buttercup, and let's get on with life.
Hold on. Now I'm yeah, there we go. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think it was a service animal. Did you look this up? Was it a service animal? Do you know? Or it was a kitten. It was
no, it wasn't. He just brought his cat and then got mad because nobody. I had to look it up after you did it. I actually had to close out the show on my tablet and look it up. I'm like, this can't be a real thing, really. Oh no,
kidding.
It is.
It is. You thought it, yeah. Yeah.
Like, oh my God, I got to stop saying that. I have to stop saying this can't be a real thing.
Yeah, I don't make that shit up. I don't have to. There's enough cray in reality. I don't have to. I may have to look for it, but it's there. Yeah, no. Well, and then he went around to other polling places to see if they were allowing people to bring in cats. Oh my God.
It's ridiculous. No, it wasn't a service. That's what I meant. He should have just gotten a little T-shirt that said "service animal," and put the cat in the T-shirt, and then nobody would have said anything to him.
Yep.
If he was that concerned about having his kitty with him when he went to a polling place, I mean, I think that's just a sign that he's not entirely mentally ill there.
But trust me, it's no worse than it was when I first heard of the guy in the 80s. I remember those
so he's
interviews.
just been this way his whole life.
Yeah, oh yeah, very entitled.
Well, at least you know what you're getting.
That's why it was just weird. I was sitting there doing research. I was getting ready for the show. I was looking at the candidates. I was looking at the proposals. And I read that name. I was just like, that can't be the same guy. It just can't. But it's a unique name. It has to be. And I knew he was in New York. I was like, it's got to be. But also, again, when I first heard him, I was in high school. And this was shortly after he had founded the Guardian Angel. So I was like, how old is he by this point? But it's him. And he was very tough. And, we're going to go clean up the streets. Well, wait a minute, but you just have a walkie-talkie and you're supposed to call the police if you see anything. Oh, yeah, no, we don't engage. I mean, don't get me wrong, though. If somebody engages us, we'll be prepared to take them down and do all this. Yeah, it's like, yeah, whoa, he accidentally ran into my fist. Yeah, he was.
Again and again and again.
Oh, dear Lord. And he was clearly looking for trouble, and he was clearly not a particularly nice human being, and he also really thought he was saving the streets of New York and all this whole 9 yards. And as I recall, the Guardian Angels, yeah, they got into a whole bunch of trouble. At any rate, so it's him and this kitten, and it's like, okay, you know what? I had trouble with a polling place once. I actually still feel bad. I still kind of want. I came very close to getting into it. I couldn't because I was the district coordinator the second congressional district in Connecticut. So my entire house was the headquarters for the second congressional district. We also ended up being the headquarters for the fourth when the fourth lost all their computers and everything had to be done remotely. So we towards the end we were doing both. So it's the night before, and I am covered in Obama stickers because it's just what you got to do, right? So it's like I got the pin, I got the hat, I got the jacket, I got the whole 9 yards. I'm meeting and greeting everybody like, oh yeah, hey, come on, we need our volunteers. Let's go do this, and doing the whole thing. First thing in the morning, I have to go vote, and I have to do it like first thing because I'm just swamped for the rest of the day. So I haven't slept in 30 some odd hours. So I drive down. Go out. And by the time I get there, I already heard that there have been problems with this polling place because somebody had gone into the polling place and said, "Where's the district headquarters for the second congressional district?" And a woman there had said, "Oh, I know, but I'm not going to tell you. I don't have to." It's like, well, you didn't have to say it either. But she was a real whole big Obama's a commie kind of person. So I walk in and literally through the door, and I know it's the same lady just because attitude. Comes running at me. Oh my God, get out of here. You can't be in here like this. You can't. I was like, whoa, what the hell? I had all the Obama stickers on. It's illegal to promote any candidate within 200 yards of a polling place. So I was absolutely violating the law. I hadn't slept in 30 some odd hours. I forgot that I'd covered in so I go back, I take it all off, go in. She's like, don't ever try to pull that stunt again. I was like, well, first of all, I'm never going to see you again because she was in her 90s. I'm like, oh, trust me, in 4 years. But at any rate, I was not happy with her. She goes, well, I said, look, it was an accident. I was tired. I forgot. And don't lay that line on me. We both know that you're lying. And I was just like, can I go vote now without getting... Wow. And I'm trying to remember what the other thing was that she said. She and I really got into it, actually, because I was starting to get... So she's like, you're the one who's telling people you know where the headquarters is, but you won't. So I didn't tell her I was the captain on the headquarters, but I came close. I also called because there was a member of the Obama's field organizer for Connecticut was staying at the house. So I was just like, I came so close to just calling her saying, but what was the other... How did that come up? I don't know. Listen, voting normally doesn't cause problems, but between me bringing in my stuff and that cat, we have a story to tell, I guess. So let's see where we are in these. Oh, yeah, I really came very close to. I called up I didn't call. No, I drove back spoke to the not the coordinator, the Connecticut field director, and said, listen, this just happened. How do we get rid of this lady? Because I do not want her in charge of polling in our district. She's like, just let it go. I was just like, no! Bitch called me a liar for walking in with my Obama stuff, which I shouldn't have done, but damn. What was the other one she did? I don't know.
Sometimes the best policy is to just let the problem take care of itself. I know and I have a hard time with that too. I mean, because there's been times, where I'm just like, you know what, you're probably never going to see that person again. And even if you come back here again, the chances of you working with that person are pretty damn slim. It's like, just let it go. And sometimes like, but I'm righteously indignant. Damn it.
I have a lot of that. It has been so hard learning to, and that's, it ticks me off a little bit because I say this, I see people say this all the time, and then we'll check the numbers. It's 8 o'clock, so hopefully some should be coming in. But I talk to people all the time about Twitter being a cesspool and just why it's as bad as it is. They're like, yeah, but I'm on Twitter to practice. Because you're practicing how to write better, which maybe it does. It can improve your writing, actually, because of the limitations. But still, I practice patience and stuff like this. I was just like, yeah, how many people are actually actively? Yeah, that's BS. I am sort of trying to do that, and I've had some success with it. I'm not sure that it's worth the trouble. But, the righteous indignation of...
Yeah, I gave up pretty quick.
Yeah, I think that was wise of you. The righteous indignation, a stranger on the internet called me a horrible parent. Who gives a fuck? They don't know me. They've never met me, and they're full of utter shit. But it still has an impact, right? It's like, I'm not bitter. I'm not pissed off. I'm not... But yeah. I'll get over it someday.
Well, we're hyper aware of criticism. and it's a survival trait. I mean, it's something that it was a needed trait to keep cohesive groups together to survive. Those who weren't, those groups that weren't sensitive to criticism from the group, well, they died out.
So let me ask you this.
Because turns out, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I have friends who have told me all the time, just let that shit roll off you. And I was just like, fuck you, it's not happening to you. And when it's people, and when, okay, so, I mean, I'm not a public figure, but I'm a public figure, if that makes any sense, and it's like, my name has been known in several contexts. And every now and then some drama explodes over me and, yada, yada, yada. And my policy up until a couple of years ago was engage full 100% because it's my name. I want people to recognize my name. I'm using my real name. Other people are using fake names like a Zen or whatever. But, this is my real name and I got to stand by it and I care about my reputation. And most of the time, when I really went all at it, I was able to get my side out there in some way that made sense, and people finally said, "Oh yeah, it wasn't really." But everybody's like, "Well, yeah, but what did that cost you in terms of time, effort, and did you really gain anything?" And usually it's in these smaller communities. And as I get better known in bigger and bigger communities, it's like, how much time are you going to spend doing this? I mean, how much time did Hillary spend fighting the charges that she was running a child porno ring outside the basement of a pizzeria? I mean, at some point, you just got to let it slide. So I had all these friends saying this, and I was like, it's not happening to any of you. And two of my friends got hit real hard, and I was just like, so what are you going to do about it? Like, do about what? It's like, well, all these people saying this shit. I was like, most of them are strangers. The ones that aren't, I thought were smart, and they're dumb. That's it. Because they didn't talk to me, they didn't ask for and they're like, they could have done, they're idiots. I was just like, yeah, but they were, but now they're not. I was just like, we're done, moving on. And so how do you have, and they just, and a lot of them just let it truly slide. So how do you get people who let that truly slide? Is that a trait to let it slide, or is that something they learned?
I think as with most things when it comes to things like personality and human behavior, there is a genetic component. There are genes that make us predisposed to certain personality traits, and then the way that we're raised has an influence on that. It pushes that baseline one way or the other. So I think it's a combination of both, and it also has to do with how much do you care about other things, and the average population actually cares because it's an inborn thing in us where we tend to care about what the group thinks about us. That's a personal survival trait. If the whole group thought you were just a waste of space in your tribe back in hunter-gatherer days, well, you would ran the risk of being ostracized if you didn't care what they thought and just continued your actions. And that doesn't bode well for the continuation of your genes. So it's definitely something that is genetically encoded in us to care about what the group says, even if we don't actually know who they are. And we've largely moved past that because, we now live in a world where most of our contacts are, wider contacts, I should say, are mostly anonymous. It's like you don't know who these people are on Twitter, most of them. I mean, it's like, maybe know something about them, but it's not like you have a relationship with them or their opinion of you really matters. And a lot of, even in close societies, the families and stuff, it's not nearly a danger to your survival anymore if your family disagrees with what you're doing. You can forswear your family and still go make a hell of a run of life, and you don't have to worry about being left out in the cold, being ostracized, and then dying because you don't have access to any resources. So, society has evolved to the point where this isn't necessarily needed and can be a detriment in many cases. Not in all cases, but in many cases it can be a detriment. So it takes a lot. I think it takes a bit of a concerted effort. First, you need to recognize that about people, and some people really don't care. They just don't care, and I try very hard to not care. It still affects me a little bit. Like if I was on for a short period of time on the Non Sequitur show, and Jimmy was on, and we were kind of doing a call-in panel, or I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was being simulcast to both his channel and the Non Sequitur show, and man, did I get a lot of hate from Jimmy's crowd.
Really?
Lot of hate.
Oh,
and it's like, yeah.
It took me a minute. I was just like, why would you get hate? And I was just like, oh, because you're a conservative and Jimmy is Jimmy and his crowd is his crowd. Yeah. I got called every ist that there was, and I even got hit with ableist.
And I was just like, wait a minute, I'm not saying anything that's not, for the most part, verifiably true. I mean, and it's not like it was getting into a whole bunch of opinion pieces either. I mean, there was a little bit there, but man, I got hit with a lot of hate from that. And it's like, well, I don't know who his crowd is. I'm not showing up on his stream. It's like, I'm not trying to get any of, his crowd to do anything at all. I was there because, it was part of the non sequitur show, and it had nothing to do with him. Why do I care? And it was still a struggle, because it still affected me. That many people thought I was that horrible of a human being. And I'm like, wait a minute, but I'm really not that bad of a person. I swear. It's like, I'm not out kicking puppies.
Well,
so
you act
it can
as
be
if I didn't have
difficult.
the footage, but okay. No, he's totally not kicking puppies, folks.
No, I love
kittens
puppies.
maybe, but kitten's name
I want to
Gizmo,
smooch every little
maybe.
puppy that's out there.
Well, I get, I'm actually, I've been called transphobic more than once, and by a number of people. Usually, the higher up somebody is in the activist community, the more, because I do object to how a number of activists, the methodologies that they're using. I think that there absolutely has to be activists in favor of trans rights, otherwise they'll never get recognized the way they need to be. But I am against bullying, and I've noticed there's bullies and activists for all. For anything, you will find bad activists who are just interested in bullying, and when I encounter them in the trans community, I get labeled transphobic pretty quickly. So it was hilarious that I was being called. I was actually accused of, again, that conversation, they were accusing me of being trans and secretly trans and pushing the trans agenda, and the only way I could be as for the trans agenda as I am was if I was trans. I was just like, that's hilarious, because I'm also transphobic, apparently. So it's one of those things where especially on any social, unless somebody takes the time to get to know you, they're going to miss the nuance, and they're going to miss, and you can sit there and say, well, I believe X, Y, and Z, but maybe I have good reasons why I oppose it or am for it, or so on and so forth. And we're too quick to, and I get why too. Carl Sagan stood in front of the New York Public Library and said, there are 4 million books behind me. You would never be able to read all of them in 100 lifetimes. You couldn't do it. So the question isn't how do you read every one? The question is, how do you decide which ones are worthy of reading and which ones aren't? That has to be made by a number of snap judgments. And that's snap judgments based on the recommendations of people that you like and that presumably know what you might be interested in and who are telling you, and then, or you read a blurb about it and you say, and it could be right, it could be wrong, but you have to decide somehow. We also do that with people. We make snap judgments about people. The problem is, I think, especially if they're anonymous, if we don't know who they are, in an attempt to self-aggrandize and make ourselves feel better about ourselves, we assume most of the people we're meeting are assholes. You do that when driving, right? When somebody cuts you off, did they cut you off because they're in a rush? Well, we've all done that. Did they cut you off because they didn't see you? We've all done that. Or did they cut you off because they're an asshole? Well, I'm not an asshole, but they are. That's why they cut me off, and we just make these snap judgments. So I think that's where that comes from. So if you make a very simple statement online, you will find people who are going to call you something very, very mean as a result of it. Sound right?
Yeah. And making snap judgments about things is also kind of hardwired into our DNA as well. Growing up on the African safari, if that grass just rustled over there, you needed to make a snap decision of whether you needed to run away. And if you didn't make the right one, you could end up dead, because that could be a lion over there stalking you. So, evolution and evolutionary pressures generally had us taking what would be the safest route possible. So, that rustle in the grass, 100 or 99 out of 100 times may just be the wind, or a mouse or whatever walking through there. That one time, it could be a lion. But we're going to run all 100 times, because that one time has such dire consequences. So it tends to push us into making very snap decisions very quickly. And we do that with people all the time. and we don't have, and a lot of us don't have the time or energy or even want to actually get to know all of the relevant information before we start making decisions. We do it every day in our everyday lives. It's like somebody comes up, tries to start a conversation with you, and you make a snap judgment right there on the spot whether you like this person or not, and whether you want to spend time talking to them. So we do this all of the time.
And I like what you said. Yeah, nature selected for us to do it because the consequences of doing it and being wrong aren't as bad as not doing it and being wrong. So yeah, if you fail to make a snap judgment when that. All right, hold on a second.
Yeah, those who didn't make snap judgments, they died eventually.
Yep. Well, and those
that sat around and went, well, let's analyze this. Okay, is the grass tall enough to actually hide a lion? Okay, well, maybe it is. I mean, maybe if they crouched, actually sitting down and analyzing the situation to make a correct decision, those people died. It was the people that took off running immediately as soon as they saw the grass rustle. Those are the people that lived, or at least more of them lived. I mean, you're not going to outrun a lion, so you better hope that you have a bunch of people around to help defend you, or a place to get out of the way. But
or a bunch of people around you that
run
slower.
Or those people survived. Yeah, exactly. or hope that you have that intellectual in your group that wants to analyze and make a correct decision.
That you can feed to the lions. Wait a minute, are you talking about?
Yeah.
Jesus is Andring. So you're basically saying that humanity should be feeding intellectuals to the lions. I'm going to clip this and take this completely out of context and put this all over the internet.
Yes, we should absolutely feed them to the lions. Actually, you don't have to feed them to the lions. The lions will just naturally eat them. Just surround yourself with the intellectuals, and that way they'll be the ones that get eaten, and you can be reactionary and take off, and you'll be the one that most likely to survive. That's how we end up with a reactionary population versus an intellectually informed.
And that's how we have a conservative
society.
Our conservative.
Yes, that's where that is entirely how the Conservative Party
feeding intellectuals to. That's exactly how the conservative. Andrew's like, I'm just going to lean into this one. Oh dear Lord! All right, well,
I'm leaving it there. That's it. We're done.
I'm glad Tons of Mice actually isn't a regular on this one, because if he was, it would both be in a lot more trouble than we already are. Do you even know Tons of Mice?
No, I don't.
No, he hangs out on Neil's, and he is. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to try to collect a little more here. Yep. Okay, good. And we're coming up. It's 8:17, and we've got I think the numbers should still. No, the numbers aren't up on the screen anymore. So I will fix that in a second. We'll get the numbers back up on the screen. We don't have anything solid in, but there are. It is coming in. So Tons of Mice hangs out on Neil 604's, and there's a rumor that Neil, it's actually it's Ollie. I don't know if it's Ollie or not, but at any rate, Tons of Mice. What Tons of Mice does is. A, screenshots absolutely everything anybody's doing, but B, also clips anything that anybody's doing. So if you say anything that can be taken out of context and they clip it during the show and have it usually seconds after you've said it. And everybody's so used to it by this point that it's just sort of like you say something you shouldn't have. Like, oh my God, they're like, there's Tons of Mice here, there's Tons of Mice here. 2 seconds later, there's a link to just that clip and whatever it is you said just drop right in the live chat. So, that's Tons of Mice.
Oh, lovely. Yeah. And maybe I would get, if I had my own Tons of Mice person that was like haunting me just to specifically clip things and take them out of context and post them up to make you look the absolutely worst you could, I would probably be far more careful about what I say. Because I'm kind of blasé about some of the things. And some of the things that I say, it's like, well, they're just kind of thoughts going through my head. I haven't really, it's not like I've put a huge amount of thought into this or really dug down to the core of, what the implications of this is. And sometimes I'm just, hey, this sounds interesting. What do you think? And somebody's like, oh my God, I can't believe you just said that.
Well, tons of
Mice. It'll point out why what I said was just horrible. And I'm like, okay, yeah, you're right. I probably shouldn't say that anymore.
Well, Tons of Ice has actually been here. That's why I said Tons of Ice at one point had caught me just drinking the Mountain Dew straight out of the bottle, and then put that up all over Twitter and everywhere. It's just like tagged me in, tagged everybody. You just see me going glug glug glug. It's just like, okay, Mountain Dew's new, the new sponsor of In Time, Mountain Dew. So yeah, they will catch you doing anything. But Tons of Mice isn't a regular on the show, so we should probably give instructions to the mods to ensure that. Oh, I think I just saw a declared winner in something, and I'll catch that on the next go around. But it's all actually in good nature. Tons of Mice isn't actually trying to get anyone in trouble. I'm sure if anybody really did get. Okay, so let's see. We got 47% in on Virginia. Only 3% New Jersey for governor. Virginia is still too close to call, but it's still Youngkin ahead. Again at almost 50%. They don't have Adams.
I would point people.
Yeah, please.
I would point people to the 2020 election, and just because Youngkin's ahead, that doesn't mean anything. Trump was ahead for most of the night and ended up losing pretty badly.
Well, and yeah, you got to be a little careful with polls. At least that's what Hillary says. Brown has won Ohio, the House seat, the 11th, by quite a margin. But I think that was that one was one we actually already did that one. The Ohio 11th, we already covered that one. So I don't think that one was a surprise. Like I said, some of the redistricting I think is it looks like people are starting to take gerrymandering seriously. I really hope they are. I think that's the biggest problem right now in this. The biggest problem in this country. No, the biggest problem in okay, question. Take your time and think about this. What is the biggest problem in this country in regards to politics? Gerrymandering, I think, is a second for me, but it's not first. I'm curious to know what you think is first, and we can break it down while we wait for the rest of Virginia. I'm hoping Virginia is going to be called in about a half hour. So, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that you're right. Gerrymandering is a really, really big one up there. But I think that the biggest one, at least for me, is special interest money in politics.
That was mine. that was mine. Yep. I think so. And yeah, and I think so. You and I have had this gun debate that we talk a lot about, and I think you and I actually have seen eye to eye on it up to about 98% of the discussion, and you've certainly gotten me to sort of shift my view in ways I hadn't considered. There's another one, which is I have been very much against corporations putting money towards politicians. And I realized that after talking to conservative friends, I'm actually not really against that. And I'm not against unions doing it. What I'm against is the political power it buys. And I realized I think I probably would not be too hard to be convinced to allow any company to donate any amount of money, so long as it was done ethically, so long as it was done with the knowledge of the people who own the company, and as long as it's all on the up and up. If a company really wants to donate to a politician, I'm not sure I'd have a problem with that. And if individuals want to donate above the $250,000, and they want to donate as much as they want, I'm not sure that free speech isn't money. Or money isn't free speech in one way or another. I could be probably convinced of that argument. The problem is when this buys favors. The problem is when people want that money, so they change what their policies are to court that money and the people who own it. So the question is there a way to divorce that money from the influence it buys, so that you can say, listen, if you've earned enough money that you want to put a whole bunch towards a candidate that you genuinely believe in, great, go ahead and do that. But the candidate should never know that you gave them the money.
Exactly. I was just about to say blind packs.
Exactly. So just like, okay, if you have a way to get that money to, while I have fiercely opposed allowing corporations to donate to candidates, that would be the way I'd be convinced to. At least I wouldn't oppose it anymore. Whether or not I'd support it would be another thing, but I certainly wouldn't oppose it anymore, which was if it was done blind, because my biggest problem isn't the money. It's buying influence. And if you get rid of that, I could probably be pulled over.
And I've kind of got a bit of a different view. I go into Canada a lot, and one of the things in Canada, and forgive me any Canadians that are watching if I misrepresent what actually goes on, because I'm just listening to CBC, and I have no idea if that's actually accurate or not. But my understanding is that when they go to do elections, politicians are given a certain amount of money, and it's public money, public funds, so tax revenue, and that's the money they can spend on their campaigns. And you don't really use. I mean, you can get some donations for some things, but not to use for like political advertising. So all of the candidates end up with the same amount of money to spend on their political campaigning, and then you have to decide based on that. That is actually kind of what a system that I would be more in favor of in the United States. I think that the blind pacts could work, as long as political candidates have no idea where their money is coming from, and how you would do that so that it's not. I mean, you'd almost have to have almost a government agency doing this, where you donated your money, said this is where I want it to go. Yeah. So you kind of sort of have to have that, so there's still accountability, so that people are donating on the up and up and everything, but that the political parties and candidates don't know where that money came from. They just look at an account and say, okay, well, here's our political contributions account, and this is the money we have available, and they have no idea where that money came from. But there has to be an organization to ensure that everything's being done on the up and up. But if it's a private one, well, you can end up giving, they can tip people off and stuff. So I agree with your issue with the money, is that it tends to buy influence, and people will change their positions or change their policies, not necessarily their public positions, but will change their policies and will do things to benefit, those donors, because they want them to donate again, obviously. And this is how you get corporatism. And corporatism is incredibly bad. And that's, most of the complaints I've heard of capitalism from people are boiled down to corporatism problems, which the United States does suffer from.
And Jake Forty brought up a really good point I want to bring into this. But the other thing is, now what I'm going to argue is the public funding one, in my view, isn't worth doing, because it only half solves the problem. Which is funny, because I'm sitting there going, I'm about to make an Isandering argument here. The problem is that now what you're going to be selecting for is for campaigns that know how to best utilize that money and are best at marketing. So you could end up with one politician who's got the better ideas but will not engage in negative advertising, and someone else who will engage in negative advertising and who can spend that money much more effectively by, tearing down and then it just becomes about who hires the best marketer. So in the same way that you don't want a legal battle to be about who has the best lawyer, you don't want it to be about, and we're saying, okay, we don't want it to be about who has the most money. Okay, no, now what we're going to do is who can hire the best marketer or best campaigner to do something with that limited funds. I would be more impressed with it if, instead of saying that everything is set. So you would have a set number of debates that that everybody would know going ahead of time. You would have, they would be required in order for you to even participate, and then you would have a bar that is consistent. That's not just the money that's set, but how and when you can express your ideas and what ideas you can express. If there are ideas of policy, that's one thing. If that's out attacking another candidate, you would not be allowed to do that. Now, I think that that's getting awfully, I don't want to say totalitarian, because I don't think it's quite there yet, but I think you understand what I'm saying, and I think you've got a vague idea of what my objection to that would be. But I think once you start with just making public funds is insufficient, because now you're selecting for whoever gets the best campaign manager.
Yeah, and this isn't a topic that I have spent hours obsessively thinking about driving down the road. So it's just something that's kind of, when it pops up, for example, like when I'm hearing about some of the elections and stuff and that are going on in Canada and stuff, it's like, that I think that system might have some merit. Thinking about it and then go on to something else. So when I run across things that I haven't done a lot of thinking about, I don't have it's nice to hear other perspectives, because I think that you're right. You bring up a very good point. That is an issue that could be and I'm for blind packs anyway. If we're going to be doing donations, private donations or corporate donations to politicians, I think they should be done blindly anyway.
Absolutely. Well, yeah. So okay, yeah. So you're just, you were just spitballing ideas. I think it's a worthwhile spitball, but that's my objection to it. So, and then Jake brings up, and if we could have a permanent third party in this country, which we probably can't for reasons we've discussed on this show before, but the least of which is the way, especially the presidency is winner take all, that will naturally select for parties eating each other up until you only have two left, because that's winner take all. That's the only stable system. That's what you're going to resolve to. But if we could have a stable third party, I would honestly, if you came up to me and said, okay, Nick, if you vote for Trump next term, in fact, and if we have Trump win one more term, it would be on a third party that would be permanently established as a third party to compete with the Democrats and the Republicans. I would very strongly consider doing it, and I have to say, even at this point, I would probably do it. It would suck. I would really hate those 4 years, and I would do everything I could to ensure that he had all power stripped from him or was indicted while he was in there. But nonetheless, a third party is that important to this country. So I think Jake Vordy has brought up an interesting point.
I think that, and this is where I get some sympathy for the parliamentarian system of government.
Yes.
Where you have to form governments out of the electors, those who are elected, because it allows for you to have a minority party. You can have the Libertarian Party at only, say, 12% of because you'll have one or two of them. And then they caucus with some other group, or the different groups have to, try and gain their support to be able to actually form, a government. So I do have some appreciation for the parliamentary system.
Yeah, and
especially after seeing what has happened. Especially after seeing what has happened with the system that we set up. I think that the way that they originally envisioned the system working, had it continued to work that way, which clearly it doesn't, because here we are. Then I think that probably would have been a better system. But we've seen where this leads. So, and I think that a lot of the issues that we're dealing with today, as far as just political issues and the political process, a parliamentarian system actually alleviates a lot of those problems.
Well, yeah, I think that's absolutely right, and I think so. Here's the problem: the reason a winner takes all system ends up with only two parties is because the smaller parties aren't ever going to be able to win, and they're never going to be able to amass power. But if they allow themselves to be consumed, they can presumably contribute to one of the other parties. So they end up getting consumed by the larger parties and trying to sort of shift that ship, move that huge ship a little bit more in one direction or another. And so then you end up with only two parties. They're not big enough to consume the other. And so, yeah, is there compromise? Yeah, there's compromise, but there isn't a middle to negotiate a compromise. There isn't a middle to force either of them to actually fulfill anything, or to grant any of them any incentive to try to come up with a better solution. So if there was a third party that gays could go to that wasn't the Democrats but had many of the similar values, all of a sudden the Democrats would actually have to start paying attention to that agenda, instead of just saying, oh, don't worry, we're really for that agenda and we're going to drop it because, where are you going to go? The Republicans? I don't think so. So if there was a viable third party that could peel off dissatisfied people from the left and from the right, all of a sudden the left and the right now have to start really worrying about their constituents, because the where else are you going to go is no longer on the table. It's not polarized. It's not a binary position that you really have to pick one or the other, because there's no other viable option.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think that's and that's how the parliamentary system works. I mean, you get your representatives in there, and then the bigger parties, they have to, even if you're a smaller party, those other parties are still trying to get you on their side, so that they can get a majority and get their agenda passed, and they have to pay attention, because you could at any point you could decide, okay, well, I'm not going to caucus with you anymore. I'm going to go caucus with the other guys because you're not giving me what I want, and that they're willing to. So I do think that would be a more useful, or would be more useful in the political system. And you can get a little bit of a taste of that with what's happening with Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema, for example. It's like those two people. Joe Manchin is from a very red state. He's a Democrat in a very red state. So he has to pay attention to, can he get reelected? And Sinema got elected in a very purple state. And her seat's not exactly. That brings me to another point. Remind me of Kristen Sinema after I finish making this, because there's something that happened that I was actually outraged about. So. You can see that these two people are having to look at their constituents and say, if I just go along with the progressive wing of the Democratic Party and agree to all this stuff, I have a good chance of being primaried and losing. I have to face my constituents, and I have to represent what I think is best for them and what they're going to want. And of course, it's infuriating the Democratic Party, because they're holding up all this legislative agenda. And they're doing it because they're actually, and they're getting a lot of heat from this. A lot of people are getting very upset at them over this. And especially when it's not necessarily their own people that are getting super pissed. It's everybody else that's saying, you're holding up this agenda. We really need this. And, you're the reason that this isn't getting through. And it's like, but I can't support this because I'm ostensibly representing my constituents. And if I support this, I'm going to no longer be employed. I'm going to lose my reelection. So I have to, have to maintain, which kind of leads into what I wanted to talk about with Kristen Sinema. It was over the weekend. She was officiating a wedding, and they had people who were very pissed off at her for not signing on to the Democratic agenda. And they went and protested and screamed and yelled and disrupted this wedding, to the point that the mother of the bride came out begging them in tears, please don't do this. This is my daughter's wedding, and you are destroying it. Like, take your political shit elsewhere. This is not an appropriate time. And watching the video of, especially they played it obviously a lot, but it's heart-wrenching to watch this mother just lose it, because they're out there screaming because Kristen Sinema is officiating this wedding. And it's like that is, I found that a bit outrageous, and it's like I wanted to smack every single one of those smug faces right in their nose. It's like, how dare you do that and ruin somebody's life? It's like, I understand that you're upset, and I understand that you don't agree with what she's doing, and that you want her to go ahead and sign on and get all this stuff passed. But there is something called, time and place.
Yep.
And this is not the time, and it is certainly not the place for you to be doing this shit.
Yes, I guess.
And I think that it, and it's going to be cause a lot of pushback. I mean, you got to realize that because they're being bullies. And eventually they're going to come across somebody who's not going to put up with their bullying tactics, and they're going to push back violently. This is not a good path to be going down.
Yep. The other on a slightly different, but just because, no, actually, it's very different topic now I think about it. And we're still looking. So Youngkin is still ahead at roughly the same amount as McAuliffe, almost 60% in. And then one fun story, and then I want to ask you about the abortion discussions, because I actually listened to a number of the to the Supreme Court on the Texas abortion bill, and it's actually up twice for two different elements of it. But this element, it sounds like they're all against, and I think they're going to get hit real hard on. I don't know what's going to happen with the other elements, and we've seen Nate's view on that, and if he's right, it's still really going to be a loss for Democrats, but we'll get to that in a second. This one's interesting. Taylor Greene of Georgia, how do you pronounce her first name?
You're asking me?
Yeah, Representative
because
Greene.
I did it once, so...
No, Representative Greene, Taylor Greene from... of Georgia. She's the one that's always getting in trouble. She's the big Trump supporter. She went around in the halls of Congress and was shouting into never mind. At any rate, I seem to have like a block on that name. Anyways, she has now been fined $48,000 for not wearing a mask on the House floor, according to a letter from the Sergeant at Arms. She has been fined 20 times for not wearing a mask after initially wearing it in May. After an initial warning in May. She was fined $500 for her first offense and $2,500 for each subsequent offense. Now, she's not allowed to take this out of like super PAC money or anything like that. This has to come directly out of her salary. So she's now lost $48,000. Let's see. Oh, yep. And looks like she's just going to keep doing it. Now she's wealthy, and as I recall, has 2 homes and will fail to pay taxes on one of them. But and ran afoul of a whole bunch of, so who knows what's going to happen to her. But she's just a nightmare. She's insane, but she's refusing to wear a mask.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Marjorie, thank you, Marjorie. I don't know why Marjorie. I think the RIE screws with my brain because I'm dyslexic. So every time I see it, I just cannot see the name, and I can't remember Marjorie. I just can't. I was like, I know the name, but I can't. I see it, and my brain locks up. It's really weird. That's the only time that's ever happened in my life. Every time I see her, if you go through past shows of us talking about her, I always just say Taylor Greene. I won't say Marjorie because as soon as I see her name, my brain locks up on it. I can't even just remember to just say Marjorie every time I see that combination. It's like my brain is just trying to decode it and just locks. Oh dear Lord. Okay, so
just remember the March jury kicked her out of the Green Party. Marjorie Greene.
Marjorie kicked me. Marjorie. There's no way I'm going to remember that. That's just. Oh dear
okay,
Lord.
Well, fine. We won't try word association then.
There's just something about her name. It's got nothing to do with liking her, and I always say it's because I'm traumatized because I hate her, but it's not true, and I don't hate her. But I always blame the fact that I don't like her. So I was listening to the Supreme Court, and they were giving a pretty hard time to the state of Texas, which they absolutely should. And they've made a number of interesting observations, including, but not limited to, the way the law is written down there. It's retroactive. So if they're like, well, what happens if somebody comes up with a new law in the future that's this way? Could you punish any activity? And one of them brought up, which I thought was interesting, brought up guns. Well, what happens if you decide that you want to find people who have firearms? You can go back and anyone who's got a firearm, retroactively, you can just, $1,000 per day that they've had the firearm, and half the people in Texas are going to owe you millions of dollars. And like, well, we won't get into hypotheticals. It's just like, well, okay, that's convenient. But that, and they also said, and of course, this is my element to it. I think the Supreme Court I was thrilled they brought it up, but they didn't really harp on it, which is you basically turned everybody into a state attorneys general. You've deputized everybody to operate on behalf of the state. They're acting as an attorney general. They're engaging in cases only an attorney general could, but they're doing it at the civilian or civil level. It's utterly... So, my hope is that they're going to shoot that down on all of those principles. But Nate had brought up, and I think he's probably right, that they may knock back they may set a time limit, on the date when you actually can get an abortion. So I don't know. We'll see. But they really were pretty. They were pretty hard on the state and made the state look really bad. And they're just like, okay, we can give you 1,000 examples of other laws where if you did this, it's clear you're just it's clear you're just trying to get around the fact that you've been barred from doing this.
Exactly.
Yeah, and they didn't mince words about it. They're like,
it just is. Yeah, just in the form and function of the law, not getting into the morality or the intention of the law, just the form and function of how the law was structured. I think it should be struck down simply for that. We don't even need to get into the rest of the debate. The way that this law was structured should be struck down because you shouldn't be empowering the population to bring suits against other private individuals.
And bounties.
That is literally not something that we should allow.
They called it a bounty, and I was like, yeah, that's exactly what it is. They're like, oh, for everybody that you sue, you're going to get, however much money you're going to get, and all the legal bills are going to be paid, and all this. It's just like, whoa, wow. And essentially no oversight because these are civil suits, so there's, and that was the other thing they point out too. You've completely removed the checks and balances because there's no, oversight of the state to say. Believe it or not, of the state to sit there and say, okay, that we have followed, what is it? I forget what it's called. It's essentially due process. There's another term for it. But yeah, I am blown away that Texas even tried this. I was never impressed with Texas. But
I am.
Yeah.
Well, I am and I'm not. Because, Texas is, Texas. And, you don't really say that about any of the other states, really. Texas really has sort of maintained the original, when I say original, I mean back from when the Constitution was actually written, idea of statehood. That these are individual states that are autonomous and that we've agreed to a federal government to cover those things which states cannot or should not be doing by themselves. But that, we identify as Texans first and Americans second.
Yeah.
Which is, again, the original colonies and states, original states, that's how they viewed it.
Mm-hmm.
You identified as your state first and then, an American second.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's they kind of sort of maintain that where none of the other states really have. So Texas, it never seems to surprise me when something weird comes out of Texas. Kind of like the news story, Florida man, and then after that, nothing surprises you.
And the funny thing is they talk about how many people in New York have bad attitudes. I was sitting there going like, well, really, Texas? Really? You're going to talk about people with bad attitudes or states with bad attitudes? I prefer New York to Texas on the attitude front. Yeah. Oh, dear Lord.
Well, and it's kind of a weird thing. It's like you either want that attitude nationwide, all of the states to do that, and of course the founders thought that would persist. And that's one of the reasons why they made a dual Congress. They had the Senate and the House of Representatives. And the House of Representatives was specifically to represent the individuals of the state. And they were apportioned per population. The Senate wasn't. The Senate was not there to represent the interests of the people. The Senate was there, senators are there to represent the interests of the state as a whole. And the state, and therefore the state legislatures, which is why they were originally appointed by state legislatures, not elected. But they had some issues with some states were screwing around with gamesmanship and political theater over who was going to get that appointment, and so a lot of seats would end up going empty for long periods of time, and and who doesn't like the idea, who doesn't support the idea of more democracy? We get to vote for more people. So of course that constitutional amendment passed and made senators directly elected by the people, which I think just simply made the Senate redundant. Why do we even have it? It doesn't make sense. The way that it's structured now, people who say, well, look, the Senate is, allows disproportionate influence to states of low population, which is true. As much as I hate to admit it, it's true.
Oh, it's absolutely true.
Like
I mean, Rhode Island has the same power as California.
Yeah, in the Senate side. And originally, it was very specifically designed to be that way because the senators are supposed to represent the state as a whole, and all of the states were considered to be equal to each other, regardless of your population. So, and that's why it's considered the upper house as well. Because they're dealing with states on states, not individuals. They had the House of Representatives for that, and that's also why the House of Representatives has such a short election time, because they wanted people's representatives to have to face the people frequently and often, and to justify their actions in Congress. So, but we've more or less removed senators from being representatives of states, and made them just an extra set of representatives in the House of Representatives. So, it kind of, we've kind of defeated the purpose of the Senate, and it's like, why do we have it anymore?
It does temper large states from bullying smaller ones. I don't know whether that's worth it or not, but I think it does do that.
Yeah, they're still ostensibly, the states are still equal amongst each other, and that state representation should be equal regardless of your population. That does still stand. It's just that now that they're elected popularly instead of appointed by the state to pursue their own state interests, but a lot less stuff I think would get done too, because the state would. How many states are like, well, Obamacare is going to devastate our economy. We can't do this. And so that, we're going to instruct our senators to vote no for this, because if they don't, we'll recall you and we'll put somebody in there that will. And, now they can't do that. So they, instead of being responsible for their votes to the state itself, the state legislatures, they're responsible to the individual voters. And a lot of times the states, the state legislatures, they have a much better idea of what's going on with their state and what kinds of policies will hurt or harm them than the average, individual has. So, because the average individual isn't in state government and doesn't understand how it works. So,
which is why we're not a direct democracy that way, is because we're all supposed to be living our lives as butchers and mechanics and computer scientists and teachers, as opposed to all of us learning all of the things that we need to know to run the state.
Yeah.
All right. So what I'm,
and because direct democracies always fail, and they usually lead to pretty bad atrocities along the way, which is why they specifically didn't want us to be a true democracy. They wanted us to be a constitutionally governed representative republic.
Yep. Which is funny. I still I don't know. That's one of those that you think that I fear for America's education system when people sit there and say we're a democracy, and I don't mind. I mean, I don't mind. I say it on occasion too because it's shorthand, right? But when people sit there and say, "No, we really are a democracy," I say, "Well, we're really not. We're not supposed to be." And there's a reason. Like, oh yes, we are. Well, have you ever said the Pledge of Allegiance? Just say that and then come back to me. It's Pledge of Allegiance, and to the Republic, and to the Republic.
Yep. Yeah, when I was in third grade, I think, third and fourth grade, we still actually recited the Pledge of Allegiance at the beginning of the school day every day.
We did in my school too. I refused to. There I was. I guess I was the libertarian. I was like, no, I'm not going to recite a Pledge of Allegiance to anything. Is not if I'm required to. It's like I may do it by choice, but is the pledge is invalid if it's not given freely anyway.
Forced. Exactly.
It's like, so no.
I don't think that it was. I was in 3rd and 4th grade. It's not like I really remember if there were anybody who sat out for it, but I just don't remember.
I almost never got in any trouble for it because I'd stand. I wouldn't make a big deal. I mean, I was like, look, if you want me to stand, I'll stand. But I wouldn't do the hand over my heart, and I wouldn't recite it. I was just, I'll stand. Because that's what everyone else is doing. That's what we're expected, and we're supposed to stand, and we're supposed to say the Pledge of Allegiance. Well, I'll stand, but I'm not going to say the Pledge of Allegiance. And I think most teachers didn't bother getting into it with me. Those that noticed. Most didn't notice because I'm standing, and, sometimes they were just sitting at their desk too. I was just like, well, wait a minute, dude. But most of the time they'd be looking at the flag, so they wouldn't realize that. I was like, I'm just not going to do it. Yep. All right. Well, we got a couple coming in. I'm trying to figure out. So I'm going to say this, and then please finish your thought. But yeah, the Minneapolis, Minnesota question on the police department. I've got. I'm ready. This doesn't say when it ends. I think it's coming up. I think at 9 p.m. Eastern, we're going to get this in. This is the one I'm most interested in. The last survey that I can find on this had it passing. I'll get those numbers in a minute. And I've got the full text of the bill here, and I've got the history of it, but it's I think the most interesting one, that's for sure, and I'm hoping that we get an answer on this reasonably soon. But yes, what were you going to say?
Oh yeah, anytime you make something like that compulsory, it's like that's antithetical to what the United States stood for to begin with. So that's all I have to say about that.
And it's not an inconsequential point. The few people who realized that I was doing that would sit there and say, well, you're just trying to cause trouble. I was like, no, if I was trying to cause trouble, I'd stay sitting down so that everybody could tell. I was just like, I'm just not going to do it, period, end of discussion. If you're going to make a big deal about it, you are, and I'll fight it. And if you aren't, you aren't. I'm not running around telling people. I'm not running around saying I'm protesting. I'm just not doing it. That's all. I'll stand up. I'll, wait there, and everyone else can do it.
Okay, Mr. Peterson.
I don't like you.
Hey, well, that's one of his. That's
God,
a very,
I didn't
very
know exactly. Yeah, please.
Oh yeah, where he said, the government's trying to compel my speech, and I won't do it.
I'm aware.
I will not do it. I know you would probably get it, but
no, that's what scares me is I know exactly what you're talking about. Right. That's. I really wish that joke would have gone over my head.
Well,
to tell you the truth, though, I'd have done what he did too.
At some point, I'm sure, but
I'm sure we will. I would have done what he did there too, and he was right. I hate to say he was right, but he was right. But.
I think absolutely. You should never have the government compelling what kind of speech you must use. I mean, I think that way is a very dangerous path.
Yep.
But onto.
Well, and it also seeds. By the way, it seeds this other point. Derailed. It seeds this other point. The topic, whatever it is you're trying to do, the cause isn't just enough to expect people to do it on their own. If the cause is just enough, they will do it on their own. It just takes time. You shouldn't have to compel it. Do it the right way. If you have to compel it, the first question I'm going to ask myself is, why can't you get people to do it? Or is it just that human beings are too much of bastards? Or is it because your cause isn't just? Pick one. It's going to have to be those. As soon as you compel it, you've just lost the moral argument.
Which is an argument used about taxation too. I mean, it's like if people really agreed with what the government was doing with all their money, you wouldn't have to compel them to pay taxes. They'd be willing to do so.
No, that's a good point.
But side topic.
All right. Thank you for derailing the entire show. I'm so glad you're here. You made my night.
Well, that's what happens when you get somebody who's a truck driver who listens to an inordinate amount of audio podcasts from a wide variety of people, and then has lots and lots of time to do nothing but think.
Oh yeah, no, I'm aware of all the propaganda. I mean, podcasts you listen to, and good for you.
Hey, some of those podcasts I listen to, I would absolutely classify as propaganda.
Well, good. We'll just have to
But
figure out
I also
why
need
you
to
haven't
know.
classified the rest. We'll get you
I
turned
haven't. Well, because some of them at least try and make an effort to be, to look at, kind of like Nate, trying to look at both sides of an issue and come to a reasonable conclusion. Some of them, some of them don't. They are just simply propaganda. But I need to know what the propaganda is before I can, counter any of it, or to find out if they have any.
To the evil propagandists so that you can know what they're saying and yeah. Oh, Mama, I was just reading it for the articles.
Yes, that's exactly it. And you would actually have a really good point about that if it weren't for the fact that I listen to propaganda channels from both sides.
Yeah. Why do I? Yeah. Well, okay. I was going to go somewhere with that, but I'm going to stay out of it for now. Try to get back on. All right. So for people who are just joining us, we'll do a very quick rundown. We haven't done a rundown since this thing started. So it's not like election day. It's not. It's an off year for the House, the Senate. There are actually a couple of House seats that are up. They're up for special elections, various reasons. There's only, I think, 3. There's a number of elections, and there's some redistricting. Most of those aren't actually up to date, but they've been happening throughout the year. But there's a number of very interesting resolutions that are up and a couple of interesting races. The most interesting race is the governor of Virginia. This is interesting because it really should have gone to McAuliffe, who was the quasi-incumbent. McAuliffe had, in fact, already been governor of Virginia because they're not allowed to run. They're not allowed to serve 2 consecutive terms. McAuliffe had taken a term off and was coming back, but so was quasi as incumbent as you can be in Virginia, and really had the endorsement of the president, who won by 10 points in the state. Was expected to win and is now in an extraordinarily tight race. And this is seen really as a bit of a referendum on Biden's agenda and on Biden himself. As Biden's numbers have gone down, so has McAuliffe's chances of winning. And if the Democrats can't pull off a victory in Virginia, the question is, how much power have they really lost nationwide? It seems to be quite a bit, and it seems to be mostly based on Biden's negative approval rating and mostly self-inflicted wounds by the Democrats in Congress. Also, the proposals that are interesting. First, in Detroit, Proposal R, which is a kind of reparations. It is a proposal that would establish a task force that would recommend housing and economic programs that, quote, address historical discrimination against the black community in Detroit. There is also in, let's see, I think I've...
Pause for a moment.
Please.
I have just been accused of being a Democrat.
Oh, dear Lord. For fuck's sake. Oh, good. Oh, good. This makes my night. Oh, wow. This whole show is worth it for you. Where? The live chat,
I had to put that in there.
No,
yeah,
I'm done.
I just had to throw that out there.
Oh, dear Lord. Oh, dear Lord. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, that's a first. You've been on this show a lot, actually, going all the way back to, and nobody's ever accused you of being a Democrat before. Okay, that's good. Oh, I do want to. I'm going to try to finish this rundown, and then we'll do what I hear.
Yep. Finish the rundown.
Said. That was okay. Okay, yeah. Our gun debate. Yeah, look that one up. See what the Democrat did for that one. See all the disingenuous lies he was telling during our gun debate, just like a conservative. Okay, so we also have Minneapolis got a proposal that would disband the Minneapolis Police Department and replace it with a department whose job it is to ensure the safety of the city. That department is empowered to hire police officers, but actually isn't required to. So presumably they will, but that's still interesting. It seems to be the argument is that it's a social experiment, and so we'll see where that goes. Texas has a couple of bills, one of them that is also to expand their police force, especially in Austin, actually I think exclusively in Austin. They will require 2 police officers for every 1,000 citizens. They will require that the lead officers get at least 35% community engagement time, double their training, and a few other stipulations to attempt to get them to better meet the needs of the citizens. There's also in New York a bill that would require more oversight from a civilian committee on the police, and I think there was one more state that did that. I'll get the notes on the states in a minute. And let's see, I think there was one other big one. There was, we covered Michigan, and did Texas. Oh yeah, and then Texas has another one that would bar any public official from mandating any elements of religious service. This would include, and it has been written primarily to include and address the mandates of party sizes in enclosed spaces. So no longer would anybody in the state of Texas be able to legislate that because of a pandemic or for any other reason, you could only have 10 people meeting at church, or even empowered to shut down churches. This explicitly covers emergency situations and says even in emergency situations, that power would be stripped from everyone from the governor on down. So those are the proposals we're looking at. And we are also very concerned with the, so there's the Virginia gubernatorial race and the mayoral race in New York, where I think it was his name, Davis, is running against Gizmo. And will Gizmo, apparently 4-year-old kittens are empowered to run for mayor. Certainly they're not empowered to vote. So I don't know. We'll get back to that one. So you're a Democrat now. Oh.
Yeah, apparently I'm a Democrat.
What is it that was that line? You haven't gotten to that part yet, but the Will McAvoy. I'm a Republican. I only look like a Democrat because I don't think because oh Jesus, what was it? I forget the first one. Something about gays, and I think because I think that hurricanes are caused by barometric pressure and not gay sex. Yeah, he's a conservative.
Let's just throw out the entire thing where I believe that the government has gone haywire, has grabbed more power to it than it's entitled to or authorized to have, has its fingers in absolutely everything that it shouldn't have, that it shouldn't be doing. But hey, I'm a Democrat. I guess you could call me a Democrat in that I believe that the spending bills that Congress is passing should be accompanied with corresponding direct tax hikes to the populace to pay for them instead of deficit spending.
Well, and I mean this is why it was so funny, because you are very strict on the Constitution, and you're very strict on the notion that basically states should be able to do absolutely anything they want, as long as they're not violating essentially the Supremacy Clause, so long as it's not something that was explicitly a power given to the federal government. So that's usually where you and I butt heads when we discuss this. But earlier you had said that when it came to gerrymandering, I asked you for a very specific reason. There was a very specific reason I asked you this question, which was, would you be for the federal government stepping in and saying we need to intervene and determine how districts are set? And the reason I asked you this is because in my view, there was a reasonable chance that, even though I would hope the answer would be yes, that you would say no, because you are that firm on the federal government should stay out of it. And I was extremely impressed when you said yes, but I was shocked, because I was just like, for me, that's the bellwether. If you're on the yes side of giving the federal government more power, that's a I swear to God, I'm gonna get like balloons that
reason
drop
for that.
Yes, please.
Now, the reason for that, and anytime that I think that the federal government may have a legitimate role in doing something. I do try and refer to the Constitution. Well, the Constitution specifically says that the federal government shall ensure a democratic process in all states. And I don't think gerrymandering is a democratic process. So I believe that the Constitution does give. Yes, the Constitution says the federal government shall ensure, all states have a democratic form of government, representative form of government. So the Constitution explicitly gives the federal government the authority to legislate those things.
You know how?
So yes, I believe the federal government does have.
You know how anyone watching this stream can tell that I'm the Democrat and you're the Republican, or that's a really bad, especially at this point. But either that or I'm the liberal and you're the conservative. You know how anybody watching this stream would know that? You can successfully quote the Constitution. I have no idea if it's actually in there.
That's funny.
It's true.
You're like, I want to do it because it's the right thing to do. It's the moral thing to do, and we should be doing this. And I'm like, well, the Constitution actually grants you the government the authority to do that. And you're like, what? Really?
But you know that. You see, the thing is, you know that, and that's why I was like, oh, so it does now. Okay. I have no doubt. I mean, if you say it does, it does. I'm just like, why? Because you sleep with it under your pillow, for fuck. There's a reason. Okay, look. Okay, you see how he's got the Constitution? Oh, that's not a mistake. Okay, look. You want to see this? Okay, that's my background.
That's actually a picture of the back wall of my truck. I sleep next to the full reproduction of the Constitution, pasted out in wallpaper on the back of my truck.
Yeah, he's a liberal on the left.
I have Constitution sheets.
You have Constitution sheets. Yeah, he's a leftist liberal. That's it. Yeah.
God, now I got to find out if they have those.
I just figured out what I'm getting you for your birthday. Oh, dear
hey,
Lord.
That's in 8 days, 7 days. It's 7 days now.
Is it 7 days?
So yeah, yep, November 9th.
I'm going to make a note of that. I'm going to quickly. So please continue what you were saying. It's record voting in Virginia, mostly because of expansion of early voting, which we definitely need to get into early voting at some point and discuss that one. But until then, I'm going to look at the numbers. It's still too early to call Virginia, so they cannot call Virginia. We have nothing on Mississippi. We got one race we've been able to call. I'm very concerned about Gizmo the cat. I think he is clearly. Gizmo was denied. I wasn't kidding you when I said Gizmo was denied the right to vote. You were just like, oh no, Gizmo was denied the right to vote, and we're gonna take a deep dive into that. But anyways, you were saying.
Yeah. So if anybody, November 9th is my birthday. I turn an evil 45 years old. God, I'm starting. I can't even imagine what my life's gonna be like when I'm as old as you, Nick. I don't even want to think about it.
You do realize that technically you'll never be as old as me, but okay.
As old as you are today.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, I mean, I do at least have that comfort. You're always going to be older than me, so.
I'm glad that comforts you, fucking asshole.
Yeah, it does.
Okay,
so, yeah,
if anybody had any doubts, there you go. He's a Republican. Because I don't know any liberal that would say something that vicious and cruel to another human being.
So yeah, if anybody wants to get me a present, they can buy me some Constitution sheets. They've got to exist. I mean, I should actually do a Google search and see it. Get me some sheets, or maybe a bed comforter. The bed in my.
Are you?
I use queen size stuff on my bed.
Wait.
I am. I'm asking. Come on. I don't have a Patreon. I don't have anything else. I have nothing. I got to get something out of this show.
You're absolutely right. Other than my company, obviously, which is one of the downsides. So why don't you take a few minutes?
I was about to say I need to be compensated. I need to be compensated for time shared with you.
Ask for your sheets.
So yeah,
go ahead.
Constitution sheets or a Constitution blanket to go on my. Go on my bed. My bed's technically a size single, but I usually use queen size stuff so I can really wrap up in it. But if you're feeling, I guess some people could probably go out and see if maybe they have the Communist Manifesto sheets or blankets, and they could I guess send me that to try and convert me.
I'm not sure,
I
just
would,
to troll you.
if somebody actually
I
sent
will-
me that, yeah, if somebody
I'll
sent me
chip
that
in.
though, I would actually make my bed up and I would take a picture, I would post it up in the Discord.
If somebody wants to send him that,
And then
I will
burn 'em.
chip in. I'll go in halvesies. I'll go in 80%, quite frankly. Oh dear Lord.
Yeah. So anyway,
I can't believe.
enough about my birthday.
I guess the guy who said it is no longer in the live chat because he hasn't replied. But I was just like, oh, I needed a good laugh. I was just, yeah. All right. Where's the No, you and I got to do another episode of that. I don't know when you're next free, but you and I got to do it. I was going to say the Gas McAvoy says, they're saying you're a liberal. And he's just like, no, I'm a conservative. I only sound liberal because I believe in science, and I think, it goes because I believe in evolution, and I think hurricanes are caused by barometric pressure and not gay marriage. Yeah, that was it.
did you record our first one, the first episode?
Did I record the first episode?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, because we had the one we did the one watch party for the first episode. I wasn't sure if you had recorded that or not.
No, that wasn't recorded.
Okay.
That wasn't recorded. Yeah, a watch party would be fun. We could or should, but no, that wasn't recorded.
But I love that. I love that show.
Yeah, it's
even though I have some issues with, like I've always said, the McAvoy character is pulling those numbers from, the WHO, and I have some serious issues with the numbers reported at the WHO as far, with his first rant that everybody has seen. But I still thoroughly enjoyed that scene. And because even though the numbers I think are pretty damn skewed, it brings across kind of an important point that people need to think about.
He's right in
so,
principle.
I still enjoyed it.
And the numbers aren't skewed that much. I mean, the numbers. Let me rephrase that. I mean, the numbers could be skewed even by significant amounts, but we are not first in, and we're probably not even in the anywhere in the top 5, maybe even the top 10 in, say, infant mortality or any number, because there are other countries that are industrialized. So yeah, Cuba. What?
I got to see what Porpoise is recommending for my birthday.
Ooh.
Oh, that is awesome. United States fitted sheet, vintage Constitution text of American national glory, 4th of July image. Bed cover with all-round elastic pockets for comfort.
He's going to start to think
you don't want to get the California King. You want to get the, I think you want to get the full size or twin XL size for because my mattress is roughly a large twin size.
Oh my God.
If you're going to get a fitted sheet. That's funny.
That is, oh dear Lord. Well, and it's like, and you have the big Constitution right on the back of your. I mean, that wasn't. Yeah, I mean, you and I discussed that, right? Because we've got cards, and actually, when I put down my shield, you don't see my card. I could probably bring up my card, but I don't want to. It's just sort of a big pain in the ass. But we got the cards for when the camera is off, so the people know you're here. They can see your picture, it's, as opposed to the shield where you're not around, but. You're here, but your camera's off, so you got the card. You and I sat and, I did some mock-ups and I showed you. And that was one of the biggies for you was that I somehow said, I was just like, you want to do the Constitution? He's like, oh, yeah. I was like, okay, there we go.
I mean, much like the McAvoy character said, think that he was talking about the Declaration of Independence being one of the greatest political documents ever written. But I believe that I think the Constitution was brilliantly conceived, and I think that human interests, human self-interest, really mucked it up. But and apathy.
Yeah,
not holding our elected officials accountable for when they actually violate the Constitution, and people's ability to twist words into meaning whatever they wanted them to mean has really undermined the actual Constitution.
Yeah, I really don't care.
I mean, what can't you justify with the interstate commerce clause or the general welfare clause?
Yeah, no, there you go. You're still pissed about that. You see? Okay, conservative. He's pissed about the interstate commerce clause because it was used to mandate health care.
That's funny. Yeah, the Constitution. Let me sleep on it.
Who said that? That's gotta be Titan. I called that. I literally had this in my eyes. I was rubbing my eyes, and I called it anyway. Oh, dear Lord.
Pretty funny.
For fuck's sake.
These are the kinds of things you get when we're waiting on election results, and we're sitting here going, okay, at some point we're got to get something interesting to report, so we got to fill the time somehow.
Oh, hey, I think it's been worthwhile. I think we've had some pretty good discussions, which is, of course, I don't.
That is funny, though, that we know that they have Constitution sheets now. I never actually looked that up, but now I'm curious to find out if they have Communist Manifesto sheets. Okay, it's something I'll look up later.
They do. Sudden lag. That's a really good question. The stream is actually really strong. I will say this: I've got to get out of the habit of just talking about the technical aspects because A, who cares, and B, it's like, who cares? But I spent a good portion.
Well, you're also highlighting. You're highlighting deficiencies in the show, and you should probably never do that.
Which you should probably never do.
You need to take a book from the Republicans' aside. You need to take a page out of the Republicans' playbook and never admit guilt or fault or anything that makes you look bad.
That is absolute. That was the other one that I wasn't going to say. Sure, there you go. That's the one I've been learning too. There is such a thing as too much honesty. But I spent a lot of last week, really cleaning up the interface, cleaning up the sound issues, cleaning up all this other stuff. Which is why on this one, overtime is still a problem. But on this one, actually, we've had really good sound so far coming in. We've had everything working. Heck, your sound was doubled. I figured I wanted to make sure they could hear you, but also,
give me twice the voice, huh?
Exactly. But the other thing is, I really cleared up the stream, and Titan had pointed out that every time the intro runs, because that intro is pretty intensive on the graphics and how much you have to send, because it actually only sends changes in data. Most of the screen isn't actually changing all that much, so not a lot has to get sent. But when the intro goes, everything's changing fast, so that one often causes lag, and I did a whole bunch of tests, and that lag is gone. So I've optimized the stream, and I've been so focused on so much other stuff, I haven't been focused on getting rid of the lag, which obviously I think really makes life a pain in the ass for a lot of our audience. So I don't know, the clock that was introduced up there on the upper right was actually introduced in part just because it made it a lot easier for me to measure how much lag we've got, because I can see in real time versus where we are, and I can see how much. And we used to lose about a minute every hour in lag, and we now are losing about 5 seconds every hour in lag. And so if there's a problem, it's Titan's fault. That's going to be my story. If he's experiencing lag, it's him.
Couple of things out of the live chat.
No. I don't. I'm well aware of what she said, and no. What were you going to say? Don't quote Maya. You can quote anybody but Maya.
Okay. Well, TP Seeker really missed a golden opportunity to pun like crazy. Should have said, instead of plead the fifth, he should have said pleat the fifth. If I have sheets, you complete your sheets.
Oh, God.
You complete the fifth.
So, Joe has joined us. Joe, you have a seat at the table, in fact, and I'll let you know. So I will show you this right now. You can see that we actually have right there. We've been waiting for you at any time. If you would like to join us, please feel free. If not, don't worry about it. We've been going since 5:30. Would love to have you come in. Turns out Isandering is now a Democrat, which was something that shocked the living daylights out of me, but it's been confirmed by our live chat. So, oh boy.
Man, you got to check this out. Marx comforter. I can get a Karl Marx comforter.
Yeah, send me a link to that. It looks like the results aren't in. So they are at 71%, but CNN is saying that Youngkin has opened up a big lead in Virginia. They're not ready to call it yet, but
he's got a 9-point lead.
He's got a 9-point lead, and they're in over 70%. And it looks like the remaining districts, they're not expecting. There aren't any severe, heavy blue districts remaining, so they haven't called it yet. But it looks like they're expecting Youngkin is going to win at this point. So we will get into that. Joe, if you want in, you can actually just call me. We're using a standard Skype call, Joe, so you can come on in at any time you'd like. And if not, no worries. It's entirely up to you, but we would certainly love to have you and have your take on stuff. We've been discussing some of these resolutions, especially the one in Minnesota, Minneapolis, disbanding the police department and replacing it with the new community department. And then what's a couple of the other bills? I'm starting to get a little. But yeah, like I said, so anyways, you know how to get in, Joe, if you would like. So you may have to. Oh, and in fact, speak of the devil. And I think yep, he is here. So Joe, good to see you. I'm going to get you into your camera there. But thanks for joining us. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
Oh, we're doing good. We've been lamenting the cat that was not allowed to vote in New York and wanted to vote for mayor, I guess. But other than that, we've been sort of covering all of the. I mean, there's a couple of really interesting ballots up, and of course, I think. I mean, holy smoke! It's amazing the idea that McAuliffe. It looks like they're going to lose Virginia if they do. That was supposed to be pretty solid. So.
I mean, it's been tight for a while, for the last few weeks. Although he had the upper hand in all the polls, but I mean, the only thing I can tell is I haven't had a chance. I'm trying to pull up the map and see which, because basically around Richmond and around the northeastern part of the state's heavily blue. So I don't know what percentage have been called in those districts, but so we've been
talking about a lot of the police bills. So there seems to be at least 3 or 4 bills regarding police. One in New York, which holds investigations of police conduct to now what would be a third party. It would be a civilian body that would have subpoena power and would be able to expand investigations beyond whatever internal affairs was investigating. So that was a New York bill in Texas, which would increase the number of law enforcement officers in Austin to a minimum of 2 per 1,000 citizens, would require that they spend more time interacting with the people that they are protecting, and would encourage learning second languages that are used in Austin. And then what was the other? And would double their training time. And then in Minnesota, where they are disbanding the police entirely and replacing them with a new community. And I don't have the name of it right now. I'll go snag that in a minute. But that is empowered to hire police. But the goal would be, this is sort of the fulfillment of the original. They are defunding the police and replacing it with a new organization that isn't even. They're empowered to hire officers, but they're not required to. So, and they are going to be in charge of the safety. So I can read that bill if you haven't. Let me get caught up. But those are the ones that we've been talking about the most. So any thoughts on any of that? Let me see if I can snag them for you.
Well, I mean, it's good to see at least some places actually having some concrete results, because that was one of the things last year. It was great having all the marches, but up until now it hasn't really resulted in any actual concrete change. But this is a step in the right direction. I mean, the thing is, one of the biggest problems is that we know that cops are rarely ever held accountable, and even when they are, or when there's an attempt to hold them accountable, in a lot of cases, they quit. And the way most police departments are set up is that once you're not an employee, any disciplinary inquiry stops, and that's a mistake. So by having an outside body is a good thing, because the thing is that, generally speaking, if you are a cop wherever in the United States and you get fired for misconduct, it's almost impossible for you to get a job again somewhere else. But if you quit, then depending on how fastidious the other place wants to be, and in some cases they like the rogue officers, which I if you want, I can go into that, just a case I just saw earlier today. Then they just go. It's almost like the pedophile, priests getting moved from place to place. So having some sort of outside body that can recommend disciplinary action, even if they quit, to the point of saying, okay, you're barred. You may have quit, but you're still barred. You're still fired, even after the fact. So that you can't, so if somebody checks your references, they're going to see that you were fired for misconduct. And that to me, I mean, that's a big thing. I mean, they should complete the investigation regardless, because quite frankly,
yes,
if what the cop did is bad enough that they were considering firing them, there may be criminal charges due. There may be, but a lot of times they don't pursue criminal charges because, they left, so let's call it even, and that's just not good enough. Because if they're doing things that, if I did that to you or if you did that to me, we'd end up incarcerated. Or at least on probation, we'd have a criminal record. So I think this is a good step. Hopefully, other places will do the same.
All right, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to read to you. This was, and I think we got, what was that? Let me just quickly check that. We have a super chat. I will get to that in 1 second. So this was there's a whole bunch. And Texas has two that are interesting. Texas is going to be, they have a constitutional amendment planned that would bar any state official at any level from interfering with any religious ceremony, included but not limited to dictating how many people may gather, even in times of crisis. I'll read that one in a second, but so that is response to the and that struck me as rather dangerous, but I'll get into that one in a second. Minneapolis Question 2 calls to defund and dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department in the wake of George Floyd's murder last year by former Minneapolis officer Derek Chauvin. Question 2 would replace the Minneapolis Police Department with the new Department of Public Safety, overseen by the mayor and city council. The new Public Safety Department could have police officers, but the city will no longer be required to employ a minimum number of officers. If the measure is passed, the city would need to appoint a new public safety commissioner. The campaign urging to vote no says that Minneapolis needs comprehensive reforms, not a, quote, dangerous experiment to eliminate the Minneapolis Police Department with no plan for the future of public safety in our city. Those advocating yes say the measure does not abolish the police, but would lead to more accountable, transparent, and better trained officers. That is the Minneapolis question 2.
Well, and what's funny is the people that are voting are saying no. They're saying with no plan. Well, there's clearly a plan. They actually, it sounds, I've heard quite, there's quite a number of points there that the pro people are supporting. So the idea that there's no plan, now if they don't like the plan, that's a different matter. But one thing I always want to address real quick, TP Seeker in the chat said, made the point that police records are harder to obtain than a person's arrest record. And what's strange about that is that, they work for the people. So most of this are or should be public record. I get that certain things have to be private, but, certainly an officer's conduct and any kind of disciplinary record, that should be open to the public, because that's what they did on the taxpayers' time.
That's a good point.
So if there were complaints against them, that needs to be public record. If they were disciplined, that needs to be public record.
All right,
Because
Jake Ford.
again,
Oh, please,
you
please.
if you or I do something that violates the law, it's public record.
Yeah, even being charged doesn't matter if you're guilty or not. The fact that you've been charged with something is public record, and anyone can find out what you were charged with 20 years ago if they want to. It's all public record. So I think that's a really interesting point. I hadn't thought of that. Looks like absentee ballots are going to determine Virginia. Oh, dear Lord. Well, those tend to break for the left, so we'll see. Jake 4D, $5 super chat. The bad thing about politics is the slow engine of change. The good thing about politics is that it's a slow engine of change. I was like, when he said the bad thing is it's a slow engine of change, I was going to say, oh yeah, but that's deliberate, and he caught me at it. So thank you, Jake, very much for your support. As always, we really appreciate it, and thank you so much for the super chat. So anybody have any comments on this? I mean, I do think that there's some. Lewis Black had said, the reason the Constitution was written to include so many people involved in the legislative body was because they figured if you had that many people in a room, at least a few of them would be able to read. I like it. I think it's more eloquent than the truth, which was it forced them to slow down. And there's so many processes that they have to slow down, and that decreases the chances of acting impulsively, and B, not catching something really stupid. It still happens, of course, but that slowing down was a good idea, and you don't want to just make changes all the time. So, any thoughts?
Yeah, and I try to tell a lot of people I know that are like firebrands that, of course we want change, and of course whatever we want it now, right? But even something good, like I was trying to make the point to somebody, this was a few years back, and they were talking about Medicare for all, and they were upset with a particular candidate because that candidate, they were for it, but they wanted to phase it in, and they were so incensed that this person was going to phase it in and just throwing it in. I'm like, nothing that the guy, even if you say do it right away is going to take like 2 years minimum, because it takes time to do all these things. There's things you have to put in place. There's process, there's structure, there's the infrastructure. And while that's frustrating, it's just reality. I mean, nothing big like that can get done just by flipping a switch. And so I do get frustrated because there are people who politically are novices, I guess, and they don't, they see the slowness as an intent to make it not happen. Well, they're just going slow because they want to put the kibosh on it. Well, no, it's going slow because the process is there. I mean, even right now with the whole Steve Bannon thing, I have some friends that keep posting, well, what's going on with Bannon? And I'm like, well, it took just to get to the point where they could turn it over to the Justice Department, took a week and a half, and they weren't delaying. I mean, they were pushing. Now I'm a little upset that the Justice Department hasn't done anything with it so far, but at least, the process takes what the process takes. And it's not that anybody is sandbagging it on purpose. It's just, because like you said, you don't want, it's to protect the rule of the mob. Yes. From squashing the rights of the little one.
Well, and that's the other thing.
Yeah, it was an attempt to slow down.
Yes, please, designer.
It was an attempt to slow down, populist movements that can change with the winds of tomorrow. So they didn't want some populist thing that was popular this month to be put into law next month, and then next year realize that, that was a bad thing. The populist opinion on it has shifted. So yeah, they wanted things to take a little bit of time, because he wanted to have a good support for the things that you would do in legislation, and have a support from a more than just a simple majority. You want to make sure that in order to get things really done, you have to have a strong political will and desire to get it done over an extended period.
Yeah, and Maya makes the point, that obviously even like to say the ACA took years to phase in, and even then it still had a bumpy start. So they spent millions of dollars in 2.5, 3 years to get it going, and then it still was shaky for like the first year.
Well, and the law does the same thing, actually, which is, and I've had friends who've gone through the law system, and then they said, oh, the judge is mean to me, and everybody was an asshole, and this and that. I was like, it's actually on purpose. It really is. And they're like, well, and then they said that they're not going to hear it for another 6 months and all this other. That's also on purpose. And I was like, first of all, if you have a really terrible experience in the law system, next time you're going to be far more inclined to really try to avoid it. They don't want people going through that don't have to and that are just trying to for petty shit. And most people are for petty shit, which is one reason that they all have an attitude. And the other thing is, if you're told that, okay, in order to settle this dispute, it's going to take a couple months before you can get the hearing, and then there's going to be filings and motions and all this. You're spending money this whole time. So their thinking is the only people who are actually going to really bother spending a year or two to get to the end of something are going to be people who really have something that can't be solved any other way than with the court system. They're so slow, you're going to sit there and say, okay, where can I compromise? They're fucking shit up and they're slowing things down for you. Encourages compromise because neither side wants this hanging for as long as it is. So believe it or not, it's actually part of the system. Yeah.
Well, and even on the criminal side, I mean, a friend of mine had an interaction with a police officer that went badly, and there was this big long process. So from when the time it happened until they finally passed sentence was like 8 months. But it was good because one, she was out free the whole time, and then they were able to come up to the cop was piling on. Most of the stuff was bullshit, so they had time to kind of wade through all that and get stuff thrown out, and then for the things that they were going to make stick, they were able to work out something so that she, it was basically just probation, and then she didn't have to, otherwise it would have gotten a lot worse.
All right, we have another one. Xandering, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Gizmo has lost. I'm sorry. Mayor for New York City, Adams is the victor. Sliwa, whatever, and Gizmo.
Sliwa, yeah.
Sliwa. Sliwa, I guess, was trying to vote and brought his cat with him, and they said that pets weren't allowed, and he decided that this was deliberately an attempt to keep him from voting. So he started crying foul that he couldn't vote because he wouldn't leave his cat in the car. He finally did take the cat back into the car, went, voted, had all sorts of other difficulties voting, left, and then went to other precincts to see if they allowed you to vote with a cat. I'm not kidding. I wish this were a joke, and since I actually first heard of this guy in the 80s, and I've been he's a nutball. When I saw that he was running, I didn't know he was running till today, and I looked it up. I said, this isn't the same guy as the Guardian Angels, is it? It is. And I'm not surprised by the cat thing.
Well, two things about that. One, it's really funny. Like when I mentioned this before, like when Obama ran for president, the right wing made a big deal. Like, oh, well, he's a celebrity. You're just voting for him because he's a celebrity. Again, who the celebrity candidates actually were? And that's the thing. He was a New York celebrity because he and his group were vigilantes running around beating up people that were supposedly criminals, probably just picking on brown people for the most part. And then the other thing too, it's like these outrage merchants. It's like, so you go there and you purposely do something that you're not allowed to do, and then cry persecution when they don't allow you to do it. So this contrived situation that didn't need to exist. So then he can act like he's a victim. But then again, they say the left people on the left are the victim peddlers, and that we're all weak and all this kind of crap.
I think you're absolutely right that this kind of thing is often contrived. I doubt it was in this case. So the very first time I ever heard of this guy, he was on the cover of Black Belt magazine. Actually, it wasn't on the cover. It was him, and it was a whole bunch of the Guardian Angels. They had the berets, the red berets, the whole nine yards. He just started the group, and he was talking about what their mission. They were accused of being vigilantes and accused of getting into fights, and I think there had been a gunfight or a knife fight or something like that. And he was talking about how, oh no, we don't we're not there to fight anyone. We just have walkie-talkies, and we notify the police if we see anything. But of course, we'll defend ourselves if we happen to. And you could just tell that it was just oozing this badassery, and we're going to go around and do all these things that the police can't. And he even said to, like, if somebody starts something, we're all fully trained and we know exactly how to fight and all that. It just always came back to how they were going to, take back the streets and do so, but with force. But remembering that, of course, the force was really reserved for the police. And he had been around, and he was in he was in at least 4 or 5 of those. He was a major in the Black Belt magazine at the time, because it was this big controversial thing, and people were talking about what did this mean for martial arts? Was this an appropriate, judicious use of martial arts and all that? And he just had this. Oh dear Lord! So I see him as having this entitled. Yeah, he just walked in with the cat and figured, hey, I should really be allowed. I don't even think it was contrived. I just think it was just. It just strikes me as, and like I said, and I he's cropped up. I know the name. It's not. I'm not just remembering. That was the first time I've encountered it. But he's been involved in all sorts of shit since then, and every couple of years I see him come up.
He was. Well, he was a radio host in the area for quite a while too.
So, so he's lost 12% to 82%. So, yeah.
I'm actually impressed that he managed to get 12%.
Yeah. I mean, there were a lot of people who thought he was a real badass, and then figured that because he wanted to do something, he was a bit of a cross between Marty Walsh and what was it? I was trying to, Marty Walsh, at least, you take a look at it and you say, okay, here's a guy who's really trying to solve, mysteries, or not mysteries, sorry, he's trying to solve crimes. And, he lost his son. And so he's trying to find a way to turn that into something positive. There were a lot of people who sort of thought he was really that kind of guy, but it's just like, it didn't take a lot of investigation looking into it and reading how he framed things to realize that, no, he's really just looking to cause trouble. And he was immense. I mean, it was a big swinging dick contest. It was like, and the 12%, especially in this sort of Trumpian area, that sounds about right to me.
That's a pretty good trouncing. I mean, I was looking. Look back real quick at Virginia. The lead, Youngkin's lead narrowed down to 7.1%.
All right. So if I mean, do you know? Do they have all the regular ballots in? Are they too? They're
at 81%. So they still got a long way to go.
Okay. I mean, in most cases, they don't even open the absentee ballots unless the total number of absentee ballots exceeds the margin needed to win.
Yeah.
So we'll see whether or not they even get to them.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I haven't been able to pull up the map here, but I mean, the good part, well, if there's a good part for McAuliffe, is that generally speaking, the rural districts generally report earlier because they have fewer people, so it tends to be very, very quick and easy for them to send their results in. So typically you'll see a bump. Usually most of these votes will start with a whole lot of Republican votes, and then it kind of narrows. But like I said, it really depends on which counties are still outstanding. So it could still narrow to the point where the absentee ballots matter. So we'll see.
All right. Well, if they do, it'll go for it. Yeah. What?
Well, I guess I'll say is if McAuliffe pulls this out, I hope it doesn't require the absentee ballots, because we know what that's going to cause.
Well, somebody had suggested that what's his name? Youngkin is already preparing it was rigged defense, which is just it's now become the norm. Yeah. And it's just like that's a real fucking problem, because every time you do that, it undermines the. If you really think it was, then do it. I would encourage anybody who thinks it. But when there's been no evidence, and you're just saying that because you lost, it's like the only thing we have in this country is the integrity of our elections, and if we don't have that, then we're Russia. So what the hell, stop undermining it just because. You think you should have won. It's not gonna work. I mean, oh, for fuck's sake. So,
no, Texas, but remember, you do have some extremists that are actually have been fomenting violence and trying to foment violence for a while now. And so the more that they can, because, like one friend of mine we were talking about January 6th, and he was like, well, look, if I legitimately believed that the election was actually stolen, you'd want to be out there in the streets and stopping what was going on. You stop, tyranny from happening. But of course, in this case, we know they're actually supporting the tyranny because it's all a lie.
That was the one I was thinking of, and I couldn't remember. It was in California when the guy lost. He released the web page saying that obviously there was the ballot count. So he had done a statistical analysis on the ballot count and said that the number of ballots was wrong. They violated Coolidge's law, I think it was, or I forget what the law is. But at that point, nobody had even cast their first ballot. The page got released early. So he released early a page saying all this fraud had happened, even though the election hadn't been held yet. We went breaking live.
That was Larry Elder.
Yeah, we actually covered that live because I was just like, okay, this is in time for the first time ever is broadcasting news before the event actually occurs. It's like, here it is, folks. We know that there's going to be this kind of fraud in the future because... All right, so Texas Prop 3, written in response to COVID-19 restrictions, Texans will consider a constitutional amendment that would prohibit the state or political subdivision, such as elected official, from, quote, prohibiting or limiting religious services of religious organizations. At the height of the COVID pandemic, a majority of states, including Texas, issued stay-at-home orders to minimize non-essential gatherings and to slow the spread of the virus. While a handful of states limited in-person church services, Republican Texas Governor Greg Abbott deemed religious worship an essential service and exempted them from the stay-at-home executive order. Texas state lawmakers approved adding Proposition 3 to ballots with bipartisan vote earlier this year, and Abbott has voiced his support for the amendment. The Republican authors say that the amendment strengthens the constitutional protections for churches and that, quote, in both times of calm and crisis, we shouldn't limit the church. Opponents of Proposition 3 include Americans United for Separation of Church and State, and some faith-based groups arguing that it endangers public health.
So, I just want to read something. I think that's very key here. Congress, and by extension of the 14th Amendment, the state shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. God damn it! And so this is not a religious freedom bill. This is a religious supremacy bill.
Well, yeah. I was sitting there going, let me play devil's advocate. I was like, I'm having a really hard time. Just give me a minute.
I will do that for you.
Please.
Devil's advocate. That very same thing continues to say, nor shall it prohibit the free exercise thereof. The amendment doesn't specify any religion. It simply says religion. So it doesn't matter if you're Muslim or Christian or Buddhist or Taoist or doesn't matter what your
but it doesn't matter. The thing is that it doesn't have if it's in favor of all, then it's in favor of one. I mean, it doesn't make a difference. You're not supposed to bias anything in favor of religion. So religion.
And you're also go ahead, finish.
Well, the thing is that again. People are free to practice, and the thing is, nowadays when we have technology, you can attend services remotely. And in the past, it's already been challenged in the past. There's already case law that basically upheld the constitutionality of preventing religious gatherings during times of pandemic. So.
I'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes, guys. If you're cool, I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay.
I've heard religious people try that. Well, this doesn't favor a particular religion, so it doesn't matter. So it's okay, but that doesn't fly. And that's generally not how the Supreme Court interprets it either.
I didn't say the defense would be a great one, but
go ahead.
Oh, I didn't say that the devil's advocate would be a great position. I'm just pointing out that it says, that amendment continues on to say, nor prohibit the free exercise thereof. And of course, they're thinking, well, the free exercise of my religion means that I go to church, and you cannot prohibit me from freely exercising my religion. So that is their argument, at least.
Yeah, that's theirs. And again, that's been tried many times and failed. Like I remember in California a number of years ago, there were actually Sikhs. There, according to the Sikh religion, males are supposed to carry a dagger, and so it was creating a problem because the Sikh family wanted to let their kids bring their daggers to school, but of course you can't bring a weapon into school. So this was a big thing. So the court ruled against the Sikh, and it wasn't just one family; it was multiple families. Court ruled against them, and then the compromise was the school district, because the school wanted to be able to be as accommodating as possible. They were allowed to bring in like rubber or plastic replicas. But basically,
that was big of them.
Yeah, which they didn't have to do. But the thing is that like abridging something would be say, okay, to close down religious services permanently would definitely, or any kind of indefinite kind of thing. But to say is as long as religion isn't being singled out for the shutdowns, then their freedoms aren't being abridged, and that's kind of how that generally separates out. If you said, okay, well, you can have other gatherings, but you can't have religious gatherings, that would be a major violation of the First Amendment, and I'd be against that. But yeah, they it's all part of the attempt of the right wing to for religious supremacy.
Yeah, like I said, it wasn't necessarily the best counter argument, but it's the only one I can see that actually makes any sense.
Yeah, that would be the closest one. Because everything else was obviously wouldn't fly, but that one doesn't. But yeah, you're right. That's the closest thing to a good argument that they have. Because the same thing too. I mean, people could argue, and this is where the Church of Satan comes in handy. That they, whenever somebody goes out there and says, "Well, my religion says I can be able to do whatever heinous thing it is," and then they go, "Okay, well, we want to do something too," and then everybody goes, "Oh, no, not that," which shows they don't really care about religious freedom. They just want to, it's religious supremacy. What it really comes down to. So it's kind of funny that the most freedom-based religion in the country is the Church of Satan.
Oh yeah. And then what was the which one? What's the Church of Satan doing right now? They were doing something. Oh no, yeah. The argument. Were you the one who? Yeah. If you guys, this is what you guys were talking about. Cut me off when they are. Oh yes, they're arguing pro. Their God insists that they be allowed to have an abortion, so they are now filing in Texas saying that their religious freedom requires that they be entitled to an abortion because that's what their God. So now all these liberals are like, we kind of got to back the Church of Satan now because they're the only ones who have this argument.
Well, this is going back to when we're trying to fight for marriage equality, so that LGBTQ people could marry the person of their choice and not be limited by the government, or really being religious by religious people. Is that the religious people are like, well, my religion doesn't allow it, but the big thing is, but no one's forcing your religion to allow it. It's you're forcing religions that want to do it from being able to do it. So you're the one abridging freedom, not the people who are saying they should be able to marry. Because I've heard, I'm sure you can find some extremist that would say, well, yeah, churches should have to marry everybody. It was like, well, no, a church can do whatever they want, but they can't force the rest of us.
So nobody's demanding that you get a gay marriage. They're saying that, and they're not even demanding that your church recognize it as a gay marriage for elements of the church, but the society, the civil authorities still have to, and they still have to. Yeah, okay. Xander, yes.
Yeah.
I always thought that was a great argument for getting government out of the business of marriage entirely. It shouldn't have any say.
Well,
I think that all people who get married should, if they want to join their household, join their property, they should actually sign a contract joining their property, their household, and they should sign power of attorney granting them authorization to things like medical records or to be present during medical procedures, etc. And that should be true of anybody.
We have that. The state calls that marriage.
Well, yeah, except that the state was getting involved in who could do it and who couldn't, and
well, the thing is, right, but the thing is, actually, the funny thing is that the reason why it started passing in some of the states that did is because they technically, like, not so much the first few, but as it went on, most states didn't have a strict prohibition against same-sex couples from getting married. It was just as a practical matter, they weren't giving out the licenses. So technically, they weren't even following their own laws. And the reason why a lot of states didn't have it on the books is because they, I think, on some level, knew it was unconstitutional. So it was more of a practice than a law.
Well, and let's face
it, there shouldn't be anything stopping you from marrying who you want.
Right now, marriage is purely a secular institution. It is. I'm sorry. The reality is the only recognition that matters in terms of law is the secular version. You can get married in any church that you want to, but unless it's recognized by the secular version, it's not going to affect your taxes. It's not going to affect end-of-life care. It's not going to affect inheritance. It's not going to affect anything like that. It has to be recognized by the secular institution. And the only requirement that they have for that, ostensibly, is a blood test. You can go down to any courthourse. You don't even need a ceremony. And not even in some states. So you can just you just go down to a courthouse, sign a piece of paper, you're married. So when people are talking about defending marriage, it's like, okay, that's what you're defending. And then there's also the Bill Maher defense, which is, okay, yeah, what you're you're worried that somehow it's going to cheapen your marriage, but who objected to the fact that you can go to Las Vegas and get married by an Elvis impersonator to a stripper while you're drunk off your ass? I mean, that doesn't cheapen marriage, but two people who love each other who happen to both be guys does. I'm really curious to see how that works out.
Well, especially considering that if you look, the divorce rate among like evangelicals is actually higher than like the general populace. So they're the ones out there supposedly defending marriage, and it's like, and it really got me when guys like Newt Gingrich is like, dude, didn't you divorce one wife while she was in the hospital? And why? Because you were stripping you were stripping the woman that would become your second wife.
Well, hold on. He had to divorce her while she was in the hospital. If she were conscious, she might have. Well, actually, if she were conscious, she probably would have run screaming, gone, "Yeah!" She probably would have signed it. Now that I think about it.
In his case, he was literally having an affair with the woman who would become his second wife. But yeah, he's the family values guy. Like, fuck you, dude.
Yeah, but if he got nullified,
I'm not gonna take I'll take the command from a thrice married guy as to that marriage is sacred.
No, well, listen, no. As long as he got them nullified by the church, which isn't that hard to do, you just got to make sure you give them enough money. They will. What's it called? What's it called when they vacate a marriage? I forget what it's called. Not an annulment. Maybe it is an annulment. I don't know. My brain's not working. But you can get it, vacated by the church, and then he wasn't married that many times. It doesn't matter what reality.
Well, says. He wasn't a Catholic, so Protestants don't have annulments.
Oh, yep, that's right. Okay, all right. So, Detroit Proposal R. A vote for yes on Proposal R would be in favor of the Detroit City Council establishing a task force that would recommend housing and economic programs that, quote, address historical discrimination against the black community in Detroit. The City Council has been behind Proposal R, with the President Pro Temp Mary Sheffield saying in a statement that it will, quote, help move the conversation from talk to action and towards making amends for the most egregious discriminatory and racist practices of the past. Ultimately, this is about repairing damage done to African American communities and leveling the playing field so the aggrieved have an equal and real opportunity for success and a better quality of life. This is filed under reparations. So that's Detroit's Proposition R. Any thoughts on that?
I'm sorry, I was distracted. I was looking at New Jersey questions.
Oh, son of a! Oh my God!
We'll start talking about it, and then
we're gonna need a vote on this. As Andring, do we give him another shot? Do I repeat it, or do we just like? I mean, I'm inclined to say no, but.
Well, you and I have already kind of talked about it.
Yeah,
once,
we've already covered it. I mean, the only reason I was saying this was
you're
for
gonna
Joe, but apparently he's too bothered to actually So
pay attention to you. Well, I mean, that's to be fair.
I got an election in my state. I'm making sure everything's working right.
Okay, well, let me know when you got a minute. I'll repeat the proposal. It's a short one.
Okay,
anyway.
I'm paying attention now.
Okay, it's reparations. Detroit Proposal R. A vote for yes on Proposal R would be in favor of the Detroit City Council establishing a task force that would recommend housing and economic programs that, quote, address historical discrimination against the black community in Detroit. The City Council has been behind Proposal R, with President Pro Tem Mary Sheffield saying in a statement that this will, quote, help move the conversation from talk to action and towards making amends for the most egregious discriminatory and racist practices of the past. Ultimately, this is about repairing the damage done to African American community and leveling the playing field so the aggrieved have an equal and real opportunity for success and a better quality of life.
Amen. I'm all for it.
All right, and then we got a super chat, so hold on. Let me go hit up the super chat. Jake 4D, $5 US. If you need a contract to force someone to stay with you, then they really didn't love you. Oh, wait a minute. It's not by contract. How else are you going to get them to stick around? I don't. Okay, never mind. And you're not mature enough to be in a relationship. Abolish marriage. Well, that's an interesting.
I think that's ridiculous because no one's forced to get married, at least not in this country. So if you don't want to get married, don't. So you can actually, if you want to have legal contracts for any of the other stuff, you can do that. So yeah, I think it's kind of silly if you don't want to get married, don't get married. But some people want to, so.
More and more people are doing not getting married, that is.
I'm not sure I care either way. I do think, we did a show specifically on the future of marriage, and I think marriage is probably on its way out the door. And I think between open relationships, polyamory, all of this other stuff, whether you think those things are acceptable or not, whether or not you think that it's good for families or not, we already have a divorce rate of 50%, and so I don't see the institution of marriage surviving in any meaningful sense another 20 years. I don't. I think
would be kind of cool is that that it was like a in the past in certain cultures, a marriage was a temporary but renewable thing. So you were like, okay, we're going to stay married for whatever hits, 6 years, 7 years, whatever it is. And then at the end, if both parties didn't agree to continue, it automatically dissolves legally, so they don't have to file any paperwork. It's just they're free. I think that'd be cool.
Well,
I kind of wonder what you do with communal property.
Just an update on the election. Virginia is narrowed to 6%, and the vote total now is about 163,000 different. 167,000 difference. Okay. So it's narrowing. It was over 200,000 at one point.
Okay, so that's
and they're at 83%.
So for me, here's the interesting thing. So marriage used to be really kind of a necessity for any number of reasons. When we were much more in sort of the man's state of nature, I think it was very hard for a civilization to function without specific roles that allowed men and women to function this way. One of the things that somebody pointed out was back then you got married basically at the age of 12 or 14. So, and there was no idea that you'd ever sort of quit or leave, and the goal was to get married that early so that you could start living your life and start doing all these things. And now that we don't have we don't have many of the same burdens that we did then, now we've got these freedoms. And so it's sort of like culture is catching up to the fact that we are not in that same state of nature and forced to live those same lives. So the question is there any value to marriage without those pressures? And I have no idea. I like being married, so it's something I like, but that doesn't mean that, it has to be around. I mean, I'd still be with my wife even if we weren't married. So, and we did in fact talk about not getting married for quite some time. So, it could work out either way.
But let's see, again, the way I look at it though is like, again, you like it. So I don't like the people who don't. I guess I object to the people who say it should be like abolished, because again, no one's forced to get married. So the people, if you obviously like it, your spouse likes it, so we shouldn't take something away from somebody if they want it. It's the other way. That to me, that's ridiculous. So if you don't want to, no one should force you to. I'm married, but if I got single again, I probably wouldn't get married again. But again, that's a choice. That's everyone's choice. So I'm like, let people choose whatever they want to choose as long as they choose it freely.
Yeah, I'm not saying get rid of marriage. I'm saying that the government should get out of it. Because the government grants you certain kinds of benefits for being married, and those shouldn't exist. You should have to file taxes exactly the same regardless of whether you're married or not. You shouldn't get any government benefit whatsoever, or government penalty for that matter. It should be governmentally neutral.
Well, the thing is that there isn't really a benefit, but there's with the taxes. But other than it's easier. I mean, if I mean, you can file separately if you're married, but you don't have to. Is what it is. And quite frankly, I would object on just simple grounds of like, I'm not doing two fucking tax things. Because it wouldn't change how much I pay in taxes. It would just be a pain in the ass. So,
so allow anybody who lives together to file jointly.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'd have to think about that. I'm curious. I mean, I don't think anybody would eliminate marriage per se, but if you think of how many antiquated things there are on the books that nobody does anymore or nobody cares about anymore. I mean, Massachusetts has an interesting law. It's actually illegal to bathe except on Sundays and only with a doctor's notice. I mean, and that's still on the books, and nobody, it's like the culture has well outpaced. That's another thing this country doesn't have, is the ability to remove laws easily. So I don't think anybody would ever just outright ban marriage or stop the institution, but I do think it would it would become a vestigial organ. I don't think anybody would do it. And if it's got no secular benefits, and then the only people who would be doing it would be religious people. But since there's no, there's no ability to enforce it outside of that religion, that's a yeah. I think it's going to change. I'm curious to see how it's going to go. I think it's going to change. But that's another example too, which is, if whatever the law becomes or whatever religious institutions decide on it, ultimately is going to have no impact on my wife and I. Which is the one thing that I really have been boggled by, is these people saying that gay marriage affects their marriage somehow. That blows my fucking mind. If the country said tomorrow marriage is over and doesn't exist, I'd be a little sad because, I'm like, oh, well, I kind of like the nostalgic thing. My parents were married. I was married. Not anymore, I guess. It wouldn't actually affect my wife and I in any meaningful way outside of that. So I just don't get, like, if they said, well, if they said, okay, you can marry a stuffed animal. One person can get married to a stuffed animal. I'm like, okay, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But again, that doesn't affect my marriage either. So I still don't. There's none of that has ever. I don't know. That's always been. If it really, either they're lying and they just don't like the idea, and so they're saying it affects my marriage and that's how, or their marriage is really not what it should be in my view. But my suspicion is they're lying. That's my suspicion. All right. So,
I'm not understanding Maya's comment here. I know a lot of women who make it extremely difficult to not get married. Not sure I'm following what she's saying.
I think what she may be saying is that, this is one of the issues. This is one of the issues. I've had this. I had this argument in high school a lot too. Men as objects of commitment, which is not the same, but it's worth noting, because in our society for so long it's been that women don't have value unless they are with a man. Many women have historically identified having a sense of self-worth based on who they marry. Ergo, they, in my view, and maybe this is what she's saying, this is what it sounds like, many women do make it very difficult to avoid marriage and are sitting there going, well, if you're going to be with me, we need to get married. And both because they want that commitment, they want that stability, and because society doesn't place as much value on women until they get married. So, anyways, I think that may be it. I don't want to put words in her mouth. That's sort of a rough guesstimate about it. I'll put words in Titan's mouth, but she scares me.
Another update. The gap's down to 5.5%, 150,000 votes.
Okay.
But now I read something a little bit ago that this is when I was one of the things I was looking at when I was distracted before, is that apparently in Virginia the way their laws is that the absentee ballots and early votes were counted first.
Where? Sorry, you said Virginia?
Virginia. So here, a new state law means we'll see results from Virginia's early and absentee ballots first. Ballots cast on election day will be released afterward.
Oh, okay. So that's a bad thing and that's why, because what CNN is saying is GOP opens big lead in Virginia. Now that lead has been narrowing, but the impression that I got was that what's left isn't necessarily gonna help. Now, if they've already counted the early ballots tend to be quite strong in favor of the Democrats. So if they've already counted those, McAuliffe seems right now to be in very big trouble. Because now he doesn't have those to rely on, so it really depends on what's left. It's been my experience, actually, you do have oftentimes, actually, in the more rural areas, my experience is in the more rural areas, it actually takes them longer to report, and the reason is because they don't have the technology to count them as quickly, and they have if they have the hand punches or any of the other issues, it takes them longer to get the accurate count. So you tend to get the cities first, the more rural areas later, which is why Dems usually spike up and then go down.
I don't know. I usually see cities reporting very late, but so a new update, 4.5% difference now at 87%, and the total difference is 137,000.
Okay, that's roughly what I'm seeing here. So we'll see. So what happens if McAuliffe loses this? Joe, what do you think?
Well, it's definitely it's definitely bad news regardless. But if he does lose, but what's going to happen? It depends on the House of Burgesses. I don't remember what the I don't know what the breakdown is there.
Okay.
So that's really gonna be the watchword, whether if Youngkin has a majority, and if he does, to what effect. The House of Burgesses has been fairly well split the last few years. It's Democrats slightly ahead, Republicans slightly ahead, but it's been fairly narrow. So that's made it difficult for anybody to really do too much of anything. So that'll be my only hope, is that if Youngkin does have, well, I'm hoping he doesn't have, if he won, I hope he doesn't win. If he does win, I hope he doesn't have a majority. And if he does have a majority, I hope it's narrow. But it's the thing is that it's certainly going to buoy the Republicans going into the midterms.
Yeah, well, it does. I mean, yeah, it suggests that. I mean, I think Biden's agenda is already. Anytime you're on your heels, and his whole agenda is on its heels now, and any kind of loss like this suggests. I mean, if you can't even get a governor elected in a state where you won by 10 points. And the polls showed, Trump did come out for Youngkin, and it dropped his numbers. He'd have done better if Trump had kept his mouth shut. Biden came out. Oh, it had a significant negative impact on his numbers. But Biden came out for McAuliffe, and that dropped McAuliffe's numbers too. So each of them would have been better if. Yeah, but I want to do two quick things. So the first is we are now hearing that question 2 has failed. Minneapolis voters have rejected the disbanding the Minneapolis Police Department and replacing it with a Department of Public Safety. So the experiment that I think we were interested in looking at, the call to disfund and dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department, that has failed. The other thing is we now we've got here, let me just check this out. Sorry, I'm going to, that's the wrong mouse. The Republican, the lieutenant governor of Virginia. So this is an interesting fact. This is interesting. And I think it's the first black female lieutenant governor. Virginia does two things. First of all, we've discussed this already, but one of them is you cannot serve. You can serve as governor as many times as you like, but it can't be consecutive. So the McAuliffe is actually the former governor of Virginia and is running again, but is not the incumbent because McAuliffe had to take one term off before running again. But the lieutenant governor is elected separately. And in fact, you can easily get a Republican lieutenant governor and a Democrat governor, or flip those, because they are completely separate. They are not tied together. It's not done as we now do the president of the United States. We also used to do the president and the vice president separately, but that was catastrophic. Well, it wasn't catastrophic, but it was a bad idea, and we figured that out pretty quick. So at any rate, the lieutenant governor of Virginia has, in fact, been announced. I'm going to put a picture of her up. So you guys, the two of you won't be able to see it because you don't see the show anymore. You just see my camera. So, but if you want to see it on the stream, this is Winsome Sears, the newly elected Republican lieutenant governor of Virginia. His Andring will tell me what kind of weapon that is. I don't know.
I'm just still waiting for it to pop up on the stream.
Yeah. It's probably. I'm curious to know how many seconds behind the stream is, but it's actually probably not much. At any rate, there she is.
On mine, it's about 2.5 minutes.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I'll look.
Yeah, that's my stream. It could be issues on my end. Like I'm actually broadcast or receiving at a much higher resolution than I normally do, so that could be slowing things down a little on my end.
All right. Well, you can tell me.
I did that so I could read the.
Yeah. Well, and while we're at it, Silva or whatever this is. He was running for mayor of New York. Sliwa. Yeah, he lost. There he is. That is him and his voting buddy. One of 3 cats that I can find in the room. His voting buddy Gizmo, who was barred from voting in the election. All right, thank you, Titan. So Winsome Sears, newly elected Republican governor. Wow. Yeah, I'll go check and see. So we actually have the lieutenant governor. Winsome Sears has won in Virginia. Question 2 has failed in Minnesota. So I think of the big ones left, there is the Detroit one, which was the reparations bill. There is the Texas one, which is proposing. Oh, there we go. The Texas one, which is proposing the 2 actually in Texas, the police reforms, which I'm curious to see. I hope it passed. I can't imagine why it wouldn't. They struck me as pretty good reforms, but I can't predict anything Texas does. A monkey flipping 30 quarters would predicting heads or tails would be more accurate than me trying to predict what Texas is going to do. And their religious.
And that's an AR. That's an AR-15.
So, an AR-14.
No, it's.
Yes, or as you like to call it, the AR-14.
It's the AR-14, but yeah, okay, great. It's an AR-14. Okay, so she's holding an AR. Yeah.
No, you should say that they're AR-47s and AK-15s. That's how you should. That's how you should say
it. The AK-15 and the AR-47. I'm not quite that bad. I'm close, but I'm not quite that bad. All right, so she's holding an AR-14. Thank you. I knew you'd be able. That was going to be my guess, actually, but I was just like, that's only going to be my guess because that's the only kind of gun I know, but also because that's what's been famous and everybody's been talking about anyway. And you had to poo-poo everybody's party and sit there and say, well, no, these aren't really the guns you have to worry about for all of these reasons, and they're not really the ones that people are using. It's not an assault, whatever. I don't really quite remember. I usually just kind of, it all just starts to be just like that the teacher in Charlie Brown. It's just exactly.
Virginia, the lead is down to 127,000.
All right. Well, it's headed in a positive direction for the Democrats. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to catch up with the live chat, and then if it's good, the chances are. So Bregwin is in the live chat, and I heard what I was saying about the police bill, and she said if it's good, chances are Texans will vote against it. Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. So we're gonna see, and let's see. Eric Adams. Yep, he won. So he won second black mayor of New York. Oh, and I did want to. Marjorie. I got it. I think that's the first time I got it. Marjorie. I think it would be easier too if they spelled Marjorie with a G instead of a J. I think you might like this, Joe. So let me know when you have a minute, and I will let you in on this one because that one's cute.
Yeah, I was just checking in on New Jersey. So Chiarelli is still ahead by a couple points, which is making me a little nervous. But I was just checking. I finally found something that calls out the percentages of reporting in each county. And the bigger Republican counties are pretty close to 100, they're like 85% plus. But like my county is only, which is heavily blue, is only 31%. Morris County is red, but they're only 33, but they're not as big, they're not as populous. And then like Somerset County is only 23%. So, then they have like Atlantic County. Atlantic County has like 15 people. So, they're at 46%. So the outstanding votes favor the incumbent. Like Essex County. Yep. Essex County is heavily black and Latino, extremely blue, and they're at less than 1%. So there's quite a lot of votes.
Yeah. So that's yep. Of course, I remember.
And it's high, and it's one of the most populous counties in the state. So.
I remember doing this in 2000, though. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, I mean, Essex County is where Newark is, and Newark's like the largest city in the state. So, and they're at 1%.
Yeah, and they're going to be, they are absolutely going to be blue. Let me hit that. All right, perfect. So, so here was Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia. Everybody's, yes. Oh, dear Lord. So, yeah, Joe, when you got a minute, I'll give you this story because this is a good one. Marjorie Taylor Greene has been fined $48,000 for not wearing a mask on the House floor, according to a letter from the House Sergeant at Arms. She's been fined 20 times now for not wearing a mask after an initial warning in May, and then her first fine of $500, and then a fine of $2,500 for each subsequent offense. So she's not allowed to use PAC money. In fact, that comes directly out of her salary. Now she did that housing scam thing, right? Wasn't she? She had two homes and she was getting a tax discount on both of them, even though as a primary residence. So she had two primary residences.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think she's got enough money that she can. She's got enough money that she can do it, but I do kind of like I don't know. I just like the fact that she's getting fined some pretty serious bucks. And at some point, her brain's got to kick in and she's got to sit there and say, I don't think I'm going to do this anymore.
Yeah. Well, see, it's hard to say, though, because it's very clear she's not there to legislate. She's there to be a bomb thrower. She's there to cause dissension and hold things up. She's not playing with the full deck, as they say. I don't know. I make no predictions about what she will or won't do because she's a loose cannon.
Well, and she had please.
And Virginia's down to 112.
Holy smoke. Okay, well, that's looking very good. Yeah, she remember when she was running around opening up senators or congressmen's mail slots and then shouting in at them and calling them cowards and doing she's insane. She's utterly insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, we call that that's not crazy.
Yes. Well, and it's like there are people in our district who are absolutely proud of her, and I guess there's always one, right? I mean, how crazy do you have to be to make oh my God, now I've forgotten Michelle Bachmann, look like the pillar of sanity. I never thought anybody could out crazy Michelle Bachmann, but this woman does it.
Yeah, Michelle Bachmann seems totally sane in comparison.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be done predicting insanity of presidents too, because every time I get a president that I think is just unhinged, nope, we find a way to top it. That's another. So is Andering as an old wise man to somebody who is slowly catching up to that age. The older you get, the I forget what I was going to say. Okay.
You were going to say the older you get, generally speaking, the more conservative you become.
I don't think that's what I was going to say, to be quite honest.
Oh.
Let's try. I think I was going to say something about Alzheimer's, but it was going to be either Alzheimer's or apathy, but I don't really care.
But you forgot? Yeah, and you forgot, and you don't care enough to remember.
Exactly. You got it. Oh, dear Lord. All right, well, let's go check in. So we've gotten a couple back. So what are the outstanding? So the reparations bill is still outstanding. The Minneapolis, Minnesota one is done. So it looks like, now you had suggested that you were interested in at least seeing how it worked. What are your thoughts now, as entering that it looks like they haven't passed it?
Well, I'm a little sad because I would like to have seen how they made it work, or whether it worked, or what they did wrong. If they actually had a detailed plan covering, foreseeable issues coming up, and it's going to give more fodder for other places that want to try something similar. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult for them to try it. So I don't know. I'm a little sad. I think it's probably for the best. And looking at the history, I think it's probably for the best. But at least the best for Minneapolis. But I still kind of wanted to see where they were going to go with that.
I got to tell you, I'm really surprised they went that far. I am really surprised they went that far. They really ran with defund the police. I mean, they weren't kidding. All right. Well, so and this one, this is supposed to be the so my up to the date.
The Austin bill is going to be.
Oh yeah, the Austin police. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what that one. And we had asked. I forget what was the question that we'd posed. Oh yeah, we actually had posed to the live chat, and it was Bregwin, actually primarily because of Bregwin that I was curious to see what her take on it would be, but that was like 3 hours ago. So let me, I'll catch up with that, and then let's see. I mean, so we now know the biggie in New York. We are waiting on Virginia, and we are waiting on, I think, really only two bills left that are the most interesting one. In Austin, Texas, the police bill. There is a police bill in New York. That one's kind of interesting, but it's not as. And then the Detroit reparations bill. So I think we're going to see where we land on those and then figure out, now, why isn't this? Okay. Oh, no, that's Marjorie Taylor Greene, and getting fined out the wazoo.
You want to say margarine, don't you?
I can't. My brain doesn't want to say anything. First of all, when I see the J, I can't in my own brain make the G sound. So I'm like, wait a minute, there's a J in there. So my brain doesn't put that together, and then I think I keep transposing the last two. So my brain just doesn't. I can't. Oh my God! It's since she has been in office. Today is the first day I've ever actually said her name correctly on the first shot. And it was, believe me, I've screwed it up like 4 times already on the stream, but I finally got it. And I've just been calling her Taylor Green, just because I was just like, okay, I'm going past it. So my brain was just locking up on the last 2 letters.
Hey, you have problems with...
Yep.
Having problems with Marjorie, having problems with Gutierrez. Jeez.
We'll just call her MGT.
MGT. Just call her, what is it?
NTG.
MTG. BSC. BSC. But I'm sorry, what? Or BSC. What? Oh, God. Nah, yeah, you see, this is what happens when you talk over me. What were you saying?
Oh, I said just call her MTG.
MTG. Yep, I could do that. That's what I'm going to do from now on. Well, or I could, learn how to speak English. No, never mind. That's kind of sounds like work. So you know what?
I was gonna say, yeah, we won't hold our breath for that.
I was going to take offense, but yeah, you know me. I think that's incredible. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so now let me.
I need to. I'll be right back.
All right. Let's Oh wow. Okay, so let's see.
Pittsburgh will have the first black mayor ever. That's actually a little surprising that Pittsburgh hasn't had a black mayor before.
That is. Yes, that is. All right. All right. So they're still saying that this is close, or no? So they're still saying that the GOP has a oh yeah. They've done it from big lead to GOP leads in Virginia. So yeah, it's still at about 4% with 90% in. So Minneapolis rejects policing overhaul. I'm curious. So I'm curious what happens now that they've rejected this. I mean, are we going to see a new spark in protests? I mean, their own people. I mean, this was rejected by Minneapolis. It's not like the federal government stepped in and said. I mean, or it was rejected by Minnesota. So I mean, I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, the actual residents of Minneapolis. I think that you may see some outside agitation for trying to do protests and stuff. But the majority of the city has decided, and they don't want to do this. And I think that it was hampered a little bit with, there was quite a big spike in especially homicide, but violent crime in general. When they started going pretty heavy, when the city council started going pretty heavy on defund the police and all that stuff, they saw a pretty big spike. So I'm thinking that maybe the well was soured a little bit there. So they could be going, hey, we've tried this already. We've played this game, and it turned out poorly for us. We are not going to allow you to double down on this. So,
hold on, yeah.
it would be. I am going to be interested to see how. I mean, it's also colder up there, so I'm not sure how many people are going to want to be running around outside doing stuff.
Yeah, that's there you go. That's why you always have to have a conservative on your shows, because they think of the practical. I'm sitting there going like, oh no, they'd all just go out. I was like, oh wait a minute, that's yeah. Now it's like, oh wow, well we could protest, or we could go inside and grab a frappuccino. Sorry, that's
why we should hold all northern elections in January, and we should hold all southern elections in July or August.
That's cute. That's pretty smart. Oh dear Lord. Yeah, all right. So let's take a look at.
I'm a little sad.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I mean, it's kind of a cynical reason of mine. I genuinely kind of wanted to see how they were going to try and do this and what effects it would have.
Well,
because you can still make the arguments on both sides, and when you actually try it, you actually get results, and then you can't really argue so much about the results anymore.
Well, and to be fair, I think Joe really felt like there was a very he seemed to think it was a very good thing. I'm probably a little closer to you in this. I hope it was a good thing, and I hope that it would work, but I'm skeptical, and I do think I think the saying they're going to do it, I think they needed a bit more of a plan than that. But I was cautiously optimistic may not be the right word. I was hoping that it would be successful. I think you sort of, if I'm phrasing this correctly, you were reasonably sure it would be unsuccessful, but successful or unsuccessful, you felt it would be a learning experience either way. Was that roughly accurate?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah. I had a hard time seeing it actually pass, especially with the way that it was worded. As after some of the issues that they had with their defund the police and having the city government or city council having to backtrack on that because of a sharp spike in crime, and and having that experience, I wasn't entirely sure that the residents would really be willing to try and do another experiment. But it was hopeful. I mean, it could have been a good thing. It also has the possibility of being a horrific thing too. It all depends upon what they actually tried to do and what things they focused on. And so, it would have been a great, again, experiment. It's a little cynical of me because we're dealing with people's lives, livelihoods, and property. But we're going to have to at some point sit down and figure out maybe a better way of doing things.
Well, it's always an experiment anyway. But and quick shout out to there's been a few Amaretto was here, but I may have missed her. But good to see you, Amaretto. Amy's here, so thank you very much for coming. So no, I agree, and I think the other thing is, I mean, it's always an experiment one way or another. I mean, again, to go back to Clinton, right? That was an experiment to try to get everybody into a home. So it's your experiment. You're playing with live ammunition either way. But I think one thing that I would, at a minimum, really like to see is and they apparently got a lot of funding. I was looking at this. They had, I think, oh shoot, I don't have the funding numbers anymore, and I closed the window. But they actually got a lot of funding from a number of organizations for this. I'd like to see something that maybe didn't require a ballot initiative, where they could say, okay, set up that office, set up that department, but on a much smaller scale. Make it responsible for a reasonably small area. If it doesn't work, you still have the old police force to come in, So you haven't disbanded the police force, but you've now got this model working on a scale in Minneapolis somewhere. Give it a shot and see how it works, and every chance you get, expand it, keeping the other force in place, and just expand, and wait until you hit this equilibrium point where it looks like things aren't necessarily going great, and then say, okay, fix it. What's wrong? Do we need to add more? Do we need to remove some? What do we need to do? And then once it's settled again, keep expanding it, and then either it's going to fail and you're going to keep pulling it back, and it gets wiped out, or then you say, let's get rid of the police force. But, doing it this way, well, it's bold. It is bold. All right. So
and I think the average citizen gets really hesitant when you start saying things like disband the police, or getting rid of police, or any of that kind of stuff. They start getting really hesitant, even if you may possibly have a good replacement for it or a good plan for a replacement for it. There's still that hesitancy of going, I'm not entirely sure that it's a great idea to be getting rid of police, even if you're not really doing that. Liberals, so I think some of the optics on it weren't particularly well thought out or well communicated.
Liberals and optics, just like oil, water, the whole fucking 9 yards, okay? I mean, just the Bernie, okay? Bernie might actually have had a shot if he hadn't have said, well, I'm a socialist. And I understand that he was trying to be provocative, and I understand that he didn't necessarily mean that in the same way that other people see that. But that's bad branding, and you're going to lose. Whether or not, whatever you're going to lose. That was really fucking dumb. And people who are Bernie supporters should have sat there and said, I'm not going to support someone who doesn't realize you can't win doing that. And while the ideals are great, he didn't even need to do that. There were so many ways to. So it was, for all that Bernie had, which I think was actually really quite a lot, and Bernie had a lot. There was no chance if he wasn't going to be willing to at least package it somewhat correctly, and that's the defund the police. Once the defund the police came out, how long did we spend time arguing not whether or not it was a good idea, but what the fuck it meant? I mean, there was just months spent, wait a minute, what does this mean? And why do some people think it means this? And other people say, and, we had the whole CHOP, the Chaz CHOP block, and it's like nobody's having that discussion. Nobody's having a discussion of what the problems are. They're having a discussion of what do you really mean when you say defund the police? And it's like, if they had just properly framed that. Yes, please.
And some of that's willful ignorance. Some of it's just for points. They act like they don't know what it is because they want to misrepresent it on purpose. But to your point, though, I'm thinking about like the results tonight. Whatever the results, even if the Democrats pull out in New Jersey and Virginia and win those battles, it's clear that it's going to be a lot closer than it would have been, and certainly a lot closer than it should have been, particularly here in New Jersey. We should. At 10:45. I shouldn't be sitting there looking, counting votes in counties when the guy had a 9-point lead the other day. And this is what pisses me off. I'm going to start off and say I'm super pissed at Manchin and Sinema. Okay, I'll start with that. But I'm also pissed at the Progressive Caucus in the House, because basically what's happened, and we talked about this the other day. This whole thing of like, well, if you won't vote, give us all of what we want, we're not going to give you the bill you brokered. And I get that, so you're going to put pressure, but it's very clear to me that Manchin doesn't give a fuck about the party. He does not. He basically feels safe and ensconced in his position, and he knows that if he gives the rest of the party what he wants, there's a decent chance he'll lose his job. So he doesn't care about the greater Democratic Party. Okay? So that's a problem. Now, the thing is, so the Progressive Caucus is basically doing like a scorched earth, all or none kind of thing. That can work when you hold all the cards. They don't hold all the cards because Manchin doesn't give a fuck. And so the thing is that, again, I get it. We shouldn't have had to give up as much as we did. I get that. Believe me, I do. But the whole thing is that if we fail to get the $2.79 trillion between the two bills, then all it's doing is basically proving to what the public thinks is that the Democrats are dysfunctional and can't lead even when they're in charge. And so what I would implore the people in the House Progressive Caucus is like, look, grab what we can get, because the other guy's not going to play. He doesn't have to, and no amount of pressure, it's clear at this point, no amount of pressure is going to make him change. So, and I swear to you, if these bills had passed last week or the week before when they should have, we wouldn't be sitting here in nail biters now.
Honestly, what they probably
I still think there would have been some, at least in Virginia, some pretty significant issues. McAuliffe has made some pretty bad, at least optically bad statements to the public, and he's not helped his case.
Right, but it wouldn't be as tight as it is now. I think we would definitely be in a better spot. And if he loses, I think it's certainly part of it. I agree with you. He's made some statements that certainly hurt him. But I think at least some of it is the fact that they're looking at the because apparently the poll in Virginia, even though it's the state that Biden won by 10 points, right now the people of Virginia are not happy with Biden. Why? Because nothing's getting passed. And now there's reasons for it, and we've discussed those. But basically, people look at it and say, look, the Dems can't get their shit together, because the average person doesn't pay attention to this like we do. They just see dysfunction, and they see things not getting done.
I think they need
And
to
so if there
consider.
had been some accomplishment to say, hey, look, we got all these things. Wasn't everything we wanted, but shit, it's a good start, and we can always try to push those up for those other things in the next budget. But instead, we got nothing, and we look like fucking idiots. And if this were normal times, if this was 20, 30, 40 years ago, it probably wouldn't, it would suck, but it wouldn't be that bad. But now we're facing 2022, and a Republican Party that's increasingly fascist, and very clearly is not interested in supporting democracy anymore. So maybe it's a case of the boy who cried wolf too many times, but we're really facing doom.
They need to eject him from the caucus. They need to eject him. They need to eject him from the caucus. Boot him.
They can't, because then they lose the majority. They lose their slim majority.
First of all, well, okay. Here's why they have to do it. First of all, if they boot him, then they're sending him. They have to set. They're weak now. They have to send the message that they're not weak, and the only way to do that is take the guy who weakened them and boot them. Did they lose their majority? Maybe, but he's not going to caucus with the Republicans. He's absolutely not going to caucus with the Republicans, and it'll end his career. And by the way, the people at home for him are going to realize he just lost a tremendous amount of power, and they're going to sit there and say, why are you doing that? Now, he's going to bluff, and he's going to sit there and say, okay, guys, keep at me because you need me for the majority. Maybe, maybe not. There are a couple of Republicans they can often pull on individual issues, and even when they can't, right now, what does keeping him around actually do?
You missed the point of Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell becomes the
Mitch McConnell becomes the. Of course he does. Yeah, no, you're right. Of course he does. No, you're right.
Leader.
I bailed on that.
None of that
missed
matters. That's the
they can't do
it.
They can't do it. No, they can't.
Is what it is. It sucks. It sucks donkey balls.
Is there any way? There's got to be a way.
There has to be. No, you're right. They can't because it's Mitch McConnell. It instantly. Yeah, you're right. I did miss the point. I really missed the point on that one. They can't because. Okay. I'm gonna have to think about this one.
It sucks. It sucks. Yeah, it sucks having him teabag the rest of the Democrats and But that's where we're at. I don't like the situation any more than anybody else, but that's the reality.
Well, there's almost always a way. One of the things is these things end up being so complicated and so complex that if you're willing to think sideways, there's a way. It's just a question of finding it and how to do it. So the question is, how do you put him into a position where he wants to start cooperating? And I'm not sure. I probably don't have enough knowledge to figure it out.
No.
It's been a while since.
The way is, I mean, if you think about it, okay, so he didn't like the original transportation bill, right? The infrastructure bill. So then 5 Democrats and 5 Republicans got together and they came up with that $1.05 trillion or $1.04 trillion. That's how you make him happy. That's what he wants.
I'm curious if he's vulnerable
That's
for
what
the
he wants.
primaries.
It's just simple. That's it. And if you're not willing to do that, then you're not going to get anything out of him. So, he might go. He might, and basically what's happening is because the House caucus is basically telling him "fuck you" on the on the transportation transportation bill. He's saying, "Well, fuck you" on the Build Back Better plan. So we get nothing, and that's not progressive. Sorry,
well,
nothing is not progressive.
The problem is that's what that's the problem, which is everybody sits there and says, okay, as soon as the Dems have a majority, everything will be okay again. But that's not necessarily the case, because the problem is every single one of them, all 50 now, see an opportunity, because if they hold out, all of a sudden, and I brought it up earlier, but it's the Waking Ned Divine problem. Which is, all one of them has to do is realize that if they hold out, they can get $50 million as long as they don't. It also ends up in it's game theory. You're right back to essentially the prisoner's dilemma. Except it's with 50 people. So all you need is one of them to sit there and say, well, hey, if I turn, look at what I can bring home for my It's dear.
Yeah. And so in his case, he's in coal country. He's a coal guy, and he's gonna shill for coal. And I'm mad that he does that, but I can't stop him from doing that.
Did you hear any of the SB 8 testimony in front of the Supreme Court?
No, I haven't.
I managed to catch a large swath of it, and they were not pleased with Texas, and Sotomayor in particular. Oh my God, one of them was just like, well, they were talking about hypotheticals and how this bill could be applied to any other part of law, and in fact that what you could do is you could take so by this law what you could basically do is what happens if they mandated A, outside of their own state, or B, within their state, but people who aren't citizens of their state who are coming through, like, say, have firearms. So say, okay, it's illegal to have a firearm in our state, and any individual can sue anybody who's coming through with a firearm. So, well, that's one hypothetical, and I think, okay, just because you came up with one, and she came up with like 8, and they were just gorgeous, like in a row, and she was not. And then the guy tried to answer. She's like, "No, I think I know your answer," and it was fun to listen to. But the general consensus appears to be that at least on this, they're going to have enough to throw it out, at least on the that element of it. But there's there's still one more, and this is the part that I'm a little confused about. There's still one more part that appears to be before the Supreme Court. So the question is, if they throw it out, you'd think they wouldn't have to hear the second part. But you know what? I'm gonna have to have a sit down with Nate. I'm gonna have a sit down with Nate and figure out what's going on with this, because his call was that it's going to get shot down, but they may pull back the amount of time that you get. So there's a required minimum time, and they may pull that back. Let me
So Virginia, the vote total gap is still the same. It's 113,000. It was 112 before, but percentage wise, it's narrowed to 3.8%.
Okay, so the absolute numbers are the absolute gap is the same, but the percentage, because the numbers they've been called. So what that means is they're getting in the same proportion, identical. They're each getting 50-50 votes on what's coming in right now.
Yep.
All right.
And there's still 8% left to go, so it's still possible, but it's tight.
Yeah, it's definitely. Any idea?
And the takeaway from that,
please.
The takeaway from that is this isn't a race that should have been tight, and as much as a month ago wasn't tight. So there's definitely. I mean, the Democrats really need to sit back and look at what's going on and say, what do we need to look out for coming up, especially in 2020, and be very, very cognizant of that, and make. I hate giving advice to Democrats. One, they'll never follow it, and 2, it makes me look like I'm trying to help them, but they don't want to help anyone. What's going on?
Well, see, it's interesting though. I mean, okay, I know you don't like either party, but
he's a Republican, sort of, mostly.
Is he?
He's a conservative. Well, I shouldn't be answering for you.
The Republicans are not currently not conservative right now. They're radical.
Well,
that's why I never supported Trump, even though.
Right.
I mean, most of his policies that were actually instituted weren't super radical, but his rhetoric certainly was, and the kinds of things he actually wanted to do certainly were. And it's like that's why I did not like him.
Right.
He was not a conservative.
Well, we had this discussion with Andrew a while back, where it was probably over a year ago, where we were like, okay, what does it mean to be conservative versus Republican? And I think, and I don't want to speak for you, but I think I'm going to start speaking for you, because it just makes these conversations a lot easier. But I think, and I end up agreeing with both sides.
I'll just mute over here. And
I think you would say, you've usually considered yourself Republican, but that was because you felt that was the party that most represented conservative values, and as it hasn't, you have not considered yourself really Republican anymore, if I understand correctly.
Yeah, and a little bit of it was also, as I was learning, and a bit of naivete or ignorance of a little bit more of the minutia of the actual Republican Party. So,
yeah. So I mean, I again, not to speak too much for him, but also because this question came up in the live chat, but he's
basically for states' rights in general over over the federal government, and he's for minimum government and all this other stuff. The reason he doesn't strike anyone as a Republican is because he's rational and his positions are extremely well thought out. He's not just picking them out of thin air. So it's hard to peg him as one. How is that for a backhanded compliment? That's okay. I'm going to get you the Constitution sheet.
I'll take any compliments I can get, backhanded or not.
Especially when you're on a liberal show. I just think that was funny when you were talking about the Jimmy Snow, and it took me a minute. I was like, oh yeah, I can see. No, they're not for conservatives at all. Yeah, I can see you getting into some trouble with that audience. Again, I'm getting into some trouble with that audience, but all right. So where are we? Let's talk about where we are, how we got here, what's going on. Do a little bit of a rundown. So there were a number of interesting votes today, and a few interesting things that happened. And we're looking at only just a couple of races left that we are interested in. One of the biggies, and in my view, probably the single biggest that has happened, is Minneapolis, Minnesota was looking at completely disbanding the police force, and they were going to replace it with I don't have it on me, but they were going to replace it with a new department that was going to be a Department of Public Safety of some kind, and they were going to not enforce any kind of minimum police officers. Ostensibly, this department would hire police officers. They would be capable of hiring police officers, but they would not be a police department. And their mandate would be to just ensure the public safety. And they had what appears to be a reasonably broad authority to do that in any way that they felt necessary. Presumably, again, hiring police officers would be a part of that. But this was, I think, the ultimate expression of the defund the police. The police department would be officially defunded and disbanded, and this new department with a broader mandate reporting to the city council and to the mayor would be put in its place. This was rejected, this proposition. So that's one of the biggies. I think we haven't gotten in. There were two biggies that we are waiting for on Texas, including an amendment to the Texas Constitution saying barring any public official from in any way whatsoever. What was the exact language that it was? I forget the exact language, so don't hit me on the on the exact wording, but barring them from interfering with religious services. Now, the intention of this ostensibly is to keep the city from saying, well, you can't have meetings of more than 10 or 25 people of religious services, but it actually appears to, the way it's worded, bar any interference of any religious services. So this is in the wake of COVID and in the wake of requirements across the country that even churches were not allowed to meet in large numbers or have gatherings in large numbers. The bill did acknowledge that Governor Abbott, in fact, did not follow through with the mandates for religious services. He labeled religious services as necessary, so they were exempt, but this would codify that into law and permanently exempt them from any restrictions by the state. So we're waiting on that one, and we're waiting for also another bill that expands the number of police officers they have, mandates extra training, proposes rewarding officers who learn second languages that are native to Austin, and also mandates spending extra community time engaging with the community. So we'll see how that bill goes. Is Andrew, am I missing any? I'm sort of doing this from memory. I'm sure I'm.
The Detroit bill for reparations.
Oh yes, and the reparations bill. Thank you. That is a big one. The bill in Detroit, which establishes a committee to make recommendations for building projects and zoning that would attempt to rectify damage done to the Black community as a result of racism in prior legislation in Detroit. So those are the bills that we're waiting on. It is now 11:02, so my hope is we're going to get a number of them soon. We're also waiting on the Virginia governor's race. Once that comes in, I mean, that's going to as Andrew has pointed this out, and I think this is really worth noting, Virginia was a state that Biden won by 10 points. And a month ago, this race nobody was really thinking that that the Republican had a shot. And right now, I saw two polls this morning. One from the New York Times had had McAuliffe, the Democrat, ahead by 1 point within the margin of error, and one by the the Washington Post that had Youngkin ahead by 1 point. So it's anybody's race, and at this point, if the consensus seems to be, it would actually be quite a blow to the Biden administration if McAuliffe loses, and the reason is because, aside from the fact that governors are important in redistricting, aside from the fact that this is going to influence a number of things going forward, the reality is what you're looking at is a president who stumped for a candidate and seems to be incapable of...
Not just the president, but the former President Barack Obama as well.
Yep, and appear to have
the gap. The gap is narrowed to 92,000.
All right, so that is, I was going to say that's statistically insignificant. It's not statistically insignificant, but it's getting there. But they're okay, and they're at 94%. This one's going to go a while, I think. Oh, for fuck's sake.
So now in New Jersey, I was looking.
Hold on. Donald Trump has congratulated Youngkin on his, quote, big win. Congratulations to Glenn Youngkin, a true American first patriot who had my complete and total endorsement for Virginia governor. I would like to thank my base for coming out and vote. The election's not over yet.
Let's not read anything from him because nothing he says is of any value.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting, and hold on, I want to make sure that I am quoting this correctly. Trump is... and this is, I am going to say this is important. This is a big win, but we can't stop now. Please contribute immediately to help me save America. And it's a fundraising thing.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So New Jersey, I was going to go down the counties real quick, and what's left as far as percentage-wise. Right now, Chitterelli is up by 56,000 votes. They're at 63%. Now, as far as the I'll go over the red counties first, and I'll give you, so Ocean County is reporting 97% in, 93% is voted, counted in Monmouth, 77% in Bergen, 91% in Gloucester, 91 in Morris, 98 in Gloucester, 56 in Atlantic County. That's where Atlantic City is. 100% and 140% in Burlington. 100% in Cape May, 71% in Warren County, and 53% in Cumberland. Although Cumberland County, there's literally going to be like 25,000 total votes. So there's the only places that there are significant votes for Chitterelli left are Burlington County and Atlantic County. Now on the blue counties, so Middlesex 94. Camden 83, Union, my county 67, so there's still quite a number of votes here. Somerset 44%, Mercer 65%, Essex still at 1%, Passaic County still at 2%. Essex is basically, that's going to be like, it's currently at 82% to 17, and those numbers will generally hold. So there's quite a lot of votes there, and there's still a ton of votes in Passaic County. So those are two of the most populous counties, and they're deep blue. So I'm looking right now that it looks like there's more votes that would favor, Murphy than Chitterelli, but I'll feel a lot better once we start getting returns from those two counties and the numbers narrow, because right now I feel again, it shouldn't be. I shouldn't be freaking out at 11:07 at night in New Jersey.
Yeah, well, and the polls have been closed in Virginia now for 4 hours. I want to say no, it can't be 4. Yeah, it's got to be 4 hours, I think, and we still don't know there. So, yeah, let me All right, so I'm going to start trying to be a little more judicious, or not judicious, a little more regimented about doing that.
In Sussex County, there's no reporting yet. He'll probably pick up about 7. The red guy will pick up about 17,000 votes, and no reporting in Salem, which again should give him about 4,000. So he's got 21,000 probably in the bank, unfortunately. But that's it. It's beyond what I mentioned earlier.
All right, so I guess ostensibly it looks good. It's always interesting trying to project out by the districts that are out, but it's usually reasonably reliable. I don't think we've had any new wins. We've had, like I said, I'll put this back up again for anybody who's interested. So this is, let me. While we are waiting. We are waiting on the Virginia vote for governor. The lieutenant governor has already won. This is the lieutenant governor right here. She is Winsome Sears. She is a Republican, and she has won the lieutenant governor of Virginia, which, by the way, has separate votes for governor and lieutenant governor. They're not on the same ticket. So you could end up with a Democratic governor and a Republican lieutenant governor. That weapon is an AK-14, and
how do you even screw that one up? Jeez. You're really obsessed. You're really obsessed with 14, aren't you?
Yeah. It's because you and I got into an
Just
argument
call it a
about
mini 14. At least that would be a valid weapon.
Well, I can call it a mini 15. That's not a problem.
And that does not.
She looks so uncomfortable holding that thing too. It just makes her look like, I can't believe you're making me. Yeah, she's like, the way she's holding it and her expression, it's like, I can't believe you're making me pose with this. And I'm sure it was probably her idea to do it. And she just, I don't know, she looks very uncomfortable in that.
Is she ex-military or something?
Well, she's a Republican.
So, no. She's
pro. Right nowadays, how many Republicans running for office are posing with guns? It seems to now be the new.
She's a Republican.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, she's a Republican because they don't run on the same ticket there. So you can actually have a Republican lieutenant governor and a Democratic governor.
Yeah.
So.
Or vice versa.
Or vice versa. You can have any combo, and that's interesting. I don't know why they do that. I'd be curious to know why they do that. Obviously, that's how the United States was at first with president and vice president. We'd had enough times where you had a vice president and a president at odds with each other because of their differences, and they came from different parties. And we said enough of that. Not only that, but unfortunately, it does encourage the notion of assassination, because if you're for one party and not for the other, well, if you get rid of whoever the president is, your guy's now in office. But if they're both from the same party, assassinating one doesn't really help you. Not that assassinations are that easy, but anything that you can do to lower the drive or the incentive to attempt it, anything you can do to do that would be better. So they, just put them on the same ticket. It just makes things 10 times easier. But Virginia doesn't do that. I don't know why. But yeah, she looks. Yeah, she's Who was the other one? There's Jesus, was that Taylor Greene, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who did the? She gets in the back of a truck and starts shooting. I don't know, an AR-14 or something.
Yeah.
At like pumpkins or something, and then saying she's going to go after Democrats. That was cute.
Yeah, who are we saying had such problems with optics?
Yeah, but that works in those places. That's the sick part.
Yeah, that. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. So, Xander, what was your point?
Well, I guess I don't have one because he does have a point. It actually
Yeah.
works well with the gun community usually.
Yeah, that's why she did it. It's really bad with everybody else, especially the Dems who are sitting there going like, are you suggesting loosely that you should go out and kill Dems? And since that's not the first time she's suggested that, I think that should probably be illegal. But that's just me. Yeah. All right. Well, and then just the other.
Do we really need 2 Dakotas?
I don't think so. I don't think we need one Texas, to be quite honest. But
I have friends in Texas.
so do I. I think it'd be somewhere else, though. And then this is just because this is so for the last. Okay, so this is how Virginia has voted since 1978. What you'll notice is, in regards to the presidential election, for the most part, they've been the governor that's won has always been opposite of the opposite party of the incumbent presidential candidate. So now Biden is the presidential candidate. So in order for McAuliffe to win, they would have to buck this this trend, which is what 40 years old. So it's a 40-year trend, and we will see. But nobody thought this would be a problem. And now what you have, and by the way, notice that in 2013, you actually do have McAuliffe. Of course, that would be then McAuliffe and so McAuliffe is a light blue. I don't know. So it must have bucked it back then because of McAuliffe and Obama. But there's McAuliffe under 2013. McAuliffe had to skip a term because you cannot serve 2 consecutive terms in Virginia. And so we'll see if McAuliffe manages to return. So, Joe, where are we right now in Virginia anyway? Do you know? You're muted.
The gap is 84,000 with 5% to go.
All right.
So it's narrowing, but just the question is, will it narrow fast enough?
All right, let me get the ticker back up, and then we'll do a rundown. And
I'm assuming there's going to be there's going to end up being recounts for it anyway, with it being close enough.
I don't know what the numbers are for how often recounts work, but in most places, if it's less than 1%, that triggers an automatic recount. And then if it's, I don't know at what point you can request it. I think in general, if it's under 5%, you can request one. Well, 1 is usually an automatic. I don't know the state. It's
1 is automatic.
Yeah.
1 is automatic. I just looked it up.
Oh, okay. Is there a number up to which they can request a recount? I mean, basically, if you're the losing party and you have the option to actually request a recount, you request a recount. That's just 101. First thing you do, request a recount.
I just popped it in the chat so you can see it for yourself.
Thank you. All right, recounts in all elections. All right, I'll take a look at that in a minute. So, and we have that up now. So we have all of the races up. They're going to be in the ticker right below me. And then, so just to give like a brief rundown of our schedule and what we're going to be doing too. We're going to be, okay, cool. Thank you, Titan. I'm going to go read that out in a minute. Tomorrow, we're actually going to be doing overtime. So we will be covering the results and consequences of all of this. With Joe and myself, we'll be covering it tomorrow on overtime. So please join us for that. We'll be doing After Dark on Friday. It'll be the call-in show, After Dark, 10 p.m. Friday. Also, discussions on this and basically anything politics, social sciences, culture related on our Discord. So, and we've dropped the Discord link a few times already. So I hope you guys will join us there. Thank you very much for those of you who have super chatted. We really appreciate your support. And if you like this content, please like and subscribe. Check out some of our other videos. If you like that, share it, like and subscribe. It helps us out in the algorithm and makes it easier for us to continue to do this. So thank you all very much for your support. We appreciate it. And this is also a lot of people, including the three of us here, but certainly everybody on our Discord and our mods work very, very hard. And a thumbs up, a like, and a subscribe is a great way to just, doesn't cost you anything, and just shows everybody that you appreciate what people are doing. So thank you. Lecture over. All right. So
we'd also like to get your opinions on what we should be doing in a whole bunch of this dead space that we have to fill in where nothing's really happening. And so let us know in the comments what you think we should actually be focusing on during those times.
I think that's a good idea. So what we'll do is, hold on. Yeah, let us know if there's anything in particular you want us to discuss. If there's anything in particular you want us to discuss, anything that you think is important or that we missed, let us know. Titan did say Sears, born in Jamaica, electrician. Okay, U.S. Marines. So it looks like she's got at least some experience with the AR-14. I'm gonna have to stop doing that because A, the joke isn't necessarily that funny anymore, and B, one of these days it's gonna actually matter that I get that right, and I'm gonna make myself look like a complete idiot to people who don't know the joke. So any advice from the live chat about what to do is, In Time has made an interesting suggestion. Okay, yeah.
Recommendation. Yeah.
Yeah. Funny how that works. Thank you for the comment.
I'm suspicious of the motives. I'm suspicious of the motivations.
Well, that's a business account. Any number of people have access to that account. So I mean, that could be anybody. But thank you. Okay, we're good. We're all on the same page. I was actually thinking roughly the same thing. So, all right. Well, the Minnesota.
Don't forget my Constitution sheets. November 9th.
Yep. November 9th. You're well, if you were a real Republican, there'd be insurrection sheets. I'm just saying. Clearly you're a rhino.
Insurrection is so messy.
Yeah.
I'd rather just gaslight the hell out of the left and make religious arguments and just have my guns and God and country and call you all commie bastards and see how that works for me.
What was that woman who, I guess she was just in the news again, and I'd opened it up, but I got distracted and pulled off into all this other stuff that we had to do for today. But there was the woman who, she had, oh dear Lord, she had gotten pepper sprayed at the insurrection. She was there, and she had actually gotten interviewed by a news organization before she got into any trouble. And then she's out there, and I guess she was right up to one of the doors. She got pepper sprayed in the face, and somebody's carrying her away. And she's like, "Oh my God, I was pepper sprayed. My rights have been violated. All this terrible stuff. It's terrible. And how could they possibly do this to me?" And then the reporter says, "Where were you?" "I was in the Capitol." "Well, why were you in the Capitol?" Because it's a revolution, man. And I was just like, well, if you're okay, if you're a revolutionary, you might get pepper sprayed in the face. You're lucky you didn't get two through the chest. So, she is back in the news.
Yeah, because somebody did.
Yeah, because somebody did, actually, yeah. Well, and I kind of, yeah, I mean, I to tell you the truth, I have chilled out some from all of that, but part of me was just like, I lament the fact that they didn't take stronger measures to defend the Capitol. In the end, the more people that got through that okay on both sides, the better. Genuinely the better. And people do stupid things and they get caught up in stupid things and so on and so forth. But there's a part of me, and the part of me that has been told repeatedly by the same ilk that was doing that I'm unpatriotic, that I'm trying to sympathize and give therapy to the terrorists that say that every idea that I have is all about destroying this country. Yeah, there's a part of me that says, I wish the Capitol Police had the balls that all of them brag about having and almost none of them actually have. And that they had the lack of self-restraint that all of those people have a tendency to brag about. I'm glad they didn't, and it's better for everybody that things ended with as few deaths as possible. But I think the Capitol Police were absolutely entitled to... okay, I do want to hear that. I believe the Capitol Police were absolutely entitled to have shot and killed more people. And there might... Yeah, I think I have some idea where you're going to go, and maybe you're right, Joe. I don't know that. I don't know how much I could.
Well,
but yeah, please.
I mean, just given the police response to, the George Floyd protests, including the ones that were perfectly nonviolent until the police started shooting at people. I mean, they were shooting people with rubber bullets. They were shooting people with beanbags. They were using water cannons. They used pepper spray. They used all sorts of means, both lethal and non-lethal, against people, and there were deaths. And how about like when they cleared the one place so Trump could stand there with his upside down Bible? Again, people that were there legally and not doing anything wrong, and they were just shooed away. So my thing is that I'm sick and tired of this, double standard, and of course the people that attacked the police on the January 6th were the ones supposedly, with the blue line flags. Instead, in fact, as I recall, there was one person with a blue line flag on a pole beating a cop with it, in the ultimate irony. So yeah, I mean, if there was any time that it would have been justified for the police to use any kind of force, including deadly force, that was the time. And yeah, I think that if the tables were turned, well, we already know what would happen if the tables were turned because we've already seen it. So yeah, screw those guys. They should have gone home in body bags.
I try to be as I'm accused most often of being unreasonably reasonable, and people who've watched this show have seen that more than once. I'm not going to sit here.
Well, you have me on this show, so
well, I'm clearly unreasonable on at least one front. Well,
you're being unreasonably reasonable by including me.
Well, no, that's I would have thought I would have gotten more of that, but I actually haven't. I haven't had too many people saying that. But I will say this about everything that Joe just said. As much as my instinct, as soon as he said what he said, was to say, "Well, we don't know that and this and that." We know that. He's right. If the tables have been turned, we know exactly what would have happened. I would disagree. I agree that the officers had every right to do that, and part of me thinks they should have because their job was to defend the Capitol, and they didn't. In general, I'm for any outcome that maximizes survivors, even on the wrong side. And the fact that they aren't is what makes it so important to me that I am. But Joe's right. Anybody who says they don't know what would have happened if it had been Black Lives protesters doing that, we know. We all know. So...
Yeah, because we saw it. I mean, when we saw the Capitol steps festooned with police in riot gear and helmets and batons before anything even happened. So now, some good news. There was a big vote dump from Essex County, and now it's still Chitterelli's still ahead by a little bit, but the gap narrowed from 54,000 down to 18,000, and there's still 10% in Essex County to count, and right now it's a 73 to 26. So there's still a decent amount of votes in to be picked up, and there's so it's still way tighter than it should be, though, quite frankly. But because we're also waiting on Passaic and Mercer and Somerset, but that makes me feel a little bit better that it's now we're down to less than 20,000, because that's very easy for that swing to get made up.
Minor change of topic. First, the funny part. Biden just got caught sleeping at another meeting. So for those of you who haven't, I mean, he fell asleep during his meeting with the Prime Minister of Israel. He appears to have fallen asleep at another meeting, and to tell you the truth, I have some sympathy for him. As you get older, it happens. I remember watching it happen to my grandparents and my parents, and when his Andrew gets to be my age, it will happen to him too. But I think, I mean, I have to believe, I have a hard time believing he's going to make it 4 years. I just genuinely do. So, I mean, I think Kamala Harris is going to be running as the incumbent. And that's just, you know what, that's in some ways wild speculation. It really is. We've seen no other signs of health issues or anything like that. But you don't elect a president, if you can help it, that can't run for 8 years. The goal is to have them run for 8 years. And if he's falling asleep at meetings like this, he can't. I don't think he'll be able to do another 4. I don't know how he's going to make it this 4. And if he gets COVID, his press secretary, was it his press secretary COVID 2 days ago or yesterday? Somebody at the White House just does.
I don't know.
I think it was his press secretary tested positive for COVID 2 days ago. She had contact with him 2 days prior, but he tested negative. So we don't know. And but I have a hard time. It is a separate issue, but I brought it up a couple of times. I do not have high confidence he's going to be able to make it through his.
All right, two things. Well, one, I don't think he ever really intended to run again. I mean, he was looking at himself as he had to say otherwise, because otherwise, that people might not have voted for him. But, I think he always intended to be like a transition president. Secondly, every single president that in my lifetime has been, there's pictures of them falling asleep at a meeting. So I think that's a bit of ageism on your part to kind of extrapolate. Well, he fell asleep, therefore that means like anything other than he fell asleep at a meeting.
He's falling asleep at several meetings, and falling asleep at with a meeting with the Prime Minister of Israel right in front of the cameras is.
Bad optics, but again, you're extrapolating way too much.
All right, I hope so. I'd be happy if that were the case, but all right. So, well, no, okay. So Jake's question is, well, no, they haven't. To the best of my knowledge, nobody set this up, and it's probably early to but I don't know. It's. As much as anything, you know what? Maybe it's just a gut instinct, and yeah, we shouldn't trust those too much. So, but we had a few moments.
I don't think he's going to be running. I agree with you that he's not going to be running, but I don't think that the sleeping is an indication of anything. That is sleeping or not, that has nothing to do with it. He's not going to be running because he's going to be like 82 or something.
Well, that's kind of my point, though.
Term.
Well, that's my point. Is if he's already, there are people who. At 82 function, extraordinarily well. It's rare, but it can certainly happen. And there are people who at 82 have dementia so badly that they can't function at all. He appears to be falling asleep during meetings with heads of state and very important meetings. So I'm asking myself, what's the likelihood he's going to be running? So I may have probably put that more morbidly than I intended. I don't think he's. I think Kamala is going to be running. So now the question is, okay. So here's the hypothetical. He decides he's not going to run again. Does he resign, allowing her to run as the incumbent, but denying her a second term, or does he let her run?
Wait.
Yes.
Wait. He could, so long as he serves out over half of his term before he resigns, she can run for 2 terms.
I don't believe that's correct. Are you?
That
sure?
is absolutely correct.
Any part thereof.
You are. No. Are you going to argue with me over the Constitution?
I'm a liberal, so yes, I am, and I'm going to lose.
Sandring is spot on.
Exactly. That's what I said. Joe and I are in locks. Yeah, no, of course, over half is Sandring. That's what I said.
I was the one I was wrong then. So you guys were right, and I was wrong.
Yes,
I know,
thank
but I was
you.
agreeing.
This is why I like having his Andering on, is because he's figured out the order of things. It's I would really, it's much more about the appearance here on In Time. It doesn't really matter, it's just like he goes home and shows these videos to all of he goes home and shows these videos. See, these liberals are all idiots, but they as long as I pretend I'm wrong, they're cool. Unfortunately, they all look at that and go, oh, yep, that sounds like a liberal.
You make the erroneous suggestion that I show these to anyone.
yeah, you hide this, do you? Discovering history with Pat.
It's my guilty pleasure.
Discovering history with Pat Lowinger. Nick is under 60 and he's a complete train wreck. Fucker. So we've had someone in the live chat for like 4 hours and like several days. Obvious, it's just trolling and, it's, they finally just, and then you got Pat and nobody's doing anything about this. He's just sitting there and says things like that. And mods don't, okay, fine. Mods descended all over the other guy, but not Pat. Fine. I get it. All right. So
I haven't been paying attention, so I don't know who's Pat. I don't see a Pat.
I don't pay attention to Pat either. No. Pat said Nick's under 60 and he's a train wreck. Okay, what kind of? My own
okay.
I'm just saying. All right. So let me see. Where was more than twice and no person should be held for more than 2 years of a. Thank you, Titan, for finding the actual thing and putting it in the live chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Like I said, let's just hope that nobody on YouTube has invented a way to rewind. All right. So let's see. Right now, the Republican candidates for governor are pacing ahead in states where Biden beat Trump by double digits last year. So that's what we already know. Youngkin and McAuliffe are still really pretty close at 95% of the district's reporting. So, and then let's see, New Jersey governor is less than 1%. It's 0.8% off. So yeah, you're pretty close. How close are they? They're at 71%. Okay, so the New Jersey's got a ways to go. The bills that we're still waiting on are the reparations bill in Detroit, which would establish a committee that would propose legislation or attempt to drive legislation that would, and actually, you know what? I should find that. No, I can't. Never mind. That would make zoning and housing recommendations with the goal of correcting inequities in the Black community caused by years of systemic racism. That is the Detroit proposition that we are waiting on to see if that passed or failed. We have already now learned that the Minnesota proposition disbanding the Minnesota Police Department and replacing it with a new department that would be responsible for public safety and would be authorized but not required to have police officers. That bill has failed. And we know that the New York governor, the Democratic Party has won in New York. That was Adams. He won by, he's now up to, oh wow. Adams is now down to 66% to Sliwa's 22%. So right now, Sliwa. Okay, Sliwa. Oh, Sliwa. Okay, that has Sliwa at almost 30%. Wow, it's the cat. People feel sorry for the cat.
Got to be the cat.
It's the cat. Yeah.
Got to be the cat. We're fans of cat videos, cat memes, cat everything. So yeah, it's definitely the cat. People are pity voting for the cat, or they're mistaken and thinking they're actually voting for the cat that he's taking the cat around to.
Yeah. That's why you're not allowed to report those things before the precincts close. Yeah. All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a second, and I'm actually out of water, so I'm probably going to go collect some What are now Boston, Atlanta, Buffalo, New Jersey, and Virginia are all holding elections today, and we are. Let's see. Are they all mayoral? I think they are all mayoral. In Atlanta, one of the things that's kind of thrown a bit of a wrinkle into the Atlanta election is that the mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms actually decided not to run for re-election. This means it's an open field. If no candidate gets more than 50%, there will be a runoff. But one of the biggies is Atlanta has also seen, and as you pointed out, this has been countrywide, but Atlanta in particular has been hit hard with a spike in violence, and so that has really kind of thrown a wrinkle into whether or not the incumbent party will be able to hold the office. Also, when it comes to Virginia, Biden and Obama, as you pointed out, but Biden most notably, I think right now, although, yeah, for me, Biden, it's Obama, but nonetheless, Biden endorsed Terry McAuliffe for governor in Virginia, and this endorsement actually cost McAuliffe a number of points in the polls. Biden is polling lower than he has at any point in his administration, which you see when a president is in office, but it's a little early to see those kinds of low poll numbers. A lot of people were reporting feeling disappointment that he hadn't accomplished more and that he wasn't being more aggressive. Whether or not you blame him or Congress, he's taking the heat for it. So, however, Youngkin also got 2 endorsements from Trump, who has already congratulated him. Trump has congratulated Youngkin on his victory. The race hasn't been called yet. This is another one of the strategies. That one's not a new strategy. That one's been around for a little while, but people really don't do that one very often. Now, the biggie, of course, was when Fox News called a win for Bush, and probably just by calling the win, they may have given it to Bush, but that was in 2000. But that notwithstanding, Youngkin's receiving of the endorsement actually cost him a few points in the polls. So what's kind of funny is if any one of those people had wanted that candidate to win, all they had to do was not endorse, while the opposing candidate had been endorsed by their figure and that have won by now. At any rate, Youngkin is at 51%, McAuliffe is at 48%, with 95% of the districts reporting. So, what are your thoughts, Xandering?
My thoughts are, well, I think we're definitely going to have to do my birthday stream on something interesting.
Something interesting, huh?
Yeah, next Tuesday is my birthday, so
yeah,
happens to be Tuesday.
Oh, geez. Oh, so it will be, yes, it will be a regular in time. Oh, dear Lord. Well, I had planned.
I expect you to have a cake with candles so that I can virtually blow them out.
Well, no, I was planning. So what we're going to do is we're going to have on a, there's any number of actually pretty well-renowned world-class psychiatrists, and they're going to be on to discuss the mental health of people who are intractably entrenched, don't think about that too long, in the Second Amendment. And I think that's going to be a really interesting stream.
Awesome. I love talking to psychologists. That's such a unique view of the human condition.
Yes. Well, I'm sure you have a lot of experience with it.
I do. 45 years and running now.
Were you going to say something?
I just hate that. I just hate the expression "the human condition." That drives me nuts.
Yeah, well, that was not the thing that I thought that he had experience in, but that's all right. So,
don't you have to be human to have a human experience?
No, it's not human experience. The human condition. That expression is nails on chalkboard.
Oh, really? Why is that?
It's trite.
Okay, yeah, that's true. All right, so yeah, let's see. Ohio's 11th and 15th congressional districts have, I think, been called. So let's see when those come back up. We had those in a second. Ohio 11th has gone to the Democrat. That's Brown, and let's see if the 15th comes up.
Quite a large margin too.
And the 15th has gone to the Republican Casey. And I don't know if Florida. So it looks like most of these have been called.
Is it Casey or Kerry?
I thought I saw Casey, but you know, oh, it's Kerry. It's Kerry. All right. So, and then let's see. Oh no, I'm not gonna do the cat story again. The cat story is a good story, but we've heard it twice already. He was just, oh my God.
Still up to 27% for the cat. Wow.
Wait, wait a minute. Wait. Oh, this has to be a joke. Hold on. The Republican also released a 13-point animal welfare plan that includes an end to horse carriage industry, similar to the one Bill de Blasio promised but never fulfilled, and creating a. You see, he does think this is. And the plan included the creation of a Department of Animal Welfare. And he showed up wearing that red beret. Oh, I do not like him. I do not like him.
Must be a fan of.
That's a Sliwa is known for being an avid supporter of animal rights. As the campaign ramped up, he introduced the media to his fellow New Yorkers to his 16 cats. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm bringing this photo back up. Okay.
He identifies as a crazy cat lady.
Yeah. Okay. Do you see this picture? There's the candidate right there, Silawala. Not pictured here is 13 other cats that are living there. Okay. So, not pictured here is other 13 cats. Oh my God. Oh, but you can see actually there's a photo. Actually, that looks like that may be one of his kids wearing the beret. And yeah, he was barred from voting initially because he insisted on going in with a 14-month-old kitten, and they said he couldn't bring the kitten. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, dear Lord. You know, I shouldn't give this guy too hard a time. Honestly, shouldn't. But at this point, it's like,
Hey guys, I'm gonna get to bed. I'm pretty tired.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. So yeah, 9 tomorrow? Get some sleep, and hopefully, well, who knows how much we'll have to talk about tomorrow. Really depends on how Virginia shakes out. Have a good sleep, my friend, and I will talk to you tomorrow.
All right, take care.
All right, bye.
Good night.
All right. So we'll I don't know. Maybe we can set this here so people can see my face. I just still can't believe. Yeah. Let's just see when it comes right down. I really, yeah. Okay, so his ballot jammed. He had all these other complaints, but I'm gonna. All right, so Virginia, I guess, had 1.2 million votes cast in early voting. Now, early voting normally favors the Democrats. Republicans didn't help themselves too much. So Trump was telling people not to use early voting. And I don't think that cost him the election per se, but honestly, it really didn't help. And it reminds me of, what's her name? The Marjorie Taylor Greene light, Bachmann. So when Bachmann had told people not to fill out the census and said, oh, you know, the census is this big conspiracy, U.S. Congresswoman saying, don't fill out the U.S. Census.
and later proposing that we interview congressmen to find out who's pro-America and who's anti-America. This is what this congresswoman who was saying, don't fill out the American census, which is done by the American government to figure out, among other things, how many congressmen you get. And it turns out that her state got their latest congressman by less than 10,000 votes. And that added 1 congressional seat. Hers. Guess what happened when she found that out? Any guesses, is Andrew?
I'm gonna just hazard a guess. Just hazard. Speculate a little bit.
Yeah, she became
What a frickin' fruitcake.
She became a very big proponent of people filling out the census. Which is funny because they did the math and she came real close to losing her seat on that one. Oh, dear Lord. Okay, so...
You must jest. You're just spewing that Democratic propaganda.
Yeah, I'm known
There's
for that.
no way a Republican could possibly flip their position because it benefited them. Just can't happen.
Oh, what was the other one where the Dems just did that recently? Oh, God, dear Lord.
Everybody does that.
Yeah.
It's like not even surprising anymore.
Well, yeah. You kind of expect Dems to do it a little less. And there's actually a reason. There is a reason. Dems and Republicans share many of the same faults. There are many issues, but they also have different strengths and different weaknesses. And one of the things is, I do believe in the old saying that Dems fall in love, Republicans fall in line. And I think Dems tend to be much more in love with the ideology. So they, at a minimum, usually, I tend to think, break take longer to break from their values than Republicans who are just more pragmatic about it. And I think that's one reason why Dems have a tendency to get their asses handed to them. They also will still eventually break. I don't know that they're any worse or better. I think it just takes them longer. That's my view. I don't know what you think.
Possibly. That would be some. I've not really looked into that particular aspect of it. So, that could possibly be the case.
Yeah,
they certainly, I think that Democrats are certainly in love with the idea of loving, high-minded principles or high-minded ideas. Even though they often get divorced from reality with some of them.
Do you think... Oh, hold on. Okay, no. No, GOP is still leading in both New Jersey and Virginia, 95 and 72. So we'll see. Is there a benefit to that?
To being an idealist?
Even at the cost of
sure.
Realism? Yeah.
There's a benefit to being an idealist as you're looking for the best, ideas, and obviously you're going to come up with lots of them. It can be a detriment, though, when you're actually trying to, say, govern a country. So you can have, we need idealists, I think, but I don't think we need idealists governing. They tend to lead with their heart and think with emotions instead of being kind of coldly practical about what is actually the best policy to pursue. So, I do think that we need them and they play an important role, but, we really need people grounded in the reality of consequences to be looking at crafting policy. You can look at this ideal and say, okay, yeah, this is something we should shoot for, but we really need to look at what the practical consequences of any of these policies might possibly be. So, as Thomas Jefferson, I believe it was, said, fix reason firmly in her seat. Like you really need to have reason, evidence, and, cold calculation. You need to remove the emotional part of it. And of course, when you start dealing with ideals, you do tend to get kind of emotionally involved with them, because even if they're great, So you just have to be careful that you're not trying to legislate ideals without regard to reality.
So, what would you say to the person who would say, "Well, okay, but it was those ideals that, overturned slavery, despite the fact it wasn't, practical for a great many states who, got women the right to vote, and it's idealists that have done the most important things of the New Deal, all idealists who said, I'm not satisfied with the status quo, and they're the ones who have done some of the most important legislation in this country."
I would say that, again, idealism is important, but when you're dealing with public policy, you need to make sure that you've considered all of the ramifications. There are some issues, such as slavery, they're just absolutely egregious, that you probably do need idealists to push to get through it. So they're, like I said, these are just kind of generalities. There can always be exceptions because, again, realistically, there are always exceptions. So in those rare exceptions, they made great strides. But it shouldn't be looked to be the norm. And something really needs to be egregious before you just say, to hell with the consequences, this is a bad enough thing that we have to push forward, and we'll just deal with whatever consequences come. Of course, it is interesting to note that the rest of the world, most of the rest of the Western nations, were able to abolish slavery without fighting a war. So, that idealism could have cost a lot of people their lives that may not have had to give up their lives had they pursued a different path.
Interesting argument. Be curious to see if Pat has a take on it, because American history is actually his specialty. Yeah. We'll get his opinion. That's.
Am I? I was going to say, am I misremembering? I thought Pat was the ancient history guy.
I'm pretty sure it's early American history. I'm like
Okay.
80% sure on this. 70,
Okay.
75, 80, 60% sure. All right, so here's what I think we're going to do. We're going to go over the numbers one more time. We're going to go over what we know and what we're expecting. One of the Virginia governor may take a while. They're down to 95%. They are not in the margin for an automatic recount, but they may end up there. New Jersey is in the margin for an automatic recount, and while I would like to find out whether or not Detroit has passed the reparations bill, and I would like to find out a bit more about the Texas bills, I don't know, and I am very pleased at the notion of torturing the Xandering by making him stay up even longer. The reality is, I don't know that staying up much longer or continuing this all that much longer is going to be very helpful. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to take one more look at the numbers. We're going to talk a little bit more about the bills that we know have failed so far. I don't think any of the big ones we were looking at have passed. And then take a last look in case any of the numbers changed. And then, assuming nothing's changed, we will call it a night. How does that sound, Xandering?
Oh, pretty good. I mean, I probably should get some rest, and I mean, I am kind of responsible for a 80,000-pound machine and cargo hurtling down the highway at 70 miles per hour. So rest is probably a good thing to have on my side.
And I'm bringing precious cargo to victims of, what do you want, a medal?
Kind of.
Kind of. Yeah, well, hey, you've done more for victims of hurricanes than I have, but so. All right, yeah, all right.
Hey, I'm bringing the Midwest or the middle of the country. I'm bringing them their utility cross arms just in case they have a tornado or something.
You are, and you know what? I'll call up Barack and tell him that you need a medal. I don't think he's in a position to do anything about it anymore.
I totally want some, because the best medal I got in the military was the Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medal. That was the highest medal I got in the military. So
very nice.
I want another medal.
Okay, well, like I said, I'll call up Barack, even though I've never actually called him Barack before. We'll see. Couldn't hurt. Well, okay, let me rephrase that. Now,
I'll hold my breath.
Ooh, in that case, I will make sure to go out and do it as quick as I can. All right,
sure you will.
Yeah, so there are a number of bills that we've been looking at. So this is Tuesday. It's the 2001, not an election year. You know, midterms will be next year, and obviously that won't be for the president, but the midterms are still very important. We'll be covering that. So why is there an election now?
I am sure.
Yeah.
I am pretty sure that you meant 2021, not 2001.
Yes, I'm pretty sure I meant that too. I'm probably a little more tired than I thought. I might almost. Okay, I was gonna make a joke at Joe's expense, and you know, normally when somebody's not around, I think it's the perfect time to joke about them because, yeah, you get, you know, oh, it's behind their back, but why would I do it to their face if I could do it behind their back? I've never understood that objection per se, but no, I'm not gonna. I was gonna make a joke about falling asleep while at a meeting, and let's not make any assumptions, but let's not do that. Where was I? Oh, yeah. So we're having a number of elections for governor, elections for representatives, state representatives, and any open offices, and a number of bills. The more interesting ones two in Texas. The first is one that would make as a, oh, dear Lord, I forgot about this. Texas is one of the 7 states. Texas is one of the 7 states, and they're the ones doing this. I can't believe I didn't put that together till now. This would be a constitutional amendment that would bar any public official from interfering with or placing any restrictions on any gatherings for religious communities, any religious gatherings. This was born out of the idea that you shouldn't, actually born out of the idea that Abbott had proposed, which was that all religious meetings are actually required and essential services, so you cannot mandate them. So this would simply enshrine that in law and their constitution. There are 7 states in this country that have in their constitution a ban against atheists holding office. Texas is one of them. Texas bars anybody who does not affirm a belief in a higher power from holding any elected office in Texas. I think Aaron Ra was never got to the point where he'd actually have to contend with that, but that's actually in their constitution. So, yeah.
Yeah, I was sad that he didn't win, so we could hash that one out.
Yeah, well, and you speak to people about that, they're like, oh, well, the ACLU would have backed him. Maybe, maybe not. But really, if you want to run for office in Texas and you're an atheist, you're either going to have to lie or you're going to have to pony up $40,000 to win that suit. And yeah, you're going to win because it's a violation of the federal, it's a violation of supremacy. You're making something illegal that you cannot by federal law, but you're still going to have to pay. The state's not going to reimburse you for defending your own rights in federal courts. So, at any rate, they had that. Proposal. The other proposal they had was to strengthen their police department by mandating more, double actually, training, mandating a minimum of 2 officers per 1,000 civilians. That's an increase over what they have now. Mandating, oh dear Lord, what is it? I really am starting to get a little tired, so I'm probably going to catch my second wind in 2 minutes after this stream goes down. But improvements to the police department and to their outreach, and also what I thought was really interesting. I thought this was uncharacteristically insightful. I thought was offering bonuses to and incentives to police officers who learned, and the way they put it was a second language that was spoken natively in Austin. That strikes me as code for Spanish. I don't know what.
Are you sure about that? I'm pretty sure it's Mandarin.
Reasonably. Well, it is possible that there are communities there that have a high number of Russian, I don't know. In Massachusetts, there actually are some communities that's predominantly Russian speaking. So maybe there's another language. I found it interesting that they didn't say Spanish.
So can I get
Please.
Yeah, can I get one for Swahili then? Can I get a bonus for learning Swahili?
Not from this show. You're not going to get one, but.
Dang.
Okay, we'll double your pay.
Maybe let's be charitable here.
Okay.
And say that they didn't specifically point out Spanish, even though that's quite obviously the obvious choice, obviously.
Obvious.
But perhaps maybe it was because they're thinking maybe a little ahead, or maybe there's some other small communities that have some other language. Maybe there is a community of Chinese that are speaking Mandarin. And so they didn't want to limit it. So they were just like, people are going to know we're talking about Spanish, but we want to leave a little bit of an open door there for, maybe we'll get an influx of people from Kenya. And, so maybe learning Kenyan will be useful and we can give a bonus for that. Maybe,
you're bending over backwards. Oh my God, you're going to be a pretzel by the time this show is over. Did you use the words thinking ahead and Texas in the same sentence?
Yeah, I said I was trying to be optimistic here.
This is the state where the governor, Rick Perry, repeatedly gave veiled threats of secession, fully aware, ostensibly, that his state was getting $1.30 back for every dollar they put into the federal government, and that they didn't make up enough money to cover that on their own, and they were already at 41 out of 50 for education. They had no way to use to pave their own highways if they seceded from the Union, most of which, their own highways, by the way, would have been our highways, because that was all federal funding too. Looking ahead has not been the cornerstone of the Texas mindset that I can tell. Call me, well, no, never mind. I won't go there.
I am trying out the Democratic, high idealism here. So giving it a spin, and you're just shitting all over it.
Okay, I know. I was going to say too. No, you say you were trying it out, and I was going to make a real snarky comment. But you know what? You're right. You're right. I need to encourage this. That was a really good job, Xandering, and it's gotten me thinking. It's gotten me really thinking about Texas. I'm going to try to warm my cold heart, and thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, well, with their infrastructure, electricity problems, I'm not entirely sure you're going to have much success warming your cold heart in Texas. Better wait for summer.
Yeah, if the power goes out, oh dear Lord. Okay, one of these days I'm going to have to stop taking such easy pot shots at Texas, but they just make it so hard. Okay. And any state that says don't mess with us, you kind of.
The sad part is it's all true.
Yeah, no, we're not even taking the hard shots. All right, so, but that was actually very good. I think you and I both liked that law bill. I mean, I think you and I found that of all the bills that we saw, I think we both agreed that was the better one. What do you think?
Yeah, I do think that's a really good one, because one of the things, I mean, of course, they need to pony up the cash to actually pay for it all. And that'll remain to be seen if they're actually willing to pay for it. But that's one of the things I've kind of been on my agenda of how do we fix policing in America, is, well, first of all, if you really want to fix it, then you're going to need to, double, triple, even quadruple the pay for police officers. That way you can be discriminating about who you get, because there's, police understaffing all throughout the country. I mean, all of the large cities are crying for police officers. They're all understaffed. So the more money, if you want to attract more people, and especially if you want to attract good people, then you need to pay them a lot, make it worth their while to go and do a job like that. And then you can be discerning. about who you let in, and you can accept the best candidates. And I think that you need to have a lot more training, especially in de-escalation tactics. You need to have a lot more training in just them simply learning their own laws. I don't know how many videos I've seen from like First Amendment auditors or just videos coming out posted by some of those kinds of YouTube channels that show that, Texas doesn't even know their own state law. They're arresting people for failure to ID when Texas law specifically states that you are not required to ID until you are arrested for some other offense. And that constantly gets violated.
I'm sorry, I just found that funny. It's like, okay, arresting them for failing to ID is like, well, now you're arrested, so now we can put, of course, you tack that on for some other offense, which obviously, but yeah, please continue.
So yeah, I mean, I completely forgot what I was talking about. Thanks for derailing me. I was working up to a hell of a rant.
It was a good one.
Oh yeah, the police thing. Yeah. So yeah, you need to give them a hell of a lot more training, especially in de-escalation and learning their own law. And you need to be able to have an accountability that is independent of the actual agency. But I think that not only do you need like civilian oversight, but you also need experts in the field that aren't directly tied to that department, or if they are, they're kind of like in an advisory role to kind of plead their own case. Because a lot of people don't understand how policing actually works, and so you could really hamstring your police department because you think something's a great idea when the police are going to stand up and say, yeah, no, that really isn't. That's not the way that it works in the real world. So I think that one goes the furthest towards some of those solutions. Doubling the training, offering bonuses for learning multiple languages, for having 35%, mandating 35% of your time as community interaction versus law enforcement. I think that's a really good one too, because you definitely want your citizens to know your police officers and vice versa. I think it works out great for everyone in combating crime and being able to be proactive and trying to prevent crime. Because the police aren't very good at preventing crime, except for one thing. The more officers that they put in an area, generally, the lower the crime rate drops. So their simple presence tends to deter crime. So yeah, it's and that was one of the problems, or one of the issues that I foresaw with the defund movement is, you don't want to reduce the number of police officers. You actually want more, if you're interested in actually trying to stop or prevent crime instead of just responding after the fact to a crime. And if you really want to try and disarm Americans, you're going to need to make huge leaps in preventing crime versus simply showing up after the fact. So that would be a good way to move towards getting fewer guns. So I was really hoping that one would come in to see what Austin did on that one.
Well, yeah, I wanted to see Austin on that one too. So I think we got. I think one of the biggest for me was Minneapolis. I too was interested in. I was hoping it would succeed, but I think I'm going to confess to some of the same cynicism you had. I was not optimistic necessarily about the outcome. I figured we'd learn, and I agree with the principles involved. I agree that you have to offload a lot of the psychological work that officers are stuck doing to somewhere else, either in the department or some other, I don't know, but presumably what they were going to try to do here was going to start to make inroads into that. I was skeptical of the lack of planning or a cohesive, this is what it's going to, and maybe there was that I didn't see, so let's just, but I looked a bit more at the details of the bill, and a lot of it too was, okay, well then, they're gonna that I saw, it not only didn't have details, but was very, like to be determined, or these people will decide. And while they had funding, just by nature of the fact too that they didn't even have like, you don't even need to have police officers. I mean, that was written in it. They don't actually have to have police officers. Okay, then I mean, ostensibly they were going to do it. I'm sure they were, but if they don't have enough of a plan to even realize that they're going to have police officers, because is there a possibility they're not going to? Because if there's a possibility they're not going to, then what's the plan? I don't. Yeah. So, at any rate, so that one's come in.
Well, I mean, you could end up with a situation where you have something like I don't know, a safety. You don't call them police, but they are effectively police.
That's a good point.
I mean, I suppose you could have something like that. Maybe you're wanting to expand their scope a little bit, or shift their scope someplace else, and so you're trying to get away from the whole police. Kind of has a bad rap, so especially in Minneapolis after the events. So they might have, maybe they were going with a public resources officer who would still be armed, who would still have arrest power, who would still be driving around cars that instead of said police would say public safety officer or public resources officer or public resources advocate. I don't know. They could have changed the name or something, but not functionally really gotten rid of the police. I mean, I think that that would have kind of been a non-starter if they were definitely going to say, yeah, we're just going to get rid of police and we're going to go with something else. Trying to be charitable.
I agree. It would have been a non-starter, but that's why I was like, okay, so you don't actually have another solution yet. You're just saying we'll come up with one. But all that aside, you are now outdemming me. Your charity exceeds that of the liberal on the dais.
So I gotta scale back a little. I'm overdoing it.
Yeah, you're starting to make me look bad. I mean, what the heck?
Well,
no.
I'm new at this. I'm new to the compassion and empathy thing, way of thinking instead of just thinking about the consequences of actions. And so,
all right. Well, here's what I'm going to do.
I gotta feel my way through.
Yep. It's always difficult your first time. So what I'm going to do here is, like I said, I think we've sort of postponed this long enough. So I'm going to take a last look at the numbers. It doesn't look like they've changed particularly much. We've been at 95% now for almost 45 minutes. So it's slowing down. And we've been at 74% for about a half hour on New Jersey. So to the best of my knowledge, we don't have anything on Texas and their two proposals. We don't have the Detroit proposal. None of those are going to change anything nationwide. They're not, huge, earth-shattering. The Texas one is pretty significant because it would be enshrining protections to the church into the Constitution, and I can see that actually very easily being abused because the way it was written, the churches can meet anywhere they want and can't. It's not just about the numbers. It's about if a church really wants to go into the state house and say we're going to hold a service here, by my read on this law, constitutionally, you can't stop them. Now, actually, that's not entirely true because you're not allowed to legislate it, but presumably the police could still kick them out. This law was about public officials legislating, but it's extraordinarily broad. So it's interesting, and I look forward to seeing where it lands, but I don't think we're going to get an answer to that tonight. And then the final one is the reparations bill in Detroit, which is planning to have a committee that will address past inequities to the black community by making proposals in zoning and building to try to give them a more even footing. So that we haven't heard either. So at this point,
and economic policies.
I don't. Did they say economic policies? I don't. They may have. All right. Thank you for the correction. I
want to say that I did. Recommend housing and economic programs that address historical discrimination.
That's important. That's very important. Thank you. All right. So, and mail-ins.
Well, from the sounds of that one, though, I have to, again, trying out that whole altruistic streak, that, they are just setting up a committee to make recommendations. It doesn't necessarily mean that anybody's going to follow those recommendations, but
that was the other
at least
thing.
They would have a committee saying we should do this.
And perhaps I'm taking more interest in that bill than is merited, because it looks like that committee is not empowered to do anything. And so if they are completely ignored, this bill is irrelevant. So my interest in this bill goes only as far as my belief that this committee is going to actually be listened to by people empowered to do something. And my experience suggests that that's not, they're probably not going to have a tremendous amount of pull. And in fact, they had said, yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, I mean, even if they're not empowered to do anything and everybody ignores them, as far as actual policy goes, at least we would get an idea of what kinds of ideas they think would be right, and we can at least then hash out, are they, pie in the sky, this is what we think should happen with, damn any consequences, and maybe the consequences could be not so great, or, maybe there are some good ideas that we should really look into possibly implementing. So, I mean, I'm not sure from my own standpoint, I'm not sure beyond, making sure everybody has equal opportunities and have equal access to the rights and aren't being actually discriminated, through policy or laws. I'm not sure what else you can do without, tipping the balance to the opposite direction and creating another injustice. But it would be, I mean, if they did pass it, I mean, at least you could see, possibly what kinds of ideas they're coming up with.
Are you sure you're not a liberal? You've got this giving maximum charity thing down pat, dude. I'm going to be learning from you pretty soon. Damn. Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
It's my dreams of the Marx comforter. Somebody's actually going to get by and send me a Marx comforter I can lay on, snuggle up to good old Whisker face.
Whisker, Jesus. So anyone who wants to, like I said, I'm going in. I think I said 60%. Yeah, I must have said 60%. I'm going in 60% on getting him that comforter. Absolutely 50% without any questions whatsoever. Anybody wants to do it, I'm happy to pay 40% and get that comforter for him, because I think that would be hilarious. No, for 8, I'd do 80. But at any rate, all right, perfect. Well, so yeah, okay, it's an interesting bill. So but the biggest one, the experiment and the first genuine attempt at defund the police and putting that into action has failed. So we won't be seeing that social experiment today. And it was Minneapolis, and it was actually it was their own people have rejected that. So we'll see what the consequences are. I think you're right. I don't think they're going to be huge, but I think there's going to be some. So and then and that wasn't like a good news kind of that was like my internet went down for a second, but it appears to be incoming. So and Braves have won their well, we do have breaking news. It's the Braves have won. I think that was the Game 6 of the 2021 World Series. It's the first win for the Braves in 26 years. They have won literally just moments ago. So for those of you who are interested in that. Other than that, we currently have Youngkin at 51% for Virginia governor and McAuliffe at 48%. There is 5% left to report, so 95%. There's a distinct possibility we're going to wake up tomorrow and not have this have progressed much further. It's also possible that they'll get something. It probably won't be in the next hour or two, but may have it tomorrow, may not. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised either way. New Jersey is much closer. New Jersey is 50 to 49 in favor of the Republican Cattarelli, and that is only at 75%. So there's still easily enough outstanding votes to have a clear winner. But I think at least in Virginia, we've already confirmed there's at 1% there is an automatic recount. I'd be surprised if they didn't have a similar setup in New Jersey. So it's going to be a while to hear back from those. In the meantime, is Andering. I don't know how many streams we've done together. It's a pretty decent number. It is always a genuine pleasure, and you do challenge me in ways that I certainly find worthwhile, and I genuinely appreciate. I also laugh so much in your presence, and on occasion, it's not even at you. But
just on occasion, though.
Just on occasion. Just on occasion. And you've done now this. We're coming up on 7 hours. We're at six hours, 10 minutes, and you were here for every second of it. So really.
Don't remind me.
I know. Well. I think I'm hoping that after you've done your community service, you will consider continuing to be on In Time. But it's your community service hours are almost up. I won't be able to keep you here anymore, so who knows. But thank you so much, and thanks to Joe for coming by. Thank you all in the live chat. There was a lot of interesting discussion going on. I wanted to pay a little closer attention, but was a little preoccupied. But every time I went in, you guys were certainly talking about something. More times than I'm comfortable with, that something was made. But nonetheless, thank you all. And please, again, like and subscribe. It really does help the show. And if you have any comments that you'd like to put into, you can always drop a line in the comments section below. We do read all of them, and we reply to most of them in one way or another. So don't hesitate to leave us a comment, and we will see you all. I'll be in the Discord, I think, in a few minutes for a little while, if anyone wants to go into the Discord and join us there. And otherwise, we will see you tomorrow for overtime. So as Andrew, once again, thank you, and we will see you all tomorrow.
Have a great night.